This is a story of a happy boy, Kaito Himura, whose dream was to become a painter. He seems to be very happy every time he paints and thinks that with every brush stroke, an unexplored destiny that any man, woman, or kid could realize. And he perceives that love is the empowering word that best captures the wonderful feeling. But this happiness of his did not last long, and his dreams were shattered. He stands on a podium, with his brother's picture behind him, and reporters flashing their cameras at him, and his father standing beside him. The scene shifts as he sits in front of his computer, and he looks closely at a flyer, which advertises Satan. He thinks that this is his chance to change his future, and he searches for Satan on the internet. And he goes through the terms and conditions and accepts everything, because he wants to change his future. The scene shifts, and a giant dragon appears, roaring, debris falling in the surrounding area, and people are shocked to see it. Kaito appears in front of the dragon, trying hard not to slip on the ground and save himself from the flames and debris. He tries to draw something in a book in his hand, with a quill, as someone screams that there is a hellsmith. Another beast appears, with a reddened body, horns on its head, long teeth, and a shiny, long sword emitting gold energy in its hand. And the beast abruptly lunges forward, ready to attack with his sword, as Kaito looks at the scene behind him. And the beast thrusts his sword inside the dragon, with a loud explosion as it screams in pain. Kaito gets shocked, sweat drips from his face as he looks ahead of him, but is still writing in his diary. Ahead of him, the dragon has eaten his friend George, his legs coming out of the dragon's mouth, and blood splattering from it. And he realizes that he is stuck in this game of life and death. And he sees the soul of George flying above the sky, with golden lighting shining on him, and he screams his name, and the dragon is standing with George's blood on his mouth. Kaito, along with 3 other people, is standing on a rock, while lava surrounds them, and multiple dragons surround them, roaring on their heads, with red eyes. Kaito stands with gritted teeth, holding a diary in one hand and holding a girl's hand in another, and she is also gritting her teeth, in fear yet determination. And they have realized that in this game, only one of them can survive. The scene shifts as Kaito thinks that he loves art, and that it is his identity. And he thinks about the time when he was just a kid. His mother had passed away, and he was brought to his father's home. He looks around the giant house with a pool in it, and suddenly he hears his father shouting in anger, calling his name, and telling him that he does not have much time. He looks at his angry father, and this is the first time he is meeting him, and he knows that he is the CEO of the largest tech company in the world. Kaito stands nervously, with eyes lowered, along with his father, who is introducing him and saying that he is going to stay there until he grows older, and he greets the 2 people in front of him, stuttering. The 2 people are his grandparents, and they ignore Kaito and walk past him, accidentally hitting him on the way, and walk towards his little brother Riku, and he thinks that even though he is a member of this family, he is not welcome here. He sees his grandparents praising Riku, saying that he has gone to the design lab with his father, and has already started giving suggestions, and Riku beams with happiness. And Kaito thinks that because he was a child of an affair his father had, he does not have the same place as his half-brother Riku, who is also the heir of the family. He stands far away, looking at the happy family, and Riku tells his grandparents that he has suggested using the facial recognition in place of Touch ID. His grandmother says that she is proud of Riku because he is only a young kid right now, and his mother says that he is intelligent, just like his father. Kaito turns his face away from them, and with saddened eyes, he takes out a piece of paper from his pocket and looks at it. He started drawing an image of himself and his mother, being happy on the paper, kneeling on the ground, because he finds painting and drawing an escape from reality, where he can be happy in his imagination. He grew up as a young boy, surviving his childhood in his drawings, until he was befriended by Riku. The scene shows him drawing on a piece of paper alone, when Riku comes standing beside him, getting surprised seeing his drawing. Riku gets amazed, and asks him if he has been drawing this, and Kaito cannot speak for a moment. And then he gets happy, and he tells him that he draws, and Riku sits beside him, and starts suggesting how Kaito can improve his colors and shades. After that, Kaito starts believing that art has the power to mix dreams and reality. The scene shifts to a few years later, and Kaito and Riku get older and paint together. Kaito is painting a sunflower, and Riku is mixing colors on his palette, when he calls Kaito's name, and Kaito turns to look at him, and Riku abruptly swings his hand and splashes purple color on Kaido, laughing at him. Kaido also gets up, and they throw the red paint bucket towards Riku, and they start playing with colors and teasing each other. Riku splashes yellow color on him, and says that he is going to make Kaido the CEO, and Kaido laughs, saying that the only place for him is the art department, and they keep throwing the colors, spilling the paint from the buckets, enjoying their day together. But their happiness does not last long, and on a rainy day, Kaido stands in the pouring rain, looking at the men carrying the casket out of a car. His father is holding the casket from one side, crying, as he has lost his son, and his grandmother is sobbing, as her precious grandson is no more. And a framed photo of Riku sits on the table, encircled by a ring of flowers and a black ribbon around it. Kaido bows his head, his soaking wet hair hides his face, and the rain hides his tears rolling down his cheeks, and his lips are trembling. The scene shifts as he sits outside a room, and he hears his father and grandmother talking, but cannot fully understand what they are talking about. After a while, his grandparents and stepmother walk out of the room in anger, and his father calls his name and tells him that he will soon start studying at Arterdine University. His father looks at him with a wrinkled forehead as he tells him that this is an Ivy League school, and he should be honored to study there and not disappoint his dead brother, as he has to take over the company one day. He stands up and bows his head, but clenches his fists as he thinks that from now on, he has no control over his life. He then tells his father that he has understood everything, but he thinks that he will play as a puppet for the Himurna name. The scene shifts to the building of Nyan Corp, whose symbol is a winking cat face. And inside the building, Kaido and his father are standing in front of the podium, as his father addresses the reporters that Kaido is going to take over the Department of Information Systems and Technology to start the AI generative program. A reporter asks him how he is going to manage the ethical concerns over AI, and his feelings of taking over Riku's department, and Kaido, with saddened eyes, looks at the picture of Riku behind him. Kaido turns back, and with nervousness and sadness, he stutters as he tries to say that his English is not good, but his father interrupts him and says that they are going to leave the legal questions for the legal team. Kaido stands with lowered eyes as he hears his father saying that this is the first time Kaido has been in the United States, and he is going to follow the path of Riku, as he will be studying in Arterdine in LA. After a while, the door slams shut, and Kaido and his father stand inside the room. His father shouts at nervously standing Kaido that even after practicing everything, he has fumbled, and he says that they cannot show the sign of weakness, and Kaido tries to say something, but cannot in front of his father's anger. Suddenly, his father slams his canvases to the ground, blaming his paintings for everything, and Kaido gets shocked. He tries to stop his father by begging him, but the guard stops him, as his father orders him to throw Kaido's painting stuff away. The guard then loses his grip on him, and he kneels on the ground behind his father, with his canvases and paint buckets scattered on the ground, and his father orders him that he cannot ask questions until he is a man and takes on responsibilities. The scene shifts to the university, where Kaido is getting out of the car, as his guards are trying to protect him from the crowd of reporters. As they all ask him questions about the expansion of the company and if he is only accepted due to his brother's death. Kaido sighs as he scratches his head, saying that he does not understand the questions due to his weak English. A while later, Kaido sits in the class, and he hears two girls talking about him, saying that he does not even know English, and that he has been accepted into this university only because of his father's money. The class gets started, and Kaido tries to give his best for his family, even after hearing so many negative things about him. He started getting tutoring for his classes in Japanese, but it gets hard for him to understand everything about technologies, and he fails in tests, resulting in an increase in his anxiety. His tutor talks to him in Japanese and tells him that he cannot help him much, and Kaido just has to not give up on things. Suddenly, a girl walks past him and accidentally slams into his shoulder, and he hears her saying that if someone wants to pass the IT classes, they have to sign up for Satan. The girl turns towards him and apologizes in Japanese, and Kaido gets a little surprised and asks the girls if he can speak Japanese, and the girl says that she can speak only a little bit, and also calls him handsome, and he sheepishly scratches the back of his neck in reply. The girl then hands him a flyer and explains to him in Japanese that she is hosting a seminar for Satan, who is an online tutor for IT majors. Kaido blushes in return and says that he needs tutoring, so he will join, and the girl walks away smiling. He looks at the flyer, smiling, and thinks that university is not that bad. A while later, Kaido tries to find the seminar for Satan, and he sees a booth for it. He walks towards the guy, shows him the flyer, and tells him in broken English that he got this from a blonde-it girl. The boy says that they don't have any others like this, and says that things would be easier if they had a girl as a volunteer. Kaido disappointingly looks at the flyer and does not know what he should do now, and the boy tells him not to worry. He then hands him another card and tells him that Kaido should still check the Satan site, and he is going to give him a promo code as well for free credits. After a while, Kaido sits in his room, on his desk, and he thinks that he has one small hope, but he has also lost it one more time. And with sad eyes, he looks at the card and searches on the internet, and he says that he does not care about anything anymore. And the screen of Satan shows up, welcoming him, and he clicks on sign up. But at that time, he does not know that this game will turn his life upside down. A small figure appears on the screen, telling him to sign up by filling in the information, and to read all the terms and conditions. As he goes through the rules, he thinks that he is finding this a little weird, as it is the online tutor in a gaming format. He thinks that he is not a gamer, but he sees that he needs to compete with demons, and does not have to die in the game. He sees that the game will grant a wish to the winner, and he takes this chance to take his life into his own hands, and he starts imagining a life with his brother. He then fills in all the information, and the greed of entering a different world and escaping from his own makes him enter this game. The screen asks him to choose his specialty, and he clicks on art, and the little character of a boy appears, asking for a username as his level 1 champion is about to start. And Kaido puts his cheek on his hand as he thinks that he can add it as a username, which makes him think about a memory where he stands beside Riku, who was signing his painting at the end. He bends down to look at the name, and he sees Riku signing it as Code Demon, and Kaido gets a little surprised. Riku then looks at him and winks as he says that because he is great at coding in the whole world, his friends call him Code Demon, and Kaido laughs at him, saying that he is joking. Riku laughs and teases him that he does not need to be jealous, because he can be a mini demon, and Kaido screams as he gets flustered. The scene shifts back, and he starts typing his username as Code Demon, and after that, his screen shows the little character appearing again, holding a key standing beside a little cage, saying that he is going to open the demon who will be with him in the journey. And a character of the Red Beast appears, named Morning Star. He has big horns and bat-like wings, and the little character introduces Morning Star and says that his bark is worse than his bite. And then he says that the game is about to begin, and the countdown starts at 10 seconds, and Kaido's eyes get shocked. His eyes widen at the screen. The screen comes to 0 seconds, and suddenly a red shiny beam appears, lighting the whole room. Kaido gets shocked trying to understand what is going on, as he puts his arm over his eyes, protecting them. And suddenly the red light gets bigger and spreads out of his room's window, illuminating the sky. And Kaido gets shocked as the screen starts to pull his arm inside, as he tries to resist going into it. But he fails, and he enters the computer and starts falling down, his surroundings red, and he screams in fear. He keeps falling into the tornado like flames, and suddenly, he sees a lot of people outside of the tornado, and he falls to the ground with a loud thud, and he wonders what is going on after he logs in. He lifts his head up, and he sees a lot of people and different creatures, and wonders where he is. He tries to get up on his knees and hands, and a message window appears on his head with his username. And he looks above, and sees all the people having the same message window above their heads with their username, and whatever they are saying or feeling on it. Abruptly, a kid called Bossman appears in front of him, and he jumps in joy, and he says that it was fun, and Kaido tells him that he is not good with English. And the boy tells him that in this game, everyone speaks the same language, and he has already talked to someone from Uzbekistan and also from Chile. He then holds his hand, shaking it, and tells him that he wants to go to Tokyo to do gaming in cafes, and wants to learn Japanese as well, so that his mom cannot force him for homework. And Kaido looks at him in confusion. He then stands up on his feet and smiles at the kid, telling him that, as he is from Tokyo, whenever the boy comes there, he will show him around. And the boy beams with happiness, saying that they will be best friends, and then introduces him as Matt, but halts in between and tells him his username. Kaido also tries to introduce his name, and Bossman says that he finds the username of Code Demon fascinating, and he wishes that he could have thought about something good like that as well. Kaido then asks him the name of the place, and Bossman tells him that they are inside the game, and he, with excitement, says that this game is very cool and is better than a VR headset. Kaido tries to ask him how they are inside a game, when a girl named Siafra with wings and pointy ears appears, telling Bossman to come with her, as the game is about to start, and he says that he is coming, and says goodbye to Kaido, and he waves back when he hears thumping behind him, and a large shadow towering over him saves him from behind. He turns back and sees Morningstar asking if he is the guy he is stuck with, and Kaido gets confused. Kaido stands in front of him, sweat dripping from his face, as he tries to remember that he has a beast with him in this game, and that his bark is worse than his bite. He then smiles and tries to greet him, but the Morningstar turns his face away from him, closing his eyes and furrowing his eyebrows. Suddenly, he sees the same character in front of him, who is now a giant one, and purple energy is beaming from him, and he introduces himself as Satan, the host, and greets everyone. He then points towards a man with wings and fur on his chest, and little horns on his head, and introduces him as Kane, the umpire who is going to see that the rules are being followed. And a guy named Shooter laughs teasingly at it, looking at other players behind him. Satan holds a pyramid in his hand and says that the first round is in this pyramid, which is an escape room, and the players need to get out of it to advance their levels, and they will be ranked according to the time it took them to escape. A player called Mambo wonders how this game is related to tutoring, and the girl, Loralee, thinks that she only wants to complete her associate's degree in nursing, and another guy, Tehatan, says that he just wants to pass his classes. And Satan says that these are great questions, and tells them to look at the back of the flyer. As the players look at it, Satan says that only a few of the players will get the benefits of the tutoring after they have passed the first round of the game. And all the players sigh, as none of them has read the condition on the back of the flyer, and they think that there is always a catch in these kinds of games. Satan then shows a digital clock with a timer of 10 minutes, saying that due to some people who have come late, he is going to give some extra time for preparations, and warns them to use their time wisely. Kaido stands with his diary and a quill, still in confusion, as Morningstar stands behind him, and his skill levels start rolling in front of him. He then smiles, as he thinks that even if he does not know what is going on, he feels like himself after holding a quill as a brush and his sketchbook. Morningstar looks at his weapons and says that what Kaido has chosen is pathetic. And Kaido gets offended. He looks at him, saying that his things are not pathetic, as he can draw anything, and because of his brother, his niche gets broader than drawing landscapes. Morningstar laughs at him and says that for drawing a landscape, he can only draw a plant, and that is not going to scare the competition. Kaido gets angry at him and says that Morningstar is only an NPC, so he does not know anything, and anything can happen in a game. Morningstar also gets angry hearing that Kaido has called him an NPC, and says that he is a real demon, and he needs someone stronger than Kaido to free him from this game, and says that this is not an ordinary game, and some starts would not be going to boost his skills. He then points at Kaido's head, saying that he should only draw whatever he tells him to draw, and Kaido starts to think about something. Then he looks around and sees every player talking to their demons, and asks Morningstar why everyone is standing with so much ease. Morningstar tells him to focus on what he is going to say, but a girl named Sophia with the username Juzzfishin appears, saying that they entered this game an hour ago, and they have had enough time to understand everything and to sharpen their skills. She tells him that now they are only trying to understand the competition, and then she waves her hand, smiling and introducing herself. Morningstar leans towards her and tells her to get lost, but Kaido shuts his lips with his hands, and he smiles and introduces himself, and repeats asking if all the players have been here for a while. Morningstar tries to push Kaido's hand, as he trembles with anger, and Sophia tells him that he is the last one to enter the game. Kaido then frees Morningstar's lips, who is now holding them, as Kaido says that he wonders if he is at a disadvantage. And Sophia asks about his skill set, and Kaido replies that he has chosen art, and the Morningstar starts laughing, saying that he is going to draw stick figures. Sophia smiles and says that she is a programmer, and introduces her robot as her demon, and tells him that they are both trying to alter the code for the game. Kaido smiles nervously, praises her work, and says that he has not tried anything yet, because he has just arrived and does not know what he can do, and Sophia tells him to try something. He then opens his sketchbook and starts drawing, his fingers moving fast. He smiles as he finishes his drawing, and the paper starts to glow. And a plant named Demon Trap comes to life out of his sketchbook. And soon it starts getting giant, and the plant roars, showing its long, pointy teeth in front of the players. And the plant lunges towards another player and its demon turtle to eat as they all scream, saying that this is not fair, and another player gets shocked, wondering if Kaido has made this dragon plant. And another one says that he cannot believe that Kaido has done this in only 5 minutes in this game. Morningstar folds his arms on his chest, thinking that this was not that bad as he was expecting. And another group of friends starts talking about it, and a player, Shooter, says that if he gets this book, he will draw money and pay all his debt. And Agiata, whose real name is George, agrees with him, saying that they can become rich like this. And another guy, Uncle Drakey, says that they can ask Kaido to draw their desires, and T-Pain says that this game does not work like this. On the other hand, both Kaido and Sophia get shocked, seeing the plant, and Sophia says that this is amazing. Suddenly, the timer beeps, and the 10 minutes are completed, and Kaido and Morningstar look in a little confusion. Satan says that the game will start now, and all the players, along with their demons, appear in blue light, and they started appealing in the upside-down pyramid, which a man is holding on his back with difficulty. And inside the pyramid, all the players start wondering what they are supposed to do, and some say that they should go a certain way. Another player called Axiom starts trembling in fear, as he says that he wants to go out because he cannot breathe in here, as his green demon stands beside him. And suddenly, he steps on the ground, and red energy appears beneath his foot. And due to this, a wall behind him starts to move its bricks, and Kaido stands behind him, looking at it in surprise. Suddenly, arrows start to shoot from the wall and slash a bit of Kaido's arm, decreasing his HP a little. But they all lunge towards Axum, standing behind Kaido. And all of the arrows pierce inside the boy, making his blood ooze out of it. And the boy falls on the ground, and all his energy ends, and Kaido gets shocked and scared as he looks at Axum on the floor, and wonders what kind of game this is. Then Axum's soul starts to glow, and moves upward as his demon turns gray, and Kaido looks at him with nervousness as he thinks that in a moment he will die, when he was standing right in front of him. All the arrows start lunging towards the players, as some of them run for their safety, and some of them get stabbed by the arrows, and their blood splatters all over the ground. And abruptly the arrows also lunges towards Kaido, just inches from his face. But Morningstar appears and covers Kaido and pushes him away from the arrows. They both fall on the ground, and Morningstar shouts at Kaido, saying that the #1 rule of the game is not to die and not to stand in front of the arrows. And then he orders him to draw something that can protect them from the arrows. Kaido tries to catch his breath as he tries to get up, and he thinks that this is only a survival game, and the soul does not float and glow out of the bodies in real life. He then takes out his sketchbook and wonders what he can draw for defense against the arrows. Suddenly, a glowing shield appears, and Morningstar takes hold of it, and his skill point decreases from 3 to 2. And Kaido gets shocked seeing the giant shield, and Morningstar tells him that he should stand behind him, and both of them get defended from the arrows that are clashing on the shield. The scene shifts towards Bossman and his demon, who makes a star wall to defend, and their surroundings turn purple. And Sophia and her demon make a blue shield to defend against the arrows. And Alex, whose username is Demgaints, orders his demon to destroy the arrows, and he does with his long fingers, smashing the arrows. Another player girl cries to get out of the game, and her demon snake tells her to shut up, as they have to do something to be safe. The arrows move around them, when suddenly the girl steps on a stone on the ground, and the pyramid starts crumbling, as stones and debris start to fall from the walls and ceiling. Mamba looks at the arrowed wall, which is not throwing the arrows anymore, and he wonders if it has stopped. Some players start to cheer, seeing the arrows getting stopped, but on the other hand, the pyramid starts to collapse. Kaido, Sophia, and Bossman get worried looking at it, but Uncle Drakey and Shooter smile at it. Someone screams that the ceiling is falling, and another player screams that there must be a switch here to stop it, just like in movies. One kid screams and cries, saying that he needs to get out of this game before his dad finds out he has wrecked his dad's Lamborghini, and another kid says that he has forgotten his 0 care at home. Shooter looks at the ceiling and says to his demon Isha that they have to have some firepower to pass this level, and Isha agrees. He then takes out his weapon, a bazooka, which is radiating dark black energy, and he says that he is going to use his weapon fully. He then shoots a loud explosion in the air with his weapon, and the surrounding area turns purple with the lighting of the explosion. Lauralee comes up to him in anger and tells him that he is being crazy by doing this, because it is making things worse, and he says she is only talking about herself and not everyone. She shouts again at him, saying that he is being stupid, because whatever he does will have consequences, as the ceiling behind her is now destroyed due to the explosion. George walks beside her and bumps his shoulder to hers, and says that she needs to work because she might die if she keeps talking. Lauralee gets angry at him and is about to fight, but her demon, Onryo, tells her to focus on surviving, and they can deal with this later. Shooter looks at the ceiling and says that he is out of his skill points, and Isha tells him that he has already been warned about using his skill points in small quantities, and now they have to wait for them to be recharged. Then comes Tehatin, and with determination, he says that he and his demon Leshy will take care of this, and he orders Leshy to spread tap roots, but his skill points also decrease, and Leshy spreads plant roots and stems towards the ceiling to prevent it from falling down. Bossman orders Siofra to spread Cyclone, and she does, and other players send some golden energy to help them in fighting. But soon, the roots of Leshy start to snap and crack from between, and Tehatin gets scared, as he says that his roots will not take much hold of the weight of the ceiling. The ceiling now has bigger cracks, and some players order everyone to stay low as they all look above at it. On the other hand, Morningstar tells Kaido that he needs to do something so they can have some time to find the exit, and Kaido agrees and starts opening his book. He then starts to draw something nervously. Sweat drips from his face as he gets an idea, and suddenly, a golden light shines in front of the Morningstar, and it turns out to be a giant heavy pillar, and Morningstar tries to hold on to it with difficulty. He then gets frustrated and tells Kaido that these things are not going to stop the ceiling from collapsing, and Kaido gets nervous as he says that because they have finished all their skill points, he does not have any other option, and Morningstar gets angry, saying that he needs to explain everything to Kaido. Morningstar then tries to straighten the pillar on the ground, as he thinks that the chances of winning are low, but the chances of surviving are lower with Kaido, and he stands the pillar in between the ceiling and the ground, and it fits perfectly with a loud bang, and everyone starts cheering because the pillar has stopped the ceiling from falling down, and some appreciate Kaido as well. One player happily says that they can search for the exit, but they cannot finish the sentence, and the pillar starts to rumble, and soon it starts cracking, and the players start to run once again, saying that the ceiling is starting to fall again, and Morningstar folds his arms on his chest, saying that he knew this would not work. Kaido looks above at the ceiling and his pillar in confusion and fear, and the part of the pillar is about to fall on him, but he is not paying attention to it. But Morningstar sees that, and screams his name and rushes towards him. And in time, he drags him out of there, and the pillar crashes on the ground, and dust and debris whirl in the air. Morningstar stands in front of Kaido and tells him to focus, as they cannot decrease their health points, and their skill points will regenerate soon, so he should not waste them on useless things. Kaido agrees with him and thinks that he knows that he needs to keep his health points, otherwise he will die, just like the kid did. Mamba creates a haze dome, and 2 other players are in it with him, as he tells them that they will be safe here, and the player girl thanks him, and another player says that Kaido is just like Shooter, and they are not utilizing their skills. Demgains appears smiling, as he orders his demon Kabuto. They only have to punch once to clear all the debris, and he makes a punch with his hand, and lunges forward in the air, screaming in determination. An explosion happens, using the Raging Bull technique, and Alex smiles in pride as the dust settles. He then says that this problem is out of his way now and squats, ready to lunge again, and then abruptly pushes the ceiling with his strong hands using all his force, but his skill point gets decreased. Ogre also comes to hold the ceiling, helping him, and Alex says that this is only to warm up, and Ogre says that he is not the athletic type, but he can do this. Looking at the scene, Sophia turns to look at her demon Metatron and tells him that he should hack into the game room, and the players would not be able to hold the ceiling for too long. Metatron then shows a green light out of his eyes, and the entire system starts showing in the green light, and he tells Sophia that he has found multiple routes of escape. And Sophia says that the system is not identifying one specific exit route, which means that every exit will work. She then starts working on a digital air computer, but soon she and Metatron get shocked at what they see on the screen. Then she turns around and gathers the attention of all players and tells them to follow her. Mamba comes towards Alex and tells him that he should move, as he might get crushed by the weight of the ceiling. And Alex says that the ceiling is not that heavy, but Mamba does not agree with him. And suddenly Alex comes out of his dragon suit and starts falling on the ground and becomes small, and his skill points come to 0. He falls on the ground on his face, as he says that he must have run out of skill points, and Mamba says that this is the reason he was telling him to stop holding the ceiling. He then rushes towards Alex, helps him to get up, and tells him to hurry. But Alex gets angry and holds Mamba's collar and tells him that he does not need him to save him every time. But Mamba calmly tells him that he needs the saving, because he put himself in danger, and Alex says that this is not his problem. Ogre's hands start to tremble as he winces and says that he cannot hold the ceiling and needs some help. And Mamba says that they should help Ogre and get out of this room together, because that is how they have more chances to survive. Alex then holds his shoulder and says that now he is being crazy, because they do not have the time to save Ogre, and Mamba has only come to save Alex. The ceiling is about to collapse, and 3 other players come out of it, and cheer that they have survived, and the girl falls on the floor while running. The ceiling is just inches above the ground, but Ogre is still stuck inside, as he screams for help. The ceiling crushes Ogre, and the blood splatters all around. Alex and Mamba come out of the room, and Mamba tries to catch his breath. Alex says that if they had stayed any longer, they would have also been crushed. The players who have come out of the room start cheering and get happy, congratulating each other. But Bossman starts calling Kaido, and he looks around and gets worried as he wonders where Kaido is. Siofra comes at him and tells him that he might not have survived, and he starts crying and says that he would not be able to see the gaming cafes in Japan now. A moment later, Satan appears, and he congratulates everyone on passing the first game. All the players stand in front of a giant door, as Satan says that now they are closer to another step towards their desire. The giant door then opens, and Satan says that the second game will start from now on. The players start entering the door, and they all sigh, and wonder if the second game is starting too soon, and they want to go home. The door closes, and the players see a dark, cold jungle ahead of them, and Satan wishes them good luck. Suddenly, a bunch of red eyes appear in the dark, and Satan tells them that he has increased their skill point by 1 more, and every player looks at their window screens. The players start to roam around, and wonder what this place is, and one player tries to see ahead in the dark, and another player asks if anyone has found a way out. Bossman looks around in the fog and dark, his skill and points full. He then calls for Siofra, as he gets worried because he cannot find her. And suddenly, Siofra comes behind him and warns him to stay close to her, and not to roam around. Bossman gets scared and says that he will not roam around. Mamba then calls for Alex, looking around and says that he must have run off again. And Alex stands in the dark forest alone, and on the other hand, Sophia orders Metradon to find the exit for them, and he starts scanning his data. But their screen shows an error, and Metatron tells her that there is no quality in the result, and Sophia's skill point decreases by 1 point. The scene shifts to another player walking along with his demon Hitchi and starts coughing, and asks Hitchi if he is also feeling hot just like him. Hitchi walks ahead of him and looks around, saying that he is feeling fine and not hot. And the player starts to cough again, his body is sweaty, and he says that he works out to stay fit, so this should not be happening to him, and the air must be thick and hot. His eyes get blurry as he looks at Hitchi in front of him, and suddenly, he starts screaming in fear, his eyes widen. Suddenly, a bunch of dark tentacles appear as they grab him by his legs, neck, and body, and he tries to free himself. The scene shifts as Shooter carefully walks in the forest, with his gun on his shoulder, and he looks around. Suddenly, he hears a terrifying scream, and he turns around and asks who is screaming, and Isha tells him that he needs to regenerate their skill points to use the firepower. But he smiles and provokes the person to come out and fight with him, and then takes out his gun, which is blooming with dark energy. He then points the gun and says that he is going to blow their houses down, and abruptly opens fire in front of them. The dark purple bullets fired with bangs, circling dark energy, along with his skill point decreasing by 1 point. And every player gets shocked and turns around to see what has happened. Alex, who is blowing bubbles out of his mouth, turns around as he hears the rustling behind him. And suddenly the black tentacles, with red eyes, lunge towards him, grab his body parts, and he gets shocked, and his health point decreases. But he runs from it, skidding on the ground at full speed, and his demon Kabuto appears, telling him that he needs to run fast and brace, and he agrees. Alex then wears Kabuto, and they glow in blue energy, and lunges towards the dark entity with red eyes. Alex then crosses his arms in front of him and uses his safeguard energy, which glows out of his hands and whirls around him. And the energy turns into a shield covering Alex, and the tentacles attack the shield with loud thuds, and Kabuto tells Alex to hold on tight. But his health points keep decreasing, and he screams, trying to hold on tight. On the other hand, Metatron's eyes shine bright red as he detects the target and asks for a distraction, so he can build a strategy for exit. Sophia starts typing on her computer and creates duplicates. She types multiple commands and clicks on execute, and her skill points decrease to 0. And in a moment, a bunch of duplicates of Sophia and Metatron start appearing, and soon there are multiple of them standing together. Suddenly, the black tentacles appear and lunge towards them, and start to swirl around Sophia and her demon, decreasing their health points. The dark energy slashes the clones, and Sophia gets surprised as she thinks that the energy is taking down the clones faster than she had made them. She grinds her teeth, looking at the screen, and thinks that she just needs to wait until her skill points get increased. The scene shifts to Mamba and his dog Demon Hound, and he orders him to attack. Hound appears in green energy, and grits his teeth and lunges towards the dark energy, and Mamba's skill points decrease to 1. The dark energy attacks Hound and makes a screeching noise, and his green energy swirls in a circle, and the dark energy merges together, and the red eyes appear in one body. And Mamba gets worried, as he thinks that this is straight out of a horror movie. Hound appears as dark energy radiates from his back, and his green eyes, as he growls, and Mamba tells him to fight and use his gaze to kill the demon. Hound moves forward and looks around, but he sees the red eyes circling all around him. The scene shifts, and Bossman orders Siofra to use the air whip, and she swings her hand, radiating purple energy. The purple energy swirls towards the black tentacles, and they also lunge towards it, showing their bright red light. But abruptly, Siofra makes a star wall around them, defending them against the tentacles that are coming towards them, and in doing so, Bossman's health and skill points decrease. Tehatan also orders Leshy to throw Arboretum, and Pointy Leaves move towards the tentacles in fast motion, and his skill points decrease. But the tentacles merge into one again, and Tehatan says that his skills are not working against the tentacled demon. On the other hand, Lauralee orders Onryu to call all the broken souls, and he does, and a bunch of ghosts appear, leading to her loss of the skill point. And all other players also use their skills to attack the demon, but all their skills go to waste and do not work against it. Sophia stands in front of the computer and waits for her skill points to increase to make a new strategy. As she sees the tentacles killing her clones, she thinks that she needs to do something before they die here. Suddenly, Metatron starts screaming that the enemy is approaching, and he is scared, as the tentacles are just inches away from him, and Sophia shouts his name. Suddenly, a huge blast happens, and a glowing energy fills the surrounding area, and Sophia and Bossman try to cover their eyes as they are confused about what has happened. All other players also cover their eyes from the bright glowing energy, and soon the bright light sets down, and the darkness in the forest fades away, and the woods light up with a bright glow, and 3 players standing with each other, as they wonder if they have won this round as well, and one of the guys winces, saying that he just wants to go home. On the other hand, Kaido stands with his hands on his knees, as he tries to catch his breath, and Morning Star, standing ahead of him, looks at the sword in his hand, as he wonders if it has actually worked. And suddenly, Bossman sees Kaido, and his eyes widen with happiness, and he shouts his name. He abruptly hugs him and says that he had thought that Kaido was dead, and he would not be able to see any gaming cafes in Japan, and Kaido looks shocked and confused at him. Bossman looks up at him, with teary eyes, and Kaido pats his head, saying that he has made a promise to him, and explains to him that they have taken another path towards this level. On the other hand, Ogre also comes smiling with half of his one arm cut off, and the other two players get happy seeing him. But Alex gets shocked seeing him alive, and Mamba says that he knew that it was not impossible to save Ogre, and says that it was not impossible for Kaido, and Alex turns his face, ignoring him. They both look at Morningstar standing along with Kaido and Bossman, and they wonder how they have saved themselves, and they say that they were wrong in underestimating them. Tahaden also comes to stand between Shooter and Alex, and says that both of them are powerful. And suddenly, Satan congratulates all the players, and the forest starts to rumble, and the players get confused. Soon, a giant door opens, and Satan appears along with Kane, flying in the sky, as they welcome the players into the last game. The players started talking with each other standing in front of the door. Bossman looks at Kaido happily and asks him how he has survived the first room, and Kaido scratches the back of his head sheepishly and starts explaining. The scene shifts back to the pyramid room, and Kaido and Morningstar stand far away from the door, looking at platters running out, and Kaido says that they will not make it to the door in time. Morningstar asks him if he has any stupid ideas to do something fast, and Kaido starts to draw, as he says that he is trying to think. And suddenly, Kaido hears someone screaming for help, and it is Ogre, who is trying to hold the ceiling with difficulty and asking for help. And Kaido turns to run towards Ogre, asking Morningstar to help him, but Morningstar says that they have to focus on themselves. But Kaido runs towards Ogre, saying that either they all will be saved or none of them. Kaido stands in front of Ogre and tells him that he is going to help him get out of this room, but Ogre says that the ceiling has come down very low and is not high enough for him to get out of it. Hearing that, Morningstar turns his head, saying that all of them would die here. But Kaido starts to draw something, saying that if they cannot go out while standing up, they can go down. And then the equipment starts to emerge on Morningstar's hands, and Kaido's skill points decrease. The equipment turns out to be a huge drill machine, and Morningstar shouts in anger, saying that this is a stupid idea, but Kaido asks him to trust him with this equipment. And Morningstar thrusts the drill into the ground. Gritting his teeth, he starts to drill, as stones and dust fall out from the ground. Kaido starts coughing as dust gets in his throat, and Ogre is still trying to hold the ceiling. And Kaido tells Morningstar to hurry up, as the ceiling is just about to collapse on them. And Morningstar abruptly tugs his shirt and pulls him to the ground, and he gets shocked. But before going down to the ground, he also grabs a leg of Ogre. Ogre also gets down on the ground, but his hand gets stuck to the ceiling, and the blood splatters all around, and he screams in pain. Kaido falls on the ground on all fours, tries to catch his breath, and then stands up and brushes the dirt off his clothes. Ogre is sitting on the ground, holding his arm, which is bleeding badly, and his health points only remain 3 out of 15. Kaido turns to look at him and goes towards him, asking if he is doing fine, and Ogre says that his arm hurts. And in pain, he still thanks Kaido for not leaving him there, and says that he owes him. Kaido tells him that he still needs to fix his arm, so he does not need to thank him just yet, and then he starts drawing something in his sketchbook. Kaido gets nervous, as he says that he does not have any skill points left, but maybe he can use his own health points to heal his arm. And suddenly, a bandage appears, with glowing light, and starts to wrap around Ogre's arm, and his health points increase by 3, and he gets surprised. He then thanks Kaido, and he recovers his thanks smilingly, and Morningstar appears, saying that they look like lovebirds, and if their romance is over, they should get out of here. Kaido looks at him and says that he has told him that things would be fine, and Morningstar sarcastically says that it has worked out fine, and then turns around and angrily says that they do not even know where they are anymore. Kaido wraps his arms around his chest, raises his eyebrows, and sarcastically says that he has forgotten to put a GPS tracker on the drill. And he says that he has also forgotten to put a GPS tracker on other players. And Morningstar opens the drill and sees a GPS tracker in it, and he thinks that Kaido has planned everything out. And they all go through the tunnels underground, and Morningstar asks if the GPS would lead to other players, and Kaido says that it will lead, and Morningstar replies that they are only roaming here. And soon, the GPS starts to beep in a certain area, and Kaido says that these beeps are from other players, and his and Ogre's skill points also increase by 1. Suddenly, a loud explosion happens, and the stones and debris fall out of the ground. Morningstar appears out of the tunnel, along with Kaido, and his skill points get full. Ogre also comes to the tunnel, and Kaido turns on his side and sees a woman in darkness with black tentacles, and he asks Morning Star what that is. And Morning Star turns to look at it, as the growling voice comes from there, and he says that this is a demon, Rion, as a bunch of players are in her multiple tentacles, screaming for help. Tears roll down her red eyes, and Morning Star says that she takes the souls of the people who roam around her mist. And because her children were taken away from her, she tries to reclaim them and make them her own extension, and gives them immense power in her domain. Kaido looks at her with nervousness, sweat drips from his face, and he gets scared that she will attack through the mist, and Morning Star warns them to stay close together. And he remembers his childhood, where he saw the same fog in the mountainous region in Nara, where his father used to take him and Riku for a lantern festival at night. And then he remembers that in the morning, when the sun shows up, the fog disappears and the sun shines through the forest. And he suddenly gets the idea, and he opens his sketchbook and starts to draw a sword, and the Morning Star tells him to hurry up. And soon the sword appears in Morning Star's hand, glowing with golden light, and a bunch of skulls with red eyes appear from the forest towards them. And Kaido orders Morning Star to attack the skulls with the sword, and he abruptly swings the sword and slashes the skulls, as blood oozes out of them. He slashes once again, and nothing happens, and Morning Star says that the sword is not working, and Kaido tells him to press the button on the sword. Morning Star gets angry at this and says that his equipment is more like scientific equipment, and Kaipo tells him to stop complaining and press the button. Morning Star presses the button, and the sword starts to radiate fiery energy, and he swings the sword in the air with all his force, leaving a glowing streak behind, and the skulls, along with Riona, get slashed in half, and the light starts to spread through the forest. And soon the whole forest turns bright with the sun, and the wind flows, swinging the leaves in Kaido's shirt. The scene shifts back, and Bossman appreciates Kaido and says that he had thought that he would die, and Kaido smiles sheepishly, and Alex gets annoyed and turns his face. Listening to the story, Shooter gets irritated as he says that at first, Kaido was about to kill all of the players because of his stupidity, and now they are praising him only because he has saved them from the fog. Some other players stand beside him, and George says that because Kaido is being popular, it puts him in danger, and Uncle Drakey agrees with him and says that he is the one they are going to kill. Kaido blushes and waves his hand, saying that there is nothing special, and he just makes things along the way, and Morning Star mumbles, saying that he is right. Then Satan announces and asks the players to walk towards the door, and everyone looks at the door. And every player gets excited to clear this level, and walks towards the door, and some get excited that their skill points are full once again. They all enter through the door and see a deserted land, and a wooden banner on which is written, and Satan announces that they only have to race to reach the finish line. And he further says that if a player wins, they will complete round 1, and will get one step closer to the prize, and will get the status of level 3. Satan and Kane stand at the finish banner and say that the player's health and skill points will increase, which is going to be useful in the second round. And Alex and Shooter do not pay attention to what he is saying, as if they know that they will do great in the game. Satan then begins the game, and Mamba, Kaido, and Sophia get focus as the countdown begins. And as Satan says that they can go, all the players start to run. But as they run, they also take out their weapons. A player swings his arm, as Hound barks and radiates green energy out of his mouth. Metatron's eyes shine green, and some little ghosts appear, along with sprouts. And Kaido and Morning Star run, as Kaido thinks that he can finish the race line, as all the players are distracted fighting each other. And Alex suddenly sees them running, and he says that they cannot finish the line. And he runs forward and comes ahead of Kaido, but his app decreases. Kaido gets shocked and says that some of the players are fast, and with this speed, he cannot reach the finish line. But he smiles and starts to draw something, as he says that he has the power to slow them down. And suddenly, a spider web kind of weapon appears in Morning Star's hands, and he throws it towards Alex. But Alex turns his head and laughs, saying that they cannot catch him with this stupid weapon, and orders Kabuto to lightning speed. But before he can finish the sentence, the web wraps around his legs. And suddenly, he crashes on the ground on his face. And Kaido gets happy that they have got him, but he says sorry to the trembling Alex and starts to run forward. Alex gets frustrated as he tries to remove the ropes from his legs and curses Kaido. and he finally removes the ropes and lunges towards Kaido, saying that he is going to kill him. Kyoto and the Morning Star run at full speed, and dust whirls around them. But Alex is also behind them, a little far away. Kaido tries to catch his breath as he opens one eye to look ahead to the finish line, which is also far away, and he motivates himself to run a little more. Suddenly, Shooter comes, and he smiles evilly and tells Kaido that he is not going to let him go that easily, and he appears in a giant military tank, which decreases his skill points to 0. Alex looks at him and says that he is the one who is going to attack him. But Shooter smiles and says that he does not know what he is talking about, as his tanks speed up just beside Alex. He then points his tank towards Alex and says that his weapon is stronger than Alex's demon suit. Seeing the threat, Alex abruptly makes a shield around himself, and the fire from the tanks clangs on his shield. The shield disappears, and Alex, who is crouching on the ground, suddenly gets up, saying that these things cannot stop him, and he is the one to attack Kaido, and he starts running once again. Shooter opens fire again and says that he is the one who will take down Kaido here and right now. But Morning Star grabs Kaido in his arms and starts running in zigzag, which slows down the speed of the bullets that are raining from the tank and gets thrust into the ground. And suddenly he swirls on the ground and leaps upwards, taking Kaido along with him, and suddenly a huge blast happens on the ground. Kaido grabs onto the shoulder of Morning Star and thinks to himself that they have to do something better than dodging the attacks. He grinds his teeth as he wonders what can stop both Alex and Shooter. Morning Star screams Kaido's name to do something, and Kaido flips the pages of his book, saying that he is trying to do something. Then he starts drawing two things on different pages, and a shield appears in Morning Star's hands, and a molten rocket appears in Kaido's hand, which he grabs with difficulty. Then Morning Star lands on the ground, cracking it a little bit by his weight, and they both get ready, carrying their weapons, and Kaido's skill points get 0. Shooter sees their weapons and says that if they think that their weapons will work, they have to think again and start firing with their tank. Kaido and Morning Star sit behind the shield as the bullet crashes on it. Then Kaido takes out the molten rocket and hands it over to the Morning Star, and he points it upwards as lava stars emerge from the log, as they both shout that these are lava balls, and the lava balls shoot up in the sky, and their particles land on the ground in front of Shooter, who gets confused. Alex also tries to understand what Kaido has done this time, and soon the lava melts into the ground, covering the distance between Shooter, Kaido, and Morning Star. Seeing the lava spreading, Shooter orders Isha to create a heat-resistant tank, and Isha, who is driving the tank, tells him that they do not have any skill points remaining, and Shooter gets frustrated. Other players reach towards the lava, and they wonder how they can reach the finish line. And one of them says that they did not see this lava when they joined the race. On the other side, Kaido and Morning Star start to run towards the finish line once again, and Morning Star turns his head and asks Shooter if this was enough to stop him, and then he and Kaido start laughing. Shooter gets angry and thinks that Morning Star is talking too much. He then calls his friends, George, Irene, and Thomas, and asks them to help him get to the finish line. And abruptly Alex comes towards the lava, and starts repeating himself for a long jump, and then he takes a long leap to cross the lava. Shooter gets shocked seeing him, but Alex screams that he is going to kill Kaido and Morning Star, and he gets successful in reaching the other side of the lava, but his app gets empty. Kaido looks behind him and sees Alex running toward them, and says that he is not getting tired of it, and Morning Star says that this happens when gym people join the game. Alex then halts in between and waves his hands to create something, and suddenly, a volleyball appears in his hands, and he throws the ball up in the air, and says that he wants to know if Kaido and Morning Star can deal with this. And with full force, he throws the ball forward, resulting in his skill point getting 0 and his health getting half. Kaido and Morning Star get alerted as they see the ball behind them, but Morning Star abruptly puts the shield between them, and the ball crashes into it. But Morning Star is using all his health points to shove the ball away, and it keeps decreasing, and he thinks that he can feel the attack in him, and he only has to throw the ball once more. And then he uses all his force and throws the ball in the air with the shield, and his health points get 10 out of 18. Morning Star tries to catch his breath, and Kaido looks at his injured arm and groans, and the health points decrease to 8. Then his quill brush stroke starts to glow, and he says that whatever his enemy throws at him, they will fight back because that is what they are supposed to do. And he swings his quill and draws something on the book, as he shouts to carry on, resulting in his skill points getting to 0. A glowing big fan appears in the Morning Star's hands, and Alex starts laughing at it, saying that they cannot carry on with that weapon. Kaipo looks at him with anger, as he hears Alex saying that he is getting more idiotic by the time. But then, Alex gets angry, saying that he is done with everything, and as his skill points increase to 1, he lunges forward, taking big steps on the ground. He then makes a fist with his hand and screams to use the rocket punch weapon, as energy swirls around him, and his skill points get to 0 once again. Kaido also orders Morning Star to use the gale, and he does, which makes a whirlwind around Alex, preventing him from coming forward. Alex gets shocked, as he wonders how a fan that looks like a toy can throw strong winds like that. The wind strikes Alex, and he winces and bends backwards a little. His health point also decreases to 5. Seeing that, Kaido gets a little happy, but soon his smile fades away from his face as he gets shocked. He sees Alex's foot screeching on the ground, and he says that he is not afraid of the wind, and Kaido has to come up with another plan. And he steps forward, smiling through the whirlwind, and Morning Star, still pushing the wind towards him, tells Kaido to do something because Alex has the power of Kabuto, and he can pass through the wind soon. But Kaido grabs his ram, and he pulls him towards him, saying that they should run towards the finish line. Alex smiles and says that he will finish both of them, and they cannot take this level from him. And all three rush toward the finish line, which is not far away now. He then takes a big step and runs like the wind, and then abruptly leaps towards Morning Star, who is running ahead of him. He smiles in the air as he grabs the tail of Morning Star, and Morning Star gets angry, saying that Alex is very persistent. But they do not stop, and all three of them leap once again towards the finish line. And then all of them crash on the ground. But Satan and Cain cannot see them as everything is turned into dust. But as the dust settles down, Cyan sits on the ground, and he sees Morning Star's hand a little further into the finish line, and with another hand, he is holding the horn of Alex, whose hand is a little behind the finish line. And Cyan turns towards Satan and announces that Kaido has won this round. And Kaido, who is lying on the ground, cannot believe that they have gotten first in this level. But then he gets up on his knees and starts cheering happily. Morning Star also gets up, shakes the dust off his skin, and thinks that everything was a little rocky. But he smiles at Kaido and tells him that he has done a good job, and Kaido smiles back at him. Alex also gets up and groans, and cannot believe that even after he has trained himself to increase his stamina, he has lost to Kaido. After a while, all the other players come and they finish the race, and everyone gets happy. On the other hand, Shooter comes behind Kaido, who is smiling, but he looks at him with anger. Satan appears and says that they all have finished round 1, and now they will move back to the lobby and start clapping. Soon, all the players, along with their demons, appear in the lobby and cheer upon completing the game. Then Satan shows the ranking board in which Kaido has come first, Alex second, and Sophia has come third. So the reward goes to Kaido, who will receive it in round 2. Alex and Shooter get angry and stand in disappointment, and Shooter spits his bubble out of his mouth. Satan then tells the players that they should be proud of themselves, because out of 100 players, they have survived, and they can fight for their dreams and can get the grand prize. Every player listens to him, and then he says goodbye. And suddenly the surrounding of the game lobby starts to turn green and black with a bunch of numbers, but the players are still chit-chatting with each other. And the scene shifts back to Kaido's room, where his computer screen shines, and multiple different words come up on it, and Kaido appears back in his chair in front of his computer. Kaido looks at the screen and cups his face with his own hands in surprise, and then he stands up and makes fists of his hands, and he gets happy as if he has won something for the first time, and he wonders if he has done time travel. Kaido looks at the screen and says that he will research more, and will give ideas to Nyan, and Morning Star, who is sitting behind him on his bed, says out loud that this might be his new prison cell. Hearing the voice, Kaido gets shocked as he looks behind him, and wonders how Morning Star is here, and if they are still in the game, and if this is a trick. Morning Star jumps off the bed and says that they will be together until the end of the game. And then he picks up Kaido's boxers off the floor, and asks what is this, and Kaido gets embarrassed, and snatches the boxers out of his hands, and Morning Star gets confused. Kaido gets annoyed and embarrassed as he thinks that Morning Star is here in reality. Morning Star then starts walking into the room, and Kaido asks how it is possible that he is physically here in his room. Morning Star replies that even he had thought about this question, but it does not matter, because they have to focus on winning. And he says that he is only going to focus on the game because they have to do a lot of stuff. Kaido rubs his chin and thinks that Morning Star is right, that they should focus on their game, and he is confused just like him, but he still wants his help in the game. On the other hand, Morning Star takes a book out of a shelf, and he makes a face saying that he can understand why Kaido behaves like kids, because he reads children's books, and throws a book behind him. He throws another one, but Kaido catches it along with some others, and he says that these books are manga, and they are for adults, and Morning Star smirks. He then starts going through other stuff, and Kaido tells him that even if Morning Star thinks of him as useless, his art has made them win the round, and Morning Star says that his art was mixed with beginner's luck. Hearing that, Kaido gets angry, and Morning Star smiles and says that he did not say anything, and he should continue talking. Morning Star then sits on the chair, and Kaido puts back his books and says that they should make some rules as they are going to live together. Morning Star crosses his legs and puts them on the table, and asks him what rules he is talking about. Kaido crosses his arms on his chest and tells him that he cannot touch his stuff without asking, and he should not leave the room. Because if anyone finds him, they will be scared and will ask too many questions. Morning Star says that he knows that humans are weak, and that is why he has to make sure that he does not mess up, and then he pulls out a drawer. He gets surprised as he sees the gummy worms in the drawer. He takes out the gummy worms and starts munching on them, and says that he doesn't want to interact with humans, but the snacks are delicious. Seeing this, Kaido gets furious as he shouts that he has just told him not to touch his stuff without asking. But Morning Star keeps eating calmly, and then tells him that his rule is that he is going to eat gummy worms every day, or else he is not going to listen to Kaido. Kaido gets annoyed as he wonders if all demons are jerks, and Morning Star asks him if he has said anything. Kaido says that he will bring a snack for Morning Star, and he sits on his bed. Morning Star then puts an eye mask on his eyes, gummies still in his mouth, and he says that Kaido needs an eye mask as well. Kaido lies on the bed and presses the remote, turning off all the lights. He then pulls the duvet over himself, as he hears Morning Star snoring on his chair, and he tells him good night. The scene shifts, and Kaido enters university, and at that time, he is feeling very confident, and the pressure of school is mild on him. He sits in his class and draws the scene of the games calmly, and the teacher calls his name, but he cannot hear him. So the teacher shouts and asks him if he is paying attention in class, and Kaido apologizes to him. The teacher then asks him a question in English, and a boy sitting beside him translates it for him in Japanese. And Kaido replies to the question, and the teacher gets surprised as he announces that the answer is correct. The teacher asks another question to the class, but all the students start talking about Kaido, as they are surprised that he has finally got the hang of the classes. The boy sitting beside him tells him that Kaido has done a great job. The scene shifts as he gets full marks on his test, and he blushes as he thinks that he cannot describe it, but there is a light that flickers in his brain. The scene shifts as Kaido gives a presentation in Japanese, and the same boy translates it for him. A student says that his idea is great to have some leverage on the internet, and another says that it is great to have some customers. After some time, Kaido also gives a presentation at his dad's company. He explains that Nyan's customers like their phones because they are easy to use, and they should use AI for photos and writing. A man sitting in front tells him that his idea is great and says that they will make a code and will present it to him at their next meeting. Kaido then looks at his father, who is silently nodding, and he wonders if all of this is due to Satan. The scene shifts to the evening, and Kaido turns as he hears Izuki telling him to wait. Kaido then walks towards him, as Izuki tells him that they should also think about predictive maintenance and try to be proactive. Hearing that, Kaido smiles and says that he wants to take some time to think about everything after researching. Izuki tells him that he is right, and thanks him for his time, and Kaido walks away as they both wave goodbye to each other. Kaido walks on the road, carrying gummy worms in his hand, as he thinks that his knowledge is limited, and he needs to advance in the game to know more, and this fuels the fire in him to play more of the game. He reaches his home at night, and he opens the door of his room. He enters the door and gets confused as he hears someone laughing in the room. And he slams the door open, and he sees a guy with pink hair, using his computer and headphones, and laughing at something. The guy keeps laughing, eating his gummy worms, and his shirt opens, showing his abs. Kaido abruptly rushes towards the guy, and snatches the headphones off his head, and he screams, asking who he is and what he is doing in his room, and he will call the police. The guy suddenly grabs his arm and screams at him, asking what he is doing and where his gummy worms are. He snatches the headphones back, and he gets angry, his horns and pointy teeth showing, and he asks if Kaido has asked the police to bring the gummy worms. Kaido gets confused as he wonders how the guy can understand him, even though the guy is not speaking Japanese. He looks at the guy and wonders if he is Morning Star because he is asking for the gummy worms. As soon as he realizes that, he snatches the gummies, and with horror, he asks if he is Morning Star. But Morning Star snatches the gummies from him and opens the packet, and starts eating, and says that Kaido is dumb to think he is someone else than Morning Star. Kaido gets surprised, and he checks Morning Star from every angle and touches his cheeks, asking how he looks like a human, because his skin was red like a tomato, and Morning Star gets annoyed, but still eats the gummies. Morning Star then slams his hand on Kaido's face and says that he needs to blend in while he is in this world, because it is part of Satan. Kaido rubs his red face as he asks what it means, the part of Satan. Morning Star looks at him like he is an idiot, and asks Kaido if he has even read the rules of the game, and Kaido gets shocked, and Morning Star pushes on to the table, and says that Kaido even signed up very late in the game that every player had to strategize for hours. He then slams on the table and, with frustration, he tells Kaido that he was not working well because he was not paying much attention. Kaido rubs the back of his neck and sheepishly says that he only logged in after the promo code, and he only read a little bit of the game, that he needs to play, learn, and get the wish. Morning Star gets up from his chair and says that Kaido has only memorized the unimportant part. He then grabs his shoulder and throws him on the chair. Kaido gets angry, as he says that it was important for him and his family, so he cannot tell him that this is not important, but Morning Star shouts back, saying that he is not being serious. He lunges towards him, grabs his chair, and says in a voice that Kaido always talks about desires, but now he wants to tell him something. He turns the chair to face the computer, and Kaido gets shocked, but Morning Star tells him that he should say goodbye to his dreams if he does not understand even the basics of the game. Kaido then tells him to relax and explains the rules to him. Morning Star then starts explaining that Satan is a competition that is called Certamen, and the participants are called players who compete to win the grand prize, and every player is given a demon that is bonded with them until the end of the game, just like Morning Star is bonded with Kaido, and he finds it unfortunate. And Kaido gets offended as he asks why he is saying that it is unfortunate. And the demons have to be with their humans at all times, and have to blend in with the environment of the human world. Kaido tells him that he understands, and Morning Star keeps explaining that the group of demon and player starts with 18 health points, 3 skill points, and 3 attack points, and whenever the player levels up, their points also increase. Kaido gets surprised as he says that it means that they can do bigger attacks in the next round. But Morning Star interrupts him, saying that he should ask the questions in the end. He then starts explaining once again, saying that their health points should not go to 0, and they will die, and the HP drops even if they are defending themselves instead of fighting. He then tells Kaido that it is better to dodge the attacks than to defend them, and he says that the rules do not include healing others with their own HP, and Kaido must be the only one who can do this. Then he says to Kaido that he should not waste his HP on other players, and Kaido replies that he will do his best. Then he explains that SP is the special ability, and for Kaido, that is bringing his drawings to life. He says that the larger the object, the more SP they lose, so Kaido should make strategies on how to create the equipment. Kaido then says that this is why Morning Star was angry when Kaido made the pillar using 2 SPs, and Morning Star says that it not only used the SP, but it was a useless idea. He then explains that SP increases every 32 seconds, so 2 SP increases after 64 seconds, and so on and so forth. And Kaido says that it is an arbitrary number. Morning Star then tells him that the attack points are for powerful physical attacks in which they do not have to use SP, and they include things like punches and kicks. and he explains that when a player utilizes the app, it will disappear until they find an idol, and Kaido asks what an idol is. So Morningstar replies that it is like a special thing that refills the SP, and to gain an idol, a player needs to answer some questions regarding their major in studies, and Kaido gets scared, saying that he does not know anything about it, and Morningstar replies that he should study more. But Kaido does not pay attention, so Morningstar says that they need to fight and win against all other players. He then tells Kaido that in order to protect their HP, they have to use their SP and app to clear the round. He then tells him that after they get the title of the lone survivor, Kaido will get his wish, and Morningstar will be free. He then turns to Kaido and asks if he has understood everything, and Kaido tries to say something, but his phone starts buzzing. He smiles and says that he is going to see what is going on. Morningstar gets frustrated and folds his arms, saying that Kaido can get all the free time that they do not have. Kaido uses his phone and swipes through the news, and his face gets full of worry. He taps on the breaking news, and the reporter says that yesterday, there were many unexplained deaths that happened, and it shows 6 pictures of college students, and the reporters say that the killer is only targeting the students, and they have asked Detective Yang from Taipei for an investigation. Kaido goes through the pictures, and he recognizes one picture of a boy, and he gets shocked, and Kaido shows the picture to Morningstar, asking if he is the same boy who died in the first level of the game. Morningstar replies that it does not matter because there are many people who die in this world. Kaido gets upset, and he says that it is weird that the boy died after losing in Satan, and he wonders if other students were also players. And Morningstar says that it might be a coincidence, and suddenly Kaido's computer screen starts having a countdown starting from 10 seconds. Kaido bends down on his chair, and Morningstar tells him that he should not get distracted by the deaths and focus on winning the game. Kaido gets into deep thinking as he wonders if it was really a coincidence. Then the green light of the countdown screen shines on his face, and he looks at it and thinks that it should be a coincidence. And suddenly the whole room shines with red and green light, and takes both of them on the screen. Both of them appear inside the game, and Morningstar is now back in the demon shape, and they look around, seeing the demolished building everywhere. Kaido asks Morningstar where they are right now, and he replies, saying that the break between the rounds is finished, and now it is time for the second round, and Kaido gets frustrated that they did not even get any notification. And then Satan appears, as he welcomes everyone, and everyone looks above at Kane and Satan and the timer above them, which shows 57 seconds. And Satan says that all the players must have gained some of the knowledge after surviving the first round. And one player says that he is finally understanding calculus, and another says that she got a B on one of her exams, and another one says that she wants more knowledge to get to the top of her class. Satan then announces that every player will be advanced to level 2, and players get happy as a green light shines over them, increasing their level. Satan then announces that because Kaido got first place, he will get up to the 3rd level. Hearing that, Alex and Shooter get angry and frustrated. Satan then announces that the second round is named Survival of the Fittest, and the rank will be based on how many players one defeats. Satan smiles and says that the winner will get an additional boost in the game. T-Pain says that it is Kaido's toast, and Uncle Drakiv laughs, and a giant elephant named Gajasura stands behind him. Satan then tells everyone that there are idols distributed over the area for players to utilize them, and they have to find a red skull to claim the idol. Hearing that, Mamba, Bossman, and other players look around to find the red skull. As the timer gets to 2 seconds, Kaido looks at it, and Satan wishes all of them good luck. And as soon as the timer ends, Satan announces that the game has begun. And suddenly, Uncle Drake's elephant, Gajasura, throws a giant weapon towards Kaido. Morningstar abruptly gets alerted, and he looks behind and curses. Suddenly, a loud explosion happens, and Kaido's health points decrease. Then Shooter takes out 2 guns in both hands and fires, while shouting that they should all give the tough time to Kaido. Along with that, T-Pain's demon, Grim, holds the giant axe and lunges towards Kaido, who is in Morningstar's arms, and wind swirls around them. Grim swings his axe and attacks Morningstar, who jumps on the ground, holding Kaido. He lands on the ground, gritting his teeth in pain, and Kaido shouts his name in worry as he sees his arm with a slash. The health point decreases more as the blood oozes out of the wound in his arm. Suddenly, Kaido grabs his arm and winces as blood comes out of the same place that Morningstar was injured. He then thinks that in the last round, they got injured in the same arm. Kaido then looks at his arm, which is now soaking in blood, and he wonders if he will die in this game just like the boy did in the last round. Morning Star shouts at Kaido, and he gets alert as he looks above at him. Morning Star tells him to pay attention, as he needs to draw something to survive. As he fights with George, he decreases his attack points. Kaido gets surprised, holding his arm, and he closes his eyes to focus on the game. Kaido then stands up, holding his sketchbook and quill, and he thinks that he needs to fight back and protect his HP because he wants to see his brother once again. He opens the book and starts drawing, as fire engulfs behind him, and wind blows his hair and tie, and he opens his eyes in determination, and thinks that he is going to light up the area. He then starts drawing a shield and a sword, and tells Morning Star to fight, and his SP decreases. The shield and the sword appear in the hands of Morning Star, and Shooter opens fire, saying that Kaido is going soft on him. Morning Star defends himself with the shield as the bullets hit it, and he grinds his teeth as he thinks that Kaido is not thinking straight and is not using the SP correctly, and is putting Morning Star in danger. Suddenly, he looks up and gets shocked as he sees Grim lunging towards him with his axe, and Grim attacks his shield, creating a large spark, and T-Pain's HP and SP get decreased. Morning Star smiles and tells him that he needs to do something more to get to him. Suddenly, he gets alerts and sees a giant punch coming towards him, and he gets the punch on his face by Gajasura, decreasing his HP along with App. And Gajasura says that Morning Star is talking too much when he is about to be eliminated. But suddenly, Morning Star thrusts his sword into Gajasura, saying that he was giving too much credit to himself, and Uncle Drakey's points decreased. George smiles as his demons appear from his arm tattoos, and a little Adesea demon appears, roaring with long hair, and George tells him to eat everyone. And Adesea eats one of the demons, and says that this is delicious. Then Adesea turns into a giant size, and says that he wants to eat more, and George tells him that he should eat the juicy demon that is in front of them by using all his power. Morning Star gets frustrated as he sees Adesea, and says that he does not want to fight with him, and Kaido asks who this demon is. George then orders Atasia to throw the dragon's breath, and a giant fairy ball comes out of his mouth, decreasing George's AP and SP. The fireball hits the shield, and Morning Star tells Kaido to think about something, or else they will get burned, and their HP gets drained. But suddenly Alex comes and hits Morning Star, and Kaido shouts his name, and the surrounding gets fiery, and Kaido coughs up blood as he holds his stomach. He keeps coughing up blood, and winces in pain as he wonders if his ribs are broken because he cannot breathe properly. Morning Star falls on the ground, and Kaido tries to catch his breath, bending his knees, as he thinks that he cannot fight because he cannot move. And suddenly, he realizes something, gets full of determination, and starts drawing. And Morning Star tries to get up, coughing, as he taunts Kaido that he was sleeping all this time. But they have to do something soon, because they only have a single shot left. He then tells Kaido that he needs to do what he did in Game 3, and has to get enough time to find an idol, and Kaido tells him that he has understood everything. Kaido gets into focus and starts to draw a weapon, and it appears in Morning Star's hands, and he tells him that now he can attack everyone. Their HP now remains only 3, and SP is remaining only 2, but Morning Star gets happy seeing the huge gun. On the other hand, Shooter tells Alex that at first they were fighting, but now that their enemy is Kaido, they both should work together. But Alex smiles and says that no one has understood him yet, because he has been saying that he is the one who will kill Kaido, and no one should get away with it. Hearing that, Shooter gets a little frustrated and curses Alex, saying that if they work together, they can eliminate Kaido. But Alex lunges forward, saying that he will never work with Shooter, and he is the one who will get Kaido. Shooter and George run towards Alex. On the other hand, Kaido motivates Morning Star, and Morning Star tells him that they should not run away and have to take everyone down. Morning Star gets ready to shoot as he sees the players coming towards them, and Kaido tells him that this is not the right time, and he says that he does not want Kaido to be his coach. Morning Star smiles and fires a glue grenade, and a bunch of green glue plops everywhere on the ground, and one of the glue balls splats on George, and he falls on the ground, and the glue falls on Gajasura and T-Pain as well, and T-Pain calls for Grim to save him. Seeing this, Shooter gets worried as he thinks that this is a new magic trick of Kaido. The glue keeps falling on the ground, and Alex dodges some of them, but finally, one glue plops him down, decreasing his HP. He then sees Shooter running past him, and he tells him that he will take care of him once they get out of here. And Shooter smiles and says that Alex needs to see where he is going, and then he tells him bye, but suddenly the glue plops on his face. And then Morningstar and Kaido run, leaving their gun, and Shooter screams that they are being cowards for running away. A moment later, Morningstar and Kaido walk through a demolished building, and then they see a total disaster in front of them, as a dragon throws fire on one of the players, and other demons kill other players, and they all scream. Seeing this, Kaido gets shocked, and Morningstar grabs him and slams him against the wall. And he tells him that players are crawling in here, and they should not get caught, so they need to get any attention towards them. And Kaido gets sad, and he says that Morningstar is right. Suddenly, a red skull appears a little far away from him. And Kaido looks at it and gets alert, and then tells Morningstar if that skull is an idol. Morningstar turns back and says that it is an idol, and they both run towards it. As they reach the skull, a tunnel appears in the ground, emitting green light inside it, and Morningstar wonders if they have to go down another tunnel. They both look down, and Kaido says that the bright side is that they did not make this tunnel like before. They both get down the ladder in the tunnel, and Morningstar is holding a fire in his hand, and he says that he is the only one who made the tunnel, and Kaido has only drawn the drill. A moment later, a red ball runs into the demolished building, and Kaido and Morningstar appear above a green lava flow. They both keep walking, and Kaido asks Morningstar how long this will go on, and he replies that he does not know that, but he thinks that they will not get the benefit to use their SP to design a map, and says that they have to use this time to increase their SP. Kaido holds his stomach, and he slowly says that it is good that they have found an idol because their HP is almost finished. And suddenly, a bunch of red eyes start appearing behind them in the dark. Morningstar keeps saying that even if they have found an idol, it does not mean they are totally safe, because they have to check the knowledge of their computer degree. And Kaido, slowly, walks in pain and tiredness, and he replies that he will pass this on to his father. Morningstar says that it does not look like he will pass the test, because he has been spending his time in the company instead of reading his books. And Kaido says that Morningstar is the one who has been watching TV and eating gummy worms all this time. Suddenly, the eyes appear in the light, and it turns out they are big mosquitoes, and one of them attacks Kaido's head, and he screams in pain. Kaido and Morningstar turn around and get shocked, their eyes bulging out. And abruptly they both start running away, as the mosquitoes run after them, and Kaido screams, asking what these creatures are, and Morningstar replies that these are Beelzebub's spawn. Morningstar tells him to use his SP, and Kaido opens his book and quill, as some mosquitoes are inches behind them. And Kaido draws a mosquito repellent, and says that they need some old-fashioned thing. It appears in Morningstar's hands, and he turns around holding it, and sprays it on the mosquitoes, and covers them all, and some of them fall in the green lava, and Morningstar says that it has been a long time since he has seen these mosquitoes. He then wipes his hands, seeing all the mosquitoes on the ground, and says that Kaido has thought quickly about this. But as Kaido does not reply to him, he turns around to see what he is doing, and Kaido sits in surprise, red light shining on him, as he tells Morningstar to look at this. Morningstar turns around and sees Kaido bending towards an arcade game of Satan, and hears him saying that his father does not like him gaming, but he enjoys playing retro arcade games like Pac-Man. And Morningstar laughs, saying that humans play games like Packing a Man, which sounds fun. Kaido turns around and tries to explain that Pac-Man is a maze game, but Morningstar interrupts him, saying that he should focus on the screen, because it is the test and their lives are dependent on it. He turns around and says that Morningstar is saying as if it is a bad thing, and Morningstar gets angry, saying that if he fails, it is going to be a bad thing. The first question appears on the screen with multiple answers, and he thinks that he got this one in a quiz as well, and he got this wrong, and he tries to think what the answer was, and he realizes the answer, and chooses answer C. The second question pops up, and he chooses answer B for it by holding the joystick. The third question appears, and he gets very focused and again chooses answer B for it. The test ends, and it asks him if he wants to submit the test, and he clicks on yes, thinking that this should be good enough. Suddenly, a bright light appears from the screen and shines on Kaido and Morningstar, The scene shifts, and Alex looks around and screams in frustration, wondering where Kaido is right now. George tries to remove the glue from T-Pain along with Adosea, as he is screaming to help him, and George replies that he is trying his best, along with his demon. Alex grinds his teeth, eyeing Shooter, who is removing glue from his arm, and thinks that this is all his fault because he had come in between. Alex then turns into a giant monster, emitting blue energy, and says that he will kill Shooter. The scene shifts, and Kaido and Morning Star look patiently at the screen to show the results. Kaido winces and begs that at least he can get the passing marks. Suddenly, the screen congratulates him, with a loud ding sound, and Kaido punches his fist in the air with joy, as all his points get full, and he receives a necklace. Both he and Morning Star glow with green energy, as Kaido says that he was not expecting him to pass, and Morning Star palms his face as he says that he thought that he would kill him, and he has not killed a human for so long, and it would have been messy. Hearing that, Kaido turns to him and asks what he means by saying that he would kill him, and Morning Star says that he said that it was almost. Kaido turns around, being fussy as he complains that he cannot believe that they are partners. All of a sudden, blue light appears on them, and they start to disappear, and Kaido gets a little confused, and they appear in a different location, and Kaido says that it is different from where they started. And Morning Star says that it does not matter, but they have restored all the points, and that is the important thing. And he turns around a little and tells Kaido to draw something that can make a punch, but warns him not to use every SP. Kaido smiles and starts drawing, and thinks that he knows what he should make. He draws an axe, and names it Warex, and it appears in Morning Star's hands, and he smiles, saying that he likes it, and it only uses 2 of their SP. Suddenly, a rock crashes onto the ground beside them, and they both get confused. And another explosion happens above them, and a rock is about to fall on them, and Morning Star curses. He then holds Kaido's hand and starts running, dodging the rocks. They run ahead, as the ceiling collapses behind them and everything turns into dust. Kaido bends, and he huffs and puffs, saying that they were about to be crushed, and thanks Morning Star, and Morning Star asks him if he is cursed, because everything collapsed when he was there. Kaido turns his head and says that he knows for sure that there is something that has made it collapse, and he sees the demon of Tahatan emerging from the building, and someone screams for help, and Kaido asks if this is the Leshy demon, and Morning Star agrees. The scene shifts to Leshy, who is holding Tahatan in his root, who screams at Leshy, asking what he is doing. Leshy gets angry and tells him that he is the weak boy, so he will win the game by himself to end his punishment. Leshy then opens his giant mouth to eat Tahatan, and Kaido asks if he is eating him. Morning Star tells him that the demons like to eat people who get scared, and they love to eat them. Tahatan screams as he gets eaten, and Morning Star says that when a host gets eaten, the demon gets more confident in fear. On the other hand, Bossman asks Siofra what is going on and where Tahatan went, and Siofra tells him that he is no more, and they have to focus on the attack plan. But Bossman says that they have to save him, and he takes out his game controller and throws star blades towards Leshy. Leshy laughs as he defends himself with his roots, and the blades crash on it, and he says that Bossman is trying his best. He then says that Siofra should know not to fight with someone stronger than her, and he attacks them with his root, throwing them away. They both fall down on the ground, and Bossman coughs. His AP and SP are empty, and his HP has only 4 remaining. Siofra gets up and says that Leshy is wrong about them. She screams at him and says that he is underestimating her. Leshy smiles evilly and throws his leaves at Siofra and the unconscious Bossman. And Kaido tries to lunge towards Bossman, but Morning Star holds him, telling him not to go. But Siofra gets shocked as she sees a blue screen protecting her from the pointy leaves of Leshy, and he gets confused and shocked, and he starts to get covered in the blue shield, and Tahatan's HP decreases. Leshy holds the walls with his hands as they start to get covered in a blue screen, and he gets shocked as he does not understand what is going on. On the other hand, Sophia is working on her laptop along with Metatron, who is looking at the smaller image of him inside the blue screen box. But their SP is getting very low. She then asks Siofra and Bossman if they are okay, and Siofra thanks her, and Bossman tells her that she is the best and her robot as well. Leshy gets angry and he screams, and Sophia gets shocked and scared, as she sees Leshy cracking the walls that he is bound with. as he says that these blue beings will not stop him. And then he stretches and breaks free from the blue screen binds as he screams freedom. Seeing that, Sophia tries to tell Metatron to do something, but they get hit by Leshy's root. Metatron gets smacked into a wall, and its electricity emerges from it. Sophia throbs, her eyes widen, and Kaido grits his teeth as he thinks that he cannot sit and do nothing. He looks at the scared bossman, and he thinks that they have to kill an opponent to be ranked, and if they kill Leshy, they will achieve that goal, and will save Bossman as well. He then looks at Morningstar and tells him to use his axe to slice the roots of Leshy, and Morningstar thinks that finally Kaido is doing planning. On the other hand, Leshy throws his vine and root and screams that he will kill them. Bossman covers his ears and closes his eyes in fear, and Siofra throws pink energy towards Leshy, and Morningstar takes out the axe, and says that this would be sharp enough even to slash Leshy's head off, and he lunges forward, and slashes the vines of Leshy, and Siofra shouts his name, as she and Bossman get shocked and scared. Kaido sits in front of Bossman, asking if he is alright, and Bossman abruptly hugs him, and starts crying, saying that he was scared because if he had failed, he would not have been able to contact Kaido because he does not have any contact with him. Kaido grabs Bossman by his shoulders, and tells him that everything will be okay. He just has to wait until he gets his SP back, and Bossman says okay. They both look to the side and see Sophia and Metatron lying unconscious on the floor. Kaido goes to her and asks if she can hear him, and she opens her eyes and calls his name, but then closes her eyes again, and Kaido thinks that she is badly injured, and he starts drawing, thinking that even though Morningstar has asked him not to do this, he thinks that he does not have any other choice. A bandage appears on Sophia and Metatron, increasing their HP and decreasing Kaido's HP. Soon, Sophia wakes up, winces, and asks Kaido if he has done this. Bossman tells her that Kaido has done this because he is amazing, and Sophia thanks him, saying that she owes him. And Kaido scratches his head, saying that this is not the problem, and she is the one who helped him first in the game. Suddenly, Morningstar shouts at Kaido to stop flirting with his girlfriend and help him, and Kaido shouts back, blushing, saying that she is not his girlfriend. Leshy shouts at Morningstar, throwing vines, and tells Morningstar that he will give him one last chance. Morningstar dodges and slashes the vines, but Leshy tells him that Morningstar knows that he wants to torture the false king, just like he did to him for thousands of years, and he will not stop at any point. Morningstar lunges towards him, saying that he should remember that everyone here has faced the same fate. He dodges another vine and says that he understands the desire of Leshy, and he has the same desire. He slashes another vine and says that because of his desire, he will not back down. Leshy laughs and says that Morningstar is an idiot and weak for getting his wrong right. By getting bound by Kaido, he does not have his true power. Morningstar tells him that Kaido is slow, but he will let him win the game, and he grits his teeth, looking at him. Hearing that, Kaido gets surprised, as he looks at Morningstar standing a little away from him. Morningstar says that he needs to do something for that, and suddenly, he and Kaido shout together, saying to chop the beanstalk Leshy. And he lunges towards Leshy and quickly chops his legs in half, leading him to fall on the ground, screaming, and his blood oozes out of him, and he crashes to the ground. Looking at that, Kaido and Sophia smile, and Bossman cheers. Morningstar turns around and says that Leshy always had the problem of being cocky, and he does not like his guts, but nothing is personal for him. But suddenly a bunch of vines rushes towards him, and he gets alert and turns around. But Leshy wraps him in his vines, and he screams. On the other hand, it has wrapped Kaido, Sophia, and Bossman as well, and Kaido screams for Morningstar. Leshy gets angry, and he says that Morningstar was calling him cocky and arrogant, but now they are all tied up in his vines. The vine wraps tightly around Kaido, squeezing him with force, and his sketchbook drops out of his hand as he groans in pain. The vine also wraps itself around Morningstar's hand, and his axe drops from his hand, and he grinds his teeth. Sophia winces and says what is the problem with the vibes, and Bossman screams for help. And the Warwick starts to disappear, and Kaido thinks that if Leshy keeps continuing this, every player in his vine will get killed, along with their time in Satan. He then thinks that if he gets through Tahaten, maybe they all can get out of this situation, because he has also helped them before. He then makes a fist out of his hands, and using all his energy, he screams Tahaten's name. The scene shifts to Leshy's stomach, where Tahatan is deep in green waters and vines and roots are wrapping themselves around his body parts, and he hears Kaido's voice. He gets surprised as he hears him saying that the rule of the game is to kill players, but he tells him that he knows that Tahatan does not want to kill them, because he has saved them before. Kaido shouts again, saying that he thinks that Tahatan is an honorable person, and he should not let a demon destroy his character. Leshy laughs, hearing that, and says that Kaido is being stupid to call Tahatan because he is dead, due to his weakness. And Kaido shouts at him, telling him that he is wrong because he has seen Tahatan's courage and strength in the first round. He tells him that Tahatan is not weak to be controlled by someone, and Leshy replies, saying that Kaido is blind, as he does not know the game, nor the power of Leshy, and Sophia gets surprised as some vines get away from her. Then Morning Star shouts, telling Kaido that he is running his mouth that will not solve any problem, and he also believes that Tahatan is dead. Suddenly, Sophia shouts and tells Kaido that he should keep trying, because the vines are getting loose, and it means that Leshy is also losing control over Tahatan. Morning Star gets frustrated as he thinks that Sophia has undermined him in front of his partner. As Kaido hears that, he smiles, provokes Leshy, and tells him that his power as a demon is only that he can confine a player against his own will. On the other hand, Tahatan thinks about the word confined, and he thinks that he has not even thought about this word since a particular day. And he thinks about the day in his childhood, when his mother was forcefully taken from their home, as her sister and he were crying. He tries his best to save his mother, but a man slams him to the floor beside his crying sister. But he gets up again and tries to sprint toward the car, where the men are driving off with his mother. But he cannot reach the car, and it drives away. He screams and tries to run, but then he falls on his knees. He looks up towards the sky and screams with his lungs, crying, and it is the last time he will see his mother. Then he grows up, and he once hears about the game, and he thinks that he needs to reclaim his lost mother, as he imagines himself hugging her. The scene shifts back, and due to his flashback, he gets determined once again, and he shouts that he cannot be forcefully taken down. Leshy gets angry over Tahatan, but he bites the vines that are strangling him, as he says that he will never be Leshy's puppet and would rather die. Leshy gets angrier as he says that if Tahatan resists, he will never see his mother. But Tahatan removes the vines from him and tells Leshy to shut up, as he does not know anything about his mother. Sophia gets shocked as she sees the vines loosening up, but then she smiles and takes out her computer. She calls Metatron and tells him that they should use defense to give Kaido an opening. Metatron, who is still wrapped in vines along with Siofra, starts synchronizing. Soon, everyone starts to get bubbled up in a blue screen, and Bossman gets amazed, and Siofra asks what is going on. Morning Star smiles at this and tells Sophia that she is doing great, but he needs a little more space from the vines, and the blue screen starts to expand, breaking the vines from his body. He then gets free and jumps down, and tells Sophia that she needs to keep doing this, and he will keep her for 2 more rounds, and Sophia gets annoyed. Morning Star then picks up Kaido's sketchbook from the ground, but as he stands up, a long, giant vine comes beside him and swings him, but he abruptly grabs it in one hand. He smirks and starts swinging on the vine. Then, with a slash, the vines break free, Kaido, and he and Morning Star leap towards the ground, and Morning Star says that the chatting is over. Kaido sits on the ground as Morning Star hands him his sketchbook and tells him that it is time for payback, and he agrees. Kaido then opens his book and starts drawing the war axe once again, and it reappears in Morning Star's hands, and he says that the second time is the charm. All of a sudden, a vine appears in front of Morning Star, but he swings his axe and slashes the vine in half, saying that it is never too late to do the right thing. He looks up and sees Sophia and Bossman along with their demons, and he rushes towards them. He slashes their vines, and they all fall on the ground, and Sophia asks Bossman if he is all right, and he says that he is, as they both remove their vines. On the other hand, Tahatan tries to catch his breath after he slashes every vine in the stomach, and he thinks that he needs to wait patiently a little more. And Leshy shouts at him that if he had listened to him, he would have gotten what he wanted, but now he will eat his soul, and some more vines get in the way as Tahatan tries to come out of his stomach. And the 3 players, along with Morning Star, get alerted and shocked. The vines once again wrap themselves around Tahatan, and he screams for help to Kaido. Sophia gets determined as she says that if Leshy wants to fight, he needs to fight with everyone. But Kaido comes and says that this fight is only between him and Leshy. And he takes out his quill and says that he will save Tahaten. And then he tells Morning Star to go, and he lunges towards Leshy, holding his axe above his shoulder. Leshy laughs and also rushes towards Morning Star, walking on his hands. He then throws the vines towards Morning Star, but he dodges them and jumps upward. And Kaido and Morning Star scream in unison, and attack the Horogo's tea leaf, and Morning Star swings the axe, leaving a radiating glow in the sky. And Leshy gets shocked and screams as Morning Star slashes him in half, and the HP of Tahaten gets finished. The green lava splatters out of him, and he keeps screaming, and Morning Star lands back on the ground. Sophia and Bossman put their arms on their eyes, as the dust flows in the air, and Bossman asks if everything is over. Kaido also stands, with worried expressions. He sees dead Leshy, and Tahaten sitting down on the green liquid, and he rushes towards them. He falls on his knees and quickly starts drawing a bandage, and some of it wraps Tahaten's body. But he needs more, so Kaido draws more, urging it to work. But Tahaten puts a hand on his book and smiles, telling him that he does not have to do this. Blood seeps out of his eyes and half of his body, and he tells Kaido that he entered this game to find his mom, who has been missing for 10 years after she was kidnapped. Kaido lowers his head in sadness as Tahaten says that he can never hurt anyone like those people who have hurt his family. He further explains that even though he has lost this game, he is going to find his mother in other ways, and nothing can stop him. He smiles and thanks Kaido as he starts glowing and his HP gets finished. Kaido starts crying, and Tahaten thanks him once again for reminding him who he really is, and his soul starts to leave his body. Sitting in front of Tahaten, Kaido cries, looking at his hands, as he feels guilty that he could not save him. Sophia comes behind him and puts her hand on his shoulder, and she smiles as she tells him that he has saved him by telling him who he really is as a person, and it was his reward. Abruptly, Bossman comes and hugs his back as he says that Sophia is right, because even he did not want Tahaten to lose, but at the same time, Kaido has saved him and Sophia. Kaido smiles at him and pats his head, as he realizes that in this tragic moment, he has made friends whom he never had before. Bossman keeps hugging him, and they both look ahead, as Sophia, Morning Star, and Siofra stand behind them, and the voice of Tick-Tock roars in the surrounding. The scene shifts as Alex appears wounded, and he trembles on the demolished ground as fire surrounds him. And suddenly he falls on the ground on his knee with a thud, and he tries to get up, but he groans in pain as blood drips out of him. He thinks to himself that he will not die like this and needs to move, and Shooter and his demon Isha stand in front of him, and he asks Alex if he is good. Alex's demon Kabuto tells him that close combat will not work on Isha, and they should use a swift attack that will give them some advantage because Shooter does not have SP. Alex lifts his head up, his face wounded, and he smiles and tells Kabuto that that is exactly what they need to fight, and Shooter smiles and tells his friends that they should kill Alex, and George makes a fist and announces the weapon of Haymaker. Suddenly, a giant demon appears above Alex, and he takes out his ball and says that this demon is not strong enough for him. He tries to throw his ball, radiating with blue energy, but he gets stopped by the green energy that rushes past him, and he gets alerted. And the green energy turns out to be Hound, who bites on the demon's hand, splattering his blood out. Shooter gets shocked, as he cannot understand what has happened. Hound then slams the demon on the floor, as rocks fly upwards from the ground. And then he comes and stands in front of Alex, protecting him from any harm. Then Mamba comes in front of Alex, and he says that fighting 3 against 1 is unfair, but Alex stares at him, saying that he is interfering with his gameplay. Mamba pats Alex's head and smiles, telling him that he has said before that Alex cannot fight alone. So he needs to think that he is using Mamba to get to his goal, if this makes him feel better, and Alex gets frustrated, saying that he will feel better if Mamba leaves him alone. And Mamba furrows his eyebrows, telling him that he knows that he is tough, but he would never leave his side until the end, and he should remember what he said when they were kids. And they get the flashback, when a bully slams Alex onto a wall, asking him if he has lost his inhaler once again, because he might not be getting his oxygen to his brain, because he is forgetting his money. Alex hunches forward in front of the 2 bully older boys, as he screams that he will not give them 1 more penny, and he pushes one of the guys and tries to punch him. But the boy punches him back, and Alex falls on the ground. And the boy screams at him, telling him that he has made a big mistake to say something like this because he owns him. And another boy tries to stop him, telling him that they should leave. But suddenly Mamba appears and hits the boy on the head with his bag. And then he hits him with a punch, as he tells him in anger that the boy should bully someone of his own size, because Alex's bones are brittle and he might cripple him. The boy falls on the ground as another one tries to lift him up, and one boy runs away, and one of them says sorry to Mamba, and one boy says that they did not do anything, and it was Alex's fault. And Mamba gets angry, as he tells them they should leave in 5 seconds, or else he will kill them. And the boys start to run away, and Mamba calls them jerks and then gives his hand to Alex, smiling, telling him that everything is alright. But Alex slaps his hand, telling him that he does not need his help, and Mamba gets shocked. Alex tries to get up on his knees, and he winces as he tells Mamba that he should not come to his help every time, because he wants to deal with them on his own. He tells him that he is working to fight back, and even though his mother has asked him not to do exercises, he has done push-ups and shadow boxing. And Mamba lifts him up, saying that he knows because this time Alex lasted 5 minutes this time. He then carries him on his shoulder, and Alex tells him that he has counted and he lasted the whole 8 minutes. And they start walking, and Alex makes a fist as he says with determination that he will be the strongest guy in the whole world. And Mamba tells him proudly that he is already the strongest person. He then turns his head to face him and tells him that one day, when Alex takes the world in his hands, he will be the one to cheer him up the most. And Alex gets happy hearing that, and they both smile at each other. The scene shifts back to the game, and Alex tells Mamba that he remembers everything and asks him to at least let him take the lead in this one. He raises his eyebrows and says that he will not let a succubus make him lose his pride. Mamba, Alex, and Hound then face Shooter, and Mamba tells him that he and Hound will be here if he needs any support. Shooter tells Mamba that he will add him to his hit list, and then moves his hand to order Isha to lunge towards them. And Isha follows his orders, and Mamba also orders Hound to get ready with a wild call, and he opens his mouth. Alex also takes out his ball, and tells Kabuto to do the second round to kill their 3 ways. And then he throws the ball towards Isha using the wider hand serve. All of a sudden, the timer ends, and Satan announces that time is up, and round 2 is finished, and Alex gets surprised. On the other hand, Loralee, holding a fireball in her hand, is also surprised that round 2 had ended, and Onryu also says that round 2 is finished quite early. Shooter blows a raspberry and says that the round has ended when things were getting interesting. He smirks and says that he will credit this to Alex because he was being determined. As they start to disappear, Shooter tells him that this time Alex has survived this time, but he will be getting him soon, and Uncle Drakey tells him that he should enjoy the life till he has it. And Alex shouts as he says that Shooter's life is limited, and Mamba tells him that Shooter might not have heard him, and they disappear, and all the players appear in the game's lobby, and Satan and Cain appear, as Satan congratulates all the players for surviving the second round, and he announces that in this round, Loralee has come first, and she will get her reward in the 3rd round. Loralee gets happy, and with joy, she says to her demon, Onryu, that they have won, and she replies that she was already expecting it. On the other hand, Morning Star gets frustrated because they are in 9th place, and Kaido smiles, saying that at least they are in the top 10. Alex, with his torn clothes, looks around at all the players, and he wonders why they are all so chill, because he will not stop until he hunts them all down. He grinds his teeth, and he says that he will end this game, and they will have to wait for this. Loralee hugs Onryu with joy, as Satan says that every player has proved themselves to be the strongest, and he cannot wait to see their performances. He then says goodbye and moves upwards, along with all the players. The scene shifts as a light sparks in Kaido's room at night, and he reappears in his room sitting on his chair. Morning Star appears beside him in his human form with anger, as he shouts at Kaido, saying that he was expecting to get better in the game after he had explained all the rules, but Kaido has gotten worse, and is now in 9th place. Kaido gets frustrated as he says that Morning Star is still thinking about this, but they have other things to worry about. He tries to stand from his chair, but suddenly he feels pain in his ribs, and he sits back down, bending over, as he cannot understand what is going on. His body starts trembling, and he gets scared. Morningstar grabs his own shoulder and presses it as he says that it looks like losing pains, and he says that if they are not the first, they get screwed. He frowns and says that they have to be more proactive in order to fight other challenges, and they have to make a plan for further games. Morningstar turns around, his chest wounded, and Kaido screams at him, saying that he cannot understand why he also has the same bruises that he got in the game, as it does not make any sense, and Morningstar says that he does not know. Suddenly, Kaido realizes something, and he gets scared, and he wonders that because the game makes him smart, it means that everything will have the effect of the game in reality, as he remembers the murdered college students. Then his phone starts ringing, and he takes his phone out and sees Mr. Yahiko Himura, his dad, calling. Morningstar gets angry at him, telling him not to pick up the call because they should be spending the time preparing for the third round. He then turns his head towards him, telling him that Kaido should go to the gym to beat Alex, and Kaido gets angry, saying that he is not in the right condition to go to the gym. He shouts, once again telling him that he needs a doctor more than a gym. Morningstar whines and says that Kaido should rub dirt on his wound, but Kaido interrupts him, saying that Morningstar is not being helpful, so he should be quiet. He picks up the call and hears Yahiko asking about his evening, and Morningstar starts mumbling in anger, and Kaido puts a finger on his lips, asking him to be quiet, as he tells Yahiko that he is good and was finishing the homework. Yahiko asks him if he is free to talk, and Kaido says that he is free, and Yahiko tells him that he has made a dinner reservation at the Nubu restaurant, and asks if Kaido can make it in 30 minutes to meet him to have a talk. And Kaido hesitates on the word dinner, but he tells him that he will make it there, and Yahiko says bye to him. Kaido then starts looking in his wardrobe nervously, as he wonders what Yahiko wants to talk about, because he has never asked him to meet him before. Morningstar gets angry as he screams, asking if Kaido's dinner is more important than Satan. Kaido takes out a suit and turns around and tells him that he agrees that they need training, but this is also important to him. But Morningstar will not understand because he is a demon. After a while, Kaido takes him into an indoor gym, and Morningstar's eyes get widened seeing it, as Kaido tells him that he can make a workout routine for him while he goes to dinner, and he says that they have to fight against Alex, Shooter, and his gang because they have barely escaped from them. Morningstar gets happy and he shouts that they will wreck all these players, and he cracks his fingers, and Kaido smiles. After a while, Morningstar appears in a vest and starts lifting a dumbbell, and he says that this gym is better than screwing up goblins in hell, because steel does not shriek like goblins. Kaido turns back and tells him that he should have fun and not tire himself because he needs rest as well. Morningstar taunts him, saying that he is advising like a dad, and tells him to have fun at his dinner, but to get ready for game preparation once he comes back. The scene shifts, and Kaido bends down over the bathroom sink, and he puts ointment on his face wound. He winces, and his hand gets trembly. He thinks that he has been thinking about these wounds since he came back after Satan. He thinks that even though Morningstar is not paying much attention to it, he himself thinks that there is a possibility that Satan is merging with the real world. And he keeps thinking about the first kid who died due to arrows, and Tahaten. He looks at the mirror nervously, and he thinks that this happens when a player gets injured in the game, so he wonders what will happen if they lose. After a while, Kaido comes out of his car, wearing a suit, and a bunch of reporters start gathering in front of him. They started asking him questions, like whether he is meeting with Mr. Himura about the AI assistant of Nyan, and they want him to elaborate on some more details. He smiles at the reporters and tells them that they should wait for the demo next week, and it will answer all the questions. He then goes inside the restaurant and sees Yahiko sitting at the table, and Kaido takes out his chair, and he thinks that meeting his father is scarier than going to Satan. They start eating, and Yahiko asks him if he has finished his homework, because he will not keep him late, and Kaido calls him sir, telling him that he has finished the work after the call. And Yahiko asks him to stop calling him sir, as it is getting overdue. And Kaido gets shocked. His hand stops just inches from his face, as he hears his father telling him to call him father. He smiles nervously and asks him why he suddenly wants that. Yahiko tells him that he has been hard on him after Riku's death, but he has seen Kaido working hard and growing even after living in a foreign country. He further continues, saying that he wants the exact same creativity and hard work to grow Nyan, and Kaitop is doing that. He smiles and calls his son, and tells him that he, along with his mother and Riku, would be proud of him. He bows his head and calls Yahiko dad and thanks him with teary eyes, and he thinks that Yahiko's words make him feel like he has been watching his hard work. They start drinking wine, and Yahiko tells him that Nyan needs a new logo, and if Kaido wants to do something about it, and Kaido gets happy, asking where he can start. The scene shifts to Morning Star, drops the heaviest dumbbell on the floor, catches his breath. Then he starts chugging water out of his bottle. His stomach starts growling, and he says he might need to eat the gummy worms. He then goes to Kaido's room and goes through the drawers, thinking where are his gummies. He also takes out Kaido's clothes, screaming, trying to find the gummies. He also looks through the bookshelves and groans as he cannot find the gummies there, and he calls the bed stupid as he does not find the gummies there as well. He also tries to find it in the air conditioner, but he fails to find it. He screams as he finds the empty packets of gummies, as he cannot believe that he had eaten his gummies. He lies in the untidy bed, his stomach growling, and he says that he does not know when Kaido will come back, and he himself does not know where to get the dummies. He gets angry, and he gets out of the room, slamming the door, as he says that he will find a way to find the gummies. After a while, Morning Star walks on the street at night and passes by a vending machine of gummy candies. But suddenly he halts in his tracks, and abruptly turns back at the machine in surprise. Then he looks through the glass of the machine, putting his hands and whole face on it, his mouth watering, and he screams that he has finally found it. He taps on the screen and waits, but nothing happens and air surrounds him. Then he starts tapping again and again. He then starts shaking, as he cannot understand why nothing is happening in it. Morning Star kicks the machine, saying that it is keeping his gummies hostage. Then, a boy comes up to him, telling him that he needs to put some cash in the machine, and shaking it will do nothing. And Morning Star grabs him by his shirt and asks him to give him some cash, and the boy gets scared, as he says that he does not have cash, and then he points towards a store, and tells him that he can go to that store for the snacks, and he would not need to use the cash. Morning Star looks at the store with deep thinking, and the boy starts getting more scared. Morning Star then starts walking towards the store and opens the door with his foot with a loud thud. And then he takes every gummy worm packet out of the shelf, holding one in his mouth, and he hums a song. He puts all the packets in the counter and tells the cashier that he would need the bag to carry them, and the cashier tells him that his total is $45 and asks if he is going to pay by cash or card. Hearing that, Morning Star slams his hand on the counter's glass, saying that a guy outside has told him that he would not need cash here, and the cashier gets angry, as he loses his game on the phone, and he tells him to give him a card quickly because he is busy. Morning Star then holds the cashier's shirt and says that he will make him busy with his fist, but his sentence gets interpreted as a guard coming behind him telling him to leave the boy and to pay or go away. He keeps pulling the guy, and he gets tapped on the glass screen, and Morning Star gets angry as he thinks that a guard that looks like a jelly roll is ordering him. He then leaves the boy, thinking that he got enough orders from Kaido. Then he turns around, saying that he does not want the crap, and the cashier yells at him, telling him not to come back. Morning Star grinds his teeth as he thinks that everyone is annoying here, but he cannot kill any of them, even if he wants to. He starts walking on the road, and his stomach growls, and he groans. A while later, he comes back to Kaido's cluttered room, and he says that it was a waste of time. Then he writes something on a piece of paper. He falls on the bed, and the paper shows that he has written a note for Kaido requesting gummies, or he will starve. A while later, Kaido comes home and enters the room smiling. He apologizes for being late and tells Morning Star that he has brought pizza for him. But he gets shocked when he sees his messy room. Everything is lying on the floor, and Morning Star is lying on the bed. He puts the pizza box on the table, and he notices the note that Morning Star has written for him. He picks up the note, and, as he reads, he lets out a small scoff, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He then walks towards Morning Star, holding gummy worms in one hand, and he pokes his shoulder, telling him to wake up, as he has brought dinner. But Morning Star gets angry, telling him to go away, because he would like to eat the tangy gummy worms instead of the cheesy pizza. Kaido smiles and throws the gummy worms on the bed in front of Morning Star, and asks him if he is talking about these tangy candies. Seeing that, Morning Star gets very happy. His eyes sparkle, as he cannot believe that Kaido had bought gummy worms for him. Kaido tells him that the gas station did not have many packets of gummy worms, so he will buy more for him tomorrow, and Morningstar secures the packets in his arms, as he gets angry as he remembers and tells Kaido that he knows a corrupt empire that is holding his gummies hostage. Kaido gets surprised by the words corrupt empire, and he asks him what he means by that. Suddenly, Morningstar wears his hoodie and grabs Kaido by his arms and pulls him outside, telling him that he will show him everything, and Kaido gets surprised. A while later, they reach the same store that Morningstar had come before, and he points towards it, telling Kaido that this store is the corrupt empire. Hearing that, Kaido gets angry and asks him if he had left the room to come to this store. Morningstar replies that Kaido is getting distracted, and asks Kaido to use his card in the store to tell the cashier who they are. A moment later, the cashier boy gets shocked as Morningstar slams the credit card on the glass wall of the counter, along with a bunch of packets of gummies. The boy screams at Morningstar, asking what his problem is, and Morningstar smiles, screaming, telling him that they will take all the gummies, and Kaido gets more shocked, his mouth wide open as he looks at the scene. The scene shifts as Morningstar walks out of the store with pride, holding 2 cardboard boxes in each hand, and also some of them on his back, and Kaido scratches his own head, looking embarrassed. The cashier boy shouts as he tells Morningstar not to come back into the store, and Morningstar turns slightly, cursing him with a smile. The scene shifts to the next morning, as the sun shines bright over Kaido's house, and Kaido lies on his bed, as he thinks that his father asking him to call him dad feels like a dream more than reality. Suddenly, Morningstar appears, shouting on a megaphone, telling Kaido to get up from the bed, and Kaido gets scared and jumps onto his bed. Morningstar shouts again, calling him a lazy person, and telling him to start training, and Kaido also shouts, telling him that his voice can be heard in the whole neighborhood. He gets up from the bed, holding the pillow, as he says that he needs a few minutes. But Morningstar grabs him and puts him on his shoulder, saying that they have to win Satan, and they won't be able to if Kaido keeps lying on the bed, and Kaido wriggles his legs, telling him to put him down. A moment later, Kaido is doing push-ups in his home gym, and Morningstar sits on his back, and his body starts trembling. He gets frustrated, telling him to get down, but Morningstar does not pay attention and keeps eating his gummies, saying that if they follow a good fitness routine, they will build stamina and strength. On the next exercise, Morningstar tries to bend and stretch Kaido, telling him to get lower, and Kaido screams in pain. Then Kaido uses a barbell, but his hands get trembling, and he grits his teeth. Then he shifts to moving ropes, and Morningstar screams at him, telling him to go faster, but Kaido, doing it with difficulty, says that he is doing his best, and Morningstar replies that if he keeps complaining, they will lose another round. A while later, Morningstar tells Kaido that they will do cardio, and they start to run on the ground, and Kaido tries to keep up with him with difficulty. He tries to catch his breath behind Morningstar. Then he bends forward, hands on his knees, breathing heavily and looking exhausted, as he thinks that even Alex would not be able to catch up with Morningstar. He wipes the sweat from his face, and he hears a reporter reporting breaking news. He looks up at the screen and sees a bloodied body of a boy, and he hears the reporter saying that the body of Justin Tahaten was found in his bedroom by his roommate. The reporter then says that it is suspected that Tahaten's murder is connected to the previous murders of college students, and then announces another murder. But Kaido cannot hear anything, as his mind goes blank, and he gets shocked as he realizes that this is how Tahaten has died in Satan. His eyes get wider as he tries to understand if anyone who loses in Satan dies in real life as well. Suddenly, he puts a hand on his mouth and turns towards a bin and throws up in it. He pants and starts to cry, and he thinks that he is the one who has killed Tahaten. He gets a flashback of a wrecked car, surrounded by police and medical personnel, and they are trying to stop Yahiku and Kaido, as Yahiku screams for Riku. And Kaido turns his head as he sees a policeman putting a criminal in the police car. And the scene shifts back to the present, and he thinks that he is not different from the same criminal who killed Riku. Morningstar comes behind him, holding his shoulder as he gets angry, saying that Kaido is hiding from him, but they still have to do 5 more miles of running. Kaido's eyes get watery as he slowly tells him that Tahaten has died, the same way he did in Satan, and Morningstar says that he does not care. He gives him a side eye and says that many people die in this world, and Tahaten's death is not so important. Kaido hears him, and he remembers that Morning Star had said the same thing when the previous murders had happened. He turns around and grabs Morning Star's vest as he shouts in anger, asking why he does not care about the death, as this one is Kaido's fault, and he is the murderer. Morning Star gets frustrated and he grabs Kaido's hand, saying that Kaido is alive because of him, otherwise he will be dead as well. Kaido gets angry, as he wonders if Morning Star knew about this all the time. He then lowers his head and slowly tells him that he must have known about the boys' death and their bruises, and that is why he is so focused on surviving in the game. Morning Star shouts that this is the same reason he has been saving him all the time and teaching him about all the rules. He removes Kaido's hands and says with anger that he is doing all of this not because Kaido could graduate, but because he does not want them to die. And he further says that he did not tell Kaido all of this because, as a human, he would not be able to handle this. Kaido shouts, telling him to shut up, and people in the surrounding turn towards them to see what is going on. He points his finger towards Morning Star and says that he has trusted him all this time, and he or any human does not have more than one life like Morning Star. He remembers him and Riku playfully fighting, and he tells Morning Star that as humans, they have to cherish every second of their lives with the people they love, because there will be a time they won't have those people in their lives, and he tells him that he is thankful for every laugh. He steps back, saying that Morning Star has not tried to stop him from ending someone's life for entertainment. Morning Star gets angry as he says that it has nothing to do with him, because it was Kaido who signed up for the game on his own decision. Kaido shouts back, saying that he will not continue the game, and Morning Star tells him that it is not easy to quit. He tells him that if he does not enter the game on time, he will die in real time, and by signing this contract, he has sold his soul to evil. Kaido grinds his teeth as he thinks that he will try to find a way to end the contract, and he will save as many lives as he can in the game. He turns around and smacks Morning Star's chest, telling him that he is going to destroy the game, and Morning Star should get out of his way if he does not want to help. Morning Star gets angry, saying that Kaido is being crazy, as the game cannot be destroyed. But Kaido walks away, and Morning Star shouts, saying that Satan has played for centuries, and has wiped down civilizations, and the stories of monsters extracting people's souls are actually done by Satan instead. Kaido turns around and says that he trusts himself, and he has learned how to take down a system in the classes, and he only needs one weak point. Some moments later, he opens the door of his room, as he keeps thinking about Morning Star telling him that he has done a contract with Satan after entering the game. He opens his laptop, and with furrowed eyes, he searches Satan's website and changes the language of it from English to Japanese, and he thinks that Morning Star was right. As the game rules get translated into Japanese, he understands it better, as it says that if he enters the game, he will devote his soul to the game, which can be the last one. He grits his teeth and slams his fists on the table with frustration as he thinks that his desire to make changes in his fate is going to be a thing that only he is going to bear. Then Morning Star appears in the door frame, looking a little bit sad for Kaido as he looks at him. Kaido closes his laptop and walks out of the room without saying anything to Morning Star. He enters another room and slams the door, and stands against the door with his head lowered, and he thinks that he will use his cursed knowledge to find an escape from the dark reality and will find the light. The scene shifts to the next morning, and the sun shines bright above Kaido's university, and he appears inside, using his laptop, and his professor calls his name, but he cannot hear him, as he is deep in thought with a worried expression, and the professor shouts his name once again. Then he gets alert, and pays attention to the professor asking him a question about the difference between OS software and application software. He then replies in Japanese, so his classmates translate it to English, saying that OS software manages the system of the computer, and the application software enables the user to do tasks like making videos and database development. The professor tells him that his answer is correct, but he wants him to pay attention to the class instead of using his laptop, and his classmate translates, and Kaido nods. A while later, after the class ends, Kaido walks out of the class, and the same classmate who had translated things for him asks him if he is doing all right because he was not looking very fine today. And Kaido thanks him for asking, and says that he is just behind on his homework, so he is a little depressed, and the boy tells him not to work too much, because he can take a break from the class, as he is doing very well in it. Kaido smiles and says that he will remember the advice and waves him goodbye, and the boy does the same. He turns around and immediately gets saddened, as he thinks that he cannot rest even one day, because any day can be his last, and he cannot even sleep because of all the guilt, as he imagines Tahatan walking around. He looks at the giant TV screen, and a girl says that they will be joining the family of Tahatan in Nebraska to mourn the death of Justin Tahatan. He gets concerned as he hears the girl saying that they will talk about the injustice that has been happening, while honoring Tahatan's death. The scene shifts to Nyan's office, and Kaido enters the building wearing a suit, but with a sad expression. He hears Izuki greeting him, and then he gets alert as he sees her in front of her. He then tells her that her idea of predictive AI is good, which she presented after the last meeting, and tells her that it will increase efficiency at Nyan, and then he gives her some extended ideas. Izuki smiles and waves her hand, saying that she has been thinking the same, and she will start the implementation, and then thanks him in the end. A while later, Kaido looks out of the glass wall, and a girl gives a presentation on the screen. She starts explaining the promotional schedule for the next few months, and says that they have been successful so far in the previous cities, and now she has added Omaha and Nebraska to their schedule before their event in Seattle. She further explains that their mayor, Wint, is forceful in having a partnership to bring the business to the Cornhusker state. Yahiku gets frustrated and says that they do not have time to go to Nebraska just to fulfill Wint's wish, as no one has time to go there. But Kaido interprets him and raises his hand, saying that he will go, and Yahiku gets surprised. Kaido tells him that he has never gone outside California for promotional tours and says that even though the meeting with Wint would be irritating, he can get the baseline for future events. He further tells him that they have to keep their image all over the United States, and asks Yahiku if he is right. Yahiku says that he is right, but Kaido needs to go to Seattle as well. Then Kaido nods and says that he has understood everything, and everyone can count on him. The scene shifts as Kaido arrives at the airport, looking at his phone. There, he meets Wint and a bunch of reporters taking his pictures, and Wint welcomes him to his city, and Kaido thanks him. After a while, they both appear in farmland, and Wint tells him that in Nebraska, there are a lot of natural resources to support their agriculture and energy industry. Then a girl comes up holding a tray, and Wint tells Kaido to try their cheese fries. And Kaido smiles, saying that he is good, but he tells him that he needs to try at least a little. A while later, Kaido appears in the car, loses his tie, and tells the driver to drive as he wants to have one more stop before going to Seattle. The scene shifts, and he appears at a riverside, and he sees a bunch of people walking towards a casket. He suddenly sees Sophia, and he gets surprised and calls her name. She also gets surprised as she turns around and sees Kaido. They both stand in front of each other and ask in unison what the other person is doing here. Kaido smiles nervously and rubs his head, saying that he was already here and wanted to pay respect to Tahatan. Sophia says that she has especially come here in the morning, as she wants to see everything with her own eyes, as she does not know that this will happen if they sign up for selling the soul. Kaido interrupts him and says sorry before saying that his English is not good, and Sophia replies that she can speak Japanese, and Kaido gets surprised. She tells him that she is a huge fan of anime and manga, and Kaido blushes and gets more surprised. She snaps her finger, saying that she wants to continue what she was talking about. And she tells him that at first she did not take the rules of Satan seriously, as she thinks that it was not real. But as she keeps seeing the news of the unresolved murders, she starts to think that it is all connected to Satan. She then tells him that after the news, she started doing her research and got some information from the database of Satan, and found the connection between the murders and Satan. And after that, she found the address of Tahatan and his articles about his funeral. They both look at the funeral in front of them, and Sophia says that she was not expecting to meet Kaido here, and then tells him that she came to the United States because of him and Yahiku, and Kaido gets confused. So she explains that it was Nyan who helped her get to UCLA for her computer degree. She says that back in her home, the cartel had taken everything from her, but she has been using the skills of hacking to put the men who had armed her family. She says that the people have found her, and for her safety, she had to leave her home, and because of Nyan, she could fulfill her dream and bring those people down. She remembers herself excelling in her major classes, but failing in her art electives. She says that, unlike Kaido, she cannot draw anything, and that is why she had to use Satan to keep her scholarship. He looks at her as she speaks, and he thinks that she is the one who is excellent in computers, and he is the one who is good in arts, and they might not need Satan to achieve the goal if they had helped each other. She lowers her head, telling him that she regrets signing up to the game, even though she is never afraid of fighting for her life, but she has never taken any other life. Kaido also lowers his head, as he says that he is also regretting and wants to go back to change things. He asks her if she has found anything useful after logging into the database, as they can work together to stop Satan, but someone interrupts them and calls them out. They both look at a long-haired guy who is the brother of Justin, as he says that he knew that the heir of Nyan was coming to the city, but he was not expecting him to come here, and then he asks him if he knew Tahatan, or if he has just come here to sell his tech, which he does not want. Kaido gets nervous, as he says that he is not here for work, and tries to explain, but Sophia interrupts and greets the man, also apologizing. She introduces herself as Sophia, a classmate of Justin, in horticulture class, and she has asked Kaido to come with her, as he is her boyfriend and has FaceTimes with Justin before. Kaido gets flustered on the word boyfriend, and he agrees that this is why he is here. Justin's brother gets suspicious, saying that he cannot believe that his brother was friends with the heir of Nyan, who also has a girlfriend, which he can sell as big news to the reporter, and Sophia asks him to keep things low-key, as they do not want to make their relationship public. The man says that Justin does not have many friends and asks them if they have any knowledge about Satan, as he has found this in Justin's diary. Kaido gets shocked, but Sophia comes closer to him and says that Justin has never mentioned it before, and asks him what this is about. The man pulls out a diary and says that Justin loved to write in this, and he used to write about plants, but he has seen some entries about Satan, and when he decides to search on it, he does not find anything about Satan. Kaido and Sophia get shocked and confused, hearing that, and the man says that Satan has disturbed his brother so much, and he feels that this is not the right thing. He asks them to tell him anything if they find out or remember about Satan, and says that Justin was a kind soul, and he did not deserve this. Kaido puts his hand on his chest as he tells him that he will try to find out everything about the game, and Sophia also agrees, saying that they will do everything. The man lowers his head and thanks them for coming, and Kaido says sorry for Justin, and they all say goodbye. As they all turn away, the man remembers the name of Kaido and opens the diary of Justin, and he sees that he has written that Kaido Himura was the code demon who looks like the guy from the TV, and the man gets suspicious as he wonders if Kaido is hiding something. Sophia and Kaido walk together, and she warns him to be aware of Justin's brother, as she thinks that he knows more than he is telling them, and Kaido agrees. Sophia then lowers her head, as she says that she cannot understand why the website is not available on the internet, and she wonders if the website is only available for the people who got the flyer, or if it gets blocked when the game is on a break. Kaido says that he opened the site this morning, so the first idea of Sophia is correct, and he further says that the HTML of Satan is just like normal sites, so he does not understand why normal people cannot have access. And Sophia replies, saying that there is so much information that they do not have about Satan, and this might be the sign that she should dig more for new information. They both walk on the grass, and Kaido says that he will try to find the person responsible for the registrant's information to head to the right source. She tells him that he is thinking right, and tells him that she has not found anything useful so far, and they have to be careful of anything that they find, because they do not know who the real person is or where it is from. Kaido agrees with her and takes out his phone, saying that he will give her his number, but Sophia says that she already has that, and she will be in touch, and then waves him goodbye. Kaido also waves his hand as she walks away, and he thinks that since they will be working together, he feels like he can take down Satan, so he is glad that they have met in the real world. The scene shifts to a night at Kaido's house, a day later, after Justin's funeral. Inside the house, Kaido is tiredly walking up the stairs, his coat in his hand, and he remembers his conference, and thinks that the event in Seattle was very overwhelming, and if he had known about this, he would not have gone. He starts loosening his tie, and he thinks that if he had not gone, he would not have met Sophia, and he would never have realized that he is not alone in this journey. He walks with his head lower, and thinks that he has Morning Star, but his thoughts get interrupted as he gets startled. He hears a robotic voice of Metatron saying that Sophia and Kaido met yesterday, and he hears Morning Star getting shocked and telling Metatron that it should have led with that first. He opens the door of his room and sees Morning Star getting shocked, listening to the blue image of Metatron speaking that they have been tracking the death of the players, but Kaido interrupts them and shouts Morning Star's name. None of them gives any attention to Kaido, and Morning Star tells Metatron to beat it, and he says to copy, and Kaido gets shocked and asks what Metatron is doing here. Morning Star then folds his arms on his chest and gets a little annoyed, saying that Metatron has just come to meet him to talk about life. Kaido gets angry and shouts that they were talking about him and Sophia, and that they are secretly spying on them. Morning Star tells him that Metatron is one of his loyal friends, and he is very genius, but because of his player Sophia, he is being stupid, so he was only advising him not to get involved too much in the game, so that Kaido and his girlfriend would not get killed. Kaido points his finger towards Morning Star's chest and says that Metatron has some guts to try, but Morning Star is being the puppet of the Satan, even though Kaido was not expecting him to bend for anyone. Morning Star gets angry hearing that, and Kaido waves his hand and shouts that he only wants Morning Star to be his own boss, and he himself wants to win the game, but he does not want to kill any other person. He lowers his head, and with anger and sadness, he says that his brother was the only one who had made him feel like he was important, but he was killed by a drunk driver. He then lifts his head, his eyes teary, and he shouts that he knows that he has taken a life that is unacceptable for him. Morning Star narrows his eyes as he thinks that he felt the same when he started the game for the first time. He remembers himself in the game, and a bunch of dead demons lying on the floor, and he thinks that he has lost so many friends inside the game. But over time, he has lost his feeling and starts to get numb, and starts to care about his own survival. He then remembers killing a demon with his long fingers, as he thinks that he has never used their deaths to fuel his desire. Then he gets shocked, as he hears Kaido saying that he will use the deaths of players to bring back his desire. He wipes his tears and says that his brother would have wanted the same, and he wants Morning Star's help, and they both say in unison that they will take Satan down. Morning Star smiles as he thinks that Kaido reminds him of his old days, and he hopes that maybe Kaido will end Satan one day. They both shake each other's hands, and Morning Star says that they will go for it. And he tries to say that if the ideas of Kaido fail, and Kaido insists, saying that he knows, and he will hand over everything to Morning Star, and then the timer stops at the computer screen. They both enter the game, and the sky is red, and all the players are chatting with each other. And they see players holding different colored flags, and Kaido asks the meaning of those. Morning Star says that he does not know about this, so they should check the giant board, and he points towards it. And Kaido says that he is already talking with Sense, and Morning Star says that he has always talked with Sense. They see the board with all the names of the players, and colorful circles beside them, and a red cloth appears on Kaido's arm, and he tells Morning Star that they are on the red team. And he replies that this is not a coincidence that they have put him in the red team, considering his red body. He then looks around with a frown, eyebrows saying that he hopes that they will not be paired with the loser players, and Kaido gets surprised seeing in front of him. He sees Sophia talking with Loralee as she congratulates Loralee, and she replies, crediting Onryu, and on the other side, Alex is doing push-ups, and his demon is telling him to do 20 more. Kaido then walks towards Sophia, and she tells him that she is glad that they are both on the same team. Kaido agrees, and Morning Star looks at them and scoffs, saying that he has to see this every day now. Sophia smiles, saying that Kaido is the team lead, but he does not understand her. Then she points towards the red clothes, and he understands that his arm cloth is the symbol of his being the team lead. Suddenly, Alex comes towards Kaido, holding his shirt, and tells him that he is giving him a warning to stay out of his way, even if they are on the same team or not, and Kaido stays calm as he says that Alex would not give up, and he agrees. Abruptly, Morning Star comes and holds Alex's hand, telling him not to touch his player, and calls him a mouse, and Alex gets angry, asking him to repeat what he had said, and he replies saying that if Alex wants a doctor to check his hearing. Loralee and Sophia stand on the side looking at their banter, and Loralee sighs and says that the boys will always be boys, and Sophia replies that there is so much for teamwork. Morning Star, Kaido, and Alex get alerted as they hear Satan welcoming everyone for the thyroid round. Then Satan and Kane appear, saying that the game is called Capture the Flag, in which they have to protect their flag and capture the other player's flag before the end of the round, and if someone fails, their time in Satan will also end. He continues saying that if one player gets the most flags, they will receive a reward in the end, and Kaido clenches his fist. Hearing that, he abruptly shouts, telling everyone not to listen to Satan, not to take any flags, because if someone does here, they will also die in their world. Hearing that, all the players start to talk, and Morris tries to understand what he means by dead people. And Sub-Zero says that Kaido might be getting scared, and Delta Jake asks him to explain what he means. Satan then raises his eyebrows, saying that everyone should relax, because Kaido is misinformed. But Kaido interrupts him, and with determination and anger, he says that he is not lying because he has seen the game being linked to every mysterious death that he has seen on TV. Behind him, Morning Star and Sophia stand with determination, but Alex gets shocked, and Kaido further says that if anyone wants to survive, they have to team up with him, because he and his team would not take anyone's flag. But Alex slaps his back and says with anger that Kaido cannot talk on behalf of his team. Sophia tells him that Kaido is speaking on her behalf and asks him if he wants to play a game where he can die. And Alex gets angry, saying that he is winning in this game, so he will not die. Hearing that Mamba asks him if he would be okay if he dies in the game, Alex gets nervous, saying that he does not want that, but Kaido is lying. And Mamba replies that he does not think that Kaido is lying because he feels that the deaths were unusual, and also his bruises that he got after the second round were also weird. On the other hand, Lorelei looks towards Onryu, asking if the deaths are really related to the game, because she thinks that the victims were familiar, but Onryu cannot say anything to her. Bossman gets scared as he asks Shooter what he can do to save himself, as he does not want to die, but Shooter gets frustrated, saying that he does not care, as there are already many jerks in the world, and asks his friends if they agree. But George and Uncle Drakey get nervous as their bodies tremble, but they agree with Shooter. Then Satan's body appears from the purple light, and he turns into a human form, smiling, as he says that he does not like the players who break rules, so he will change things. Then he gets angry, saying that if a team is not able to capture any flags while protecting their own, they will not be able to go to the next round. And the players get angry, as Ruthless tells Kaido that he must have wanted to screw everyone. And Kaido gets angry, as he says that Satan cannot change the rules, because it is a bloodbath now, as they did not sign up for this, and Alex tries to stop him, and Morning Star tells him they need to change their strategy. And Kane tells Kaido that he has broken rule number 3 to obey the rules of the game, and as the team lead, he loses the chance of joining the competition. And Lorelei shouts that they want to compete, and Alex screams that even if Kaido is the leader of the team, he will not follow his orders. And Satan opens his hand, makes a fist with glowing purple energy, and throws it towards the demons of the players of Kaido's team. And Metatron, Onryu, Kabuto, and Morning Star scream in pain, and Morning Star falls on the ground, as he tells Kaido to think because if he does not participate, his team players will lose their lives. And Kaido thinks that Morning Star is right, as this is not the right way. He grits his teeth and thinks that he does not have a choice other than to play because if he does not, their blood will be on his hands. Then he turns towards Satan and says that they will play. Satan smiles and says that he is glad that Kaido's head is clear. Sophia bends towards Metatron, asking if he is okay, and he says that he is feeling dizzy. Alex tells Kabuto to stand up, and Lorelei says sorry to Onryu as she tries to stand her up. Satan sits on a chair, saying that everyone signed up for their games of their own free will to get back their desires and to graduate. He tells everyone that Kaido is being naive, and a mindset like his will make you fail in the game. Kaido helps Morning Star get up, and a player, Luvity, says that he agrees with Satan as he is here to win the game, and Chadit says that they have to ignore Kaido as he is trying to psych them out. Satan once again appears in his cartoon image, smiling, asking if they should begin the game, and all the players cheer to begin the game. He then says that Lorelei will receive the boost in her stats because she has won in the last round, as she needs it the most, because if a team takes the flag of the red team first, they will receive extra HP and a reward for the next round. Hearing that, Kaido gets shocked, and the timer starts with 10 minutes and 59 seconds, and all the players turn around to the red team, eager to take their flag. And the timer gets to 5 minutes and 9 seconds, and Satan wishes them luck. And Shooter announces with an evil smile, ordering everyone to get the red team, and all the players, along with their demons, start running towards the red team, chanting to kill them and to take their flag. and Kaido gets scared as he asks what he has done, and Lorelei gets angry at him, saying that he has won if he wanted to create problems. Alex wears Kabuto, saying that if they do not get out of the game, he will kill Kaido himself. Sophia orders Metatron to find a safe space, and Metatron starts computing. Its eyes get wide as it announces that the safe location has been found, and Sophia starts typing on the screen, losing some of her SP. Alex appears with a red flag, and the whole team starts to surround them with blue energy, and they disappear as the friends of Shooter reach just near them. And Shooter shouts, telling Alex that he cannot run forever, as he will be killed by him, and the whole team of Kaido appears in a deserted land. Alex appears behind Kaido and Morningstar, and tells Kaido that he is an idiot, and he has just opened ways for people to kill all of them, and that only for crying over some losers. He grabs Kaido's shirt and shouts, telling him that if he does not want to play, he can quit instead of dragging all the people into his bullshit. So Sophia asks Alex to calm down because if he shouts like this, nothing will improve. They need to make strategies to survive, and asks him for any ideas. Alex then pokes Kaido's chest with his pointy elbow and says that he does not have any idea other than to hit him. But Kaido lowers his head and says nothing. Suddenly, a large explosion happens behind them, and Lorelei and Onryu look at it. And Lorelei says that they have to do something soon, because everyone is trying to find them. Kaido grits his teeth, and Kaido calls his name, and says that he has promised to help destroy the game, but he does not want to die, so he wants Kaido to take responsibility to find a way, and only then will he be able to help him. Kaido takes out his sketchbook and says that Morningstar is right, and he needs to find a way to show Satan that he is here to stay in the game. He then starts to draw something and says that he needs to protect the flag first of all, so he needs something impenetrable for it. As he finishes his drawing, a huge fortress appears in front of them, glowing with golden energy, and their hair flows, and they cover their eyes from the glow. Kaido turns around and holds the flag from Alex's hand, saying that he does not care if Alex does not like him, but because they are teammates, they have to do everything together, and if they want to survive, they have to follow him. He and Morningstar stand together, and Kaido, holding the flag, shouts that he has a plan. The scene shifts, and Kaido puts the flag inside 2 brick boxes, then puts iron bars outside the room of the flag, and they all stand behind it, looking at the flag. Kaido then turns around, and with a lower head, he apologizes to everyone, saying that he was expecting that if he exposed the reality of Satan, he would be able to destroy the game. Alex blows a bubble out of his bubble gum, and Lorelei and Sophia silently listen to him as he says that his apology would not change anything, but he still wants to apologize for his recklessness. Then Alex pops his bubble and shouts that Kaido was being reckless, and now he has to make up for everything. Kaido gets determined and says that he will take everyone out of here, and as he has seen everyone's strength in the game, he has a rough idea of everyone's abilities and weaknesses. He raises his eyebrows and says that if they work together, they will be able to survive, and maybe they will win as well. He then starts pointing out everyone's strength, like Alex's sheer force, Lorelei's pyrokinesis, and Sophia's hacking abilities. He then says that they will use their abilities as a collective in-depth defense, and Morningstar asks him to explain in easier words. He then starts explaining that they will put several layers to protect their flag, and he puts Lorelei, Onryu, Sophia, and Metatron on the ground level, and Alex on the second, and he and Morningstar on the top one, and says that each pair will have to eliminate any player that comes on their levels, and Morningstar says that they should have said this before, and Alex says that he agrees. He says that he has noticed that in the first round, the players had to take some time to resolve the fire that he had caused, so he asks Lorelei to create a fire around the fortress, to make everyone stay out of the fortress as long as they can, and she obeys and creates fire, so her SP gets a little reduced. After creating the fire, she gets up, holding a fireball in her hand, saying that she will handle everything. He then tells Sophia to create a dome around the whole fortress, to keep another layer of the players who manage to walk through the fire lake, in which they can utilize their environment manipulation to stop the enemies. Sophia says that it would be easy and makes a blue dome covering the fortress. Kaido then says that Alex, on the 3rd layer, will use his strength to kill anyone who walks past their 2 security shields, and Alex, with determination, says that he will destroy anyone who comes near him. Then he asks what Kaido and Morningstar would do, and Kaido replies that they will stand in front of the iron bars to guard the flag. When Alex hears that, he gets angry and spits out his bubble gum, saying that Kaido's idea is not good because they are standing very far from each other, and that if one of them dies, the second person would be attacked by various players. Sophia then starts to type something and makes some earpieces, saying that they can use these. She explains that the earpieces are a communication device to send messages from their brains, so they can talk without even saying a word. Alex snatches the earpiece and puts it in his ear, groaning, saying that no one is making any other plan, instead going for a useless one. Kaido puts his earpiece in his ear and says that he is not perfect, but if Alex has any other plan, he can give him some. Alex grunts, asking Kaido not to come in his way. Then they all say goodbye to each other as they walk down the stairs, leaving Morning Star and Kaido behind, and Lorelei says that they are going to win. The scene shifts as every player stands in their positions and creates their barriers. Then Shooter, along with other players and demons, appears ignorant of the fortress, and Lorelei announces in her earpiece that she can already see someone walking in front, and Kaido tells everyone to get alert, and they will get it. Alex smiles and says that they will bring pain, and Sophia gets focused. Soon, Lorelei tells everyone that one of the demons and the player is flying above the fire, and Subo's demon has frozen the fire lake, and Kaido gets shocked and asks Lorelei if she can stop them. So she orders Onryu to make a fireball, and she obeys the order and throws the fire. As the fire reaches the players, Subo's demon makes an icy wind to stop the fire from coming towards them, and Shooter asks if this is all Lorelei has. Shooter says to a tiger-looking demon, Horus, that he and Tengu should do something about the dome, and asks Isha to take out Tommy gun, and a black one appears in his hands. He then starts shooting with his gun, with an evil smile, saying that he will kill everyone. Onryu shields her and Lorelei from the bullets, as Lorelei tells Sophia that an enemy is coming towards her. And Sophia gets shocked, saying how they have gone past the shield of fire, and Lorelei tells her that Shooter is throwing bullets, and Horus flies above towards the head of the dome. Sophia says that the situation is getting bad and asks Metatron to make the barrier stronger, and he starts reinforcing it. But suddenly, Horus jumps upward and then towards the dome with his head first, and crashes into it, causing the whole dome to crack and emit energy. Shooter smiles and says that everyone should see what he is doing. Subo's demon throws ice bolts, and Shooter fires once again, saying that Kaido's plan will fail. Sophia calls for Lorelei to hold the enemies for at least 30 seconds, because she needs one more SP as she only has one remaining. On the other hand, Lorelei and Onryu deflect the bullets and ice blades, and Lorelei says that she has enough HP, but it does not mean that she is too powerful, and she cannot hold the enemy for long. Alex gets frustrated and says that Lorelei is being a baby, and he tries to say something, but Lorelei and Sophia say in unison that no one has asked him. Kaido takes out his sketchbook, saying that he will do something to defend until Sophia gets SP, and asks Lorelei if she needs something. And Lorelei tells him that she needs more demons to get some help, just like the flytrap plant that he has made to show off before the game started. Kaido then starts to draw something, and 2 of his SP get reduced, and a bunch of fly traps appear, lunging towards the players. Lorelei then asks Onryu if she is thinking the same as her, and Onryu smiles, saying that it is time for her to take revenge. And then she announces vengeance, and with red eyes, she makes her clone, which moves around. And Shooter shouts at Horus and Alara's demon crow to break the blue barrier. And Horus keeps thumping on the shield, making more cracks, and Alara's demon also throws blue energy towards it. But suddenly they both get shocked, as one fly trap bites the crow and one tries to eat Horus, as he tries his best to keep the mouth of the fly trap shut, as he is confused about where they have come from. On the other hand, the clones of Onryu swirl around Shooter, Subo, and his demon Rydrif, and they say that their SP and HP are getting low. Lorelei twirls her hair and laughs, saying that the boys will not be able to escape this attack. As the fly traps eat and bite the players, someone announces that everything is clear for Team Red. Morning Star smiles, telling Kaido that if he puts his mind to something, things will make sense, because there is always light at the end of the tunnel. Sophia smiles, thanking everyone, and says that she will start to work to overcome more obstacles. But she stops as she realizes that the ground is shaking, and Metatron's eyes widen, and she asks it to create a sandbox, and Metatron says that it is configured. And suddenly, they both appear in blue boxes, as a giant blue fish appears, breaking the ground. And she tells Alex that another team has managed to break through the barrier and is running towards the entrance. And Alex laughs, saying that the players would not run for long. Kaido asks him if he needs something so he can draw it, but Alex scoffs proudly, saying that he does not need his help. He looks at the demons and players of the green team running towards him, and says that Kaido is not on the same level as him, and he can handle all of them by himself. He then lunges towards a player's hand, uses his new technique of shuttle ram, and quickly attacks everyone with blue energy, and they all fly up in the air. Multiple demons and players, along with 3 flags, lie dead on the ground, and Alex says that he has handled all of them before they could even reach the foyer. And Kaido gets shocked, as Alex tells him that he has conquered 3 flags. Suddenly, Kaido shouts, telling him not to take the flags, because the players would die, and he will try to find another way. And Alex replies, saying that Kaido is forgetting that if they do not take the flags, their game will end. He grabs a flag and says that Kaido should learn something from today. Suddenly, Sophia shouts, telling him to watch his back, as the giant fish is coming towards him and hits him on the back, and he loses 5 HP. Everything starts to rumble, and Kaido tries to ask what is going on as he is getting nervous, as sweat drips from his face. Sophia and Metatron get shocked as they stand behind a rock looking inside the fortress, as a bunch of souls move upwards with glowing energy. And Alex, who is crushed beneath the giant fish's tail, says that this fish is a Lochinus monster. The giant fish monster named Leviathan stands in front of Alex, says that he is not a hideous creature, he is Leviathan, and Thespian, who is standing on the head of Leviathan, says that they will make him pay for his insolence. Alex, who has now come out of the ground, crosses his arms, asking what kind of drama he is going to do. Thespian bows in front of him, saying that he thinks that Alex is a poor man, so he would not understand the true meaning of art, but he is going to give an unforgettable performance. Alex looks at the giant Leviathan, which is now showing its teeth, and he asks Sophia if she has some SP, and she nervously tells him that she has some. Alex smiles and starts to hop on the ground, saying that now they will send Thespian and Leviathan to the abyss. Then Thespian asks Leviathan to throw tidal waves, and it opens its mouth, and a giant blue swirl appears inside of it. And it throws the water tide towards Alex, attacking the ground, making the stones and debris fall in the air. Sophia screams Alex's anime in concern, but then she hears him greeting and calling someone an idiot. And he appears behind Thespian with his volleyball, saying that he likes art like kicking his ass, and Thespian gets shocked. Then Aeld throws the ball towards him, which hits him and Leviathan with a giant blow, and blue energy radiates from it. Sophia then orders Metatron for null space, and it starts compiling, and a giant hole appears on the ground, and both Thespian and Leviathan fall inside it. The hole gets closed, and the tail of Leviathan gets cut in half, and the blood splatters around, along with the dust, and Sophia covers her eyes, and Alex lands on his knee and hand on the ground. Alex scoffs with pride as blood falls beside him from above, and Sophia appears behind him. She tells him that it was amazing, and she was not expecting him to play in a team, and Alex says that it was not a team effort, but instead Sophia was taking his lead. But his sentence gets interrupted, as he hears some whispers and someone saying to go a certain way, and he gets alert. He looks above and sees 2 shadows of a player and his demon entering from the doorway, and he curses. He tells Sophia that she should have told him about the team, and Sophia says that it was Alex who said that he had handled every team, and Alex groans and tells her to follow the players. He then gives a heads up to Kaido that a team is coming towards him, and he copies the call. He gets ready with his book and quill, asks Morningstar if he has heard that, and he smiles and says that he is happy, as he was getting bored all this time. Sophia gets alerted as she sees more players breaking through, and she says that she will stay here to fight them, and wishes luck to Kaido and Alex. A moment later, some players walk through the steps towards the last level of the fortress, and Kaido gets shocked. He sees a player, a small demon, a man-horse named Arav, and a scared bossman, who is holding a purple flag on his back, and he says his name. He shouts and asks what he is doing here, and Bossman apologizes, saying that his teammates have forced him. Arav shouts and asks Bossman to shut up, as they have already lost Thespian, and Bossman starts to tremble in fear. Suddenly, 2 lights appear above, and Chaos appears holding a mic in his hands, as he starts singing that the red team tried to run away from them. He then starts to dance along with other players behind him, as he sings that they have tried to run but got caught, even though the red team thinks they are invincible, but their time is up. He holds his mic up before singing that they are the ones who will get the advantage of Satan, and Morningstar gets annoyed, saying that they already have weird jobs in the game. Arav gets angry and tells him that he will take revenge for these words from Morningstar. Bossman appears in front of him, extending his arms in anger, and Siofra stands behind him. Arav tells him to get out of the way and to protect the flag, and then he pushes him towards the floor. Bossman tries to get up from the floor with a trembling body, and Siofra pats his head, asking if he is okay. Bossman looks back at Kaido, and with determination says that he trusts him, and he should not let any chance go away from him to see a gaming cafe. Hearing that, Kaido smiles with pride and sees the Chupacabra demon lunging towards him, opening its mouth with long teeth. Avra also lunges forward using his horse legs, saying that he will kill Kaido. Morningstar asks Kaido if he has anything to wrangle the demons, and Kaido says that it is very easy to wrangle them and starts drawing something. He draws a rope and says that the best way to restrain the competition is to use a lasso. The lasso appears in Morningstar's hands, and he sees Arav just a few feet away from him, growling. He then throws the lasso towards Arav, and he gets wrapped in it, strangling him. Suddenly, blue electricity appears from the lasso and zaps Arav, and he trembles. And Kaido says that this is the best part of the lasso, and Morningstar says that this was good. But suddenly, Chupacabra attacks Morningstar's back, sticking his tongue out. He says that he has a better idea, and Morningstar grinds his teeth. Quickly, Chupacabra bites him on his shoulder, draining his blood, and Morningstar groans in pain, decreasing their HP. Chaos smiles and starts singing, while dancing that they will drain Kaido's HP like butter and will run with their flags. And Kaido appears and punches him hard on his face, asking him to shut up. Chaos falls on the ground and screams that his face means a lot to perform well, and he cannot do that now. And Kaido twists his wrist, saying that no one wants to even see Chaos's face. He then calls Morningstar, asking if he has any ideas because they only have one SP left. And Morningstar screams, as Chupacabra is still biting him, and he says that he does not need anything, because working out one day in the real world is equal to 100 in his world. Then he swings his hand and hits Chupacabra with his elbow, saying that he only needs a day of workout to handle this parasite. Then he runs, holding the rope, pulling Arav along with it, and Chupacabra flies away. He screams and whirls the rope with Arav bound to it, sending him flying into Chaos. The rope's electricity transfers to Chaos, too, and the two of them are overwhelmed by the shock, and their HP decreases. Arav falls on the ground, with burns on his body, and smoke coming out of him, and Kaido asks the other team members about the situation and tells them that they have secured their flags. Loralee and Sophia fight together against the enemies, as fire swirls around the area, and Loralee says that it is not over yet, and Sophia says that they are trying their best. On the other hand, Kaido also calls Alex, but he cannot hear them properly as the sound is unclear, and he says that the earpiece is trash. He then walks towards Bossman, sitting on the floor, whose stats are very low, and with a fearful voice, he asks Alex not to take his flag as he needs to play, but Alex interrupts him, saying that it is either he plays or Bossman. He then takes his flag and walks away, saying that he is going to choose himself, and Bossman and Siofra sit on the floor with their heads lowered. Kaido comes up to the window and calls Alex again, asking what he is doing, and Alex appears beside him, saying that he is copying. He holds a purple flag on his shoulder and tells Kaido that he nags just like his mother. But Kaido only focuses on the flag, and he realizes that he has seen that flag with Bossman, and he gets scared for him. He then screams at Alex, asking where he got the flag, and he replies, saying that it does not matter because they needed a flag and he got one, and Kaido says that they do not need this particular flag, and he has to give it back. Alex sighs and says that he will not follow Kaido's theories and will not end his game, and Kaido clenches his fist, saying that it is not a theory. Suddenly, he hears the tick-tock of a clock, and a timer appears showing 59 seconds. Kaido gets nervous and scared, saying that he will not let the game end like this, and starts to draw a flag. And a red flag appears, and Kaido takes it and grits his teeth and starts running. He stops in front of Chaos, screaming at him, asking him to take the flag. Chaos, who is lying on the floor with a bump on his cheek, says that even if it is compensation, he would still take revenge on Kaido. Kaido holds his hand and tells him to shut up, and puts the flag on his hand. And suddenly the timer goes off showing 0 seconds. Satan then announces that round 3 is finished, and Shooter and his team stand with various flags in their hands. Lorelei wipes her sweat with pride, and Sophia stands behind her smiling. But Chaos starts burning, and he screams in pain and fear and asks Kaido what he has done. Kaido gets shocked as he looks at him in disbelief and worry. Then he starts running down the stairs, wondering why this has not worked, and he sees Bossman sitting on the floor and rushes towards him. Bossman looks at him with tired eyes and smiles and calls his name. Kaido holds his hands, and Bossman's souls start to radiate from him as he tells Kaido that he wants his socials to contact him to go to Japan, and Kaido tells him that he is right. Then tells him that he does not have his social media, but he can search his name, Kaido Himura, and gives his number, and Bossman smiles, saying that he is old school. With a smile, he tells him that his real name is Matthew, but because Kaido is his friend, he can call him Matty, and his soul starts to evaporate. He tells him that he will call Kaido when he reaches the world, and he closes his eyes, and Sophia also appears near him. Kaido makes a promise, and Bossman's soul fully disappears in the air, and he gets sad as he loses his hand. He screams Bossman's name, echoing it all around as his teammates look at him. Alex smiles proudly and tells him to grow up. As Bossman did not advance in the game, it does not mean that this is the end of the world. Hearing his voice, Kaido gets angry as tears slip from his eyes, and he abruptly gets up and punches Alex in his face, throwing him away, asking him what he has done to Bossman. He starts punching him again and again, and he screams at him, asking him to understand that real lives are at stake in this game. Then abruptly, Alex kicks him on his stomach, making him fly away, saying that Kaido is stupid, as his idea of drawing a flag did not work. Kaido lands on the ground on his knee with his lower head as he hears Alex saying that he should be thankful that he is not beating him up. Alex once again lunges towards him, saying that no one will die, but Kabuto stops him, and Kaido also gets up to beat Alex, saying that Bossman has died because of Alex, but Morning Star tries to stop him. Alex gets shocked as he hears Kaido screaming that once they go back to their world and see Bossman's name on TV, he should remember that he is the one who has murdered him. Sophia appears behind Kaido and hugs him from behind, asking him to calm down, as bickering will not do anything. She then tells him that she promises that they will make things right. The cartoon image of Satan appears as he congratulates everyone with a smile. A player holding another and a flag cheers, while another player comforts another on the ground, and one bows down on the ground, and another boy stands with pride, along with his demon. Satan announces that 14 teams have lost their flags, but the red team has survived, and Sophia comforts the crying Kaido. Satan then shows the board of ranking of teams, and says that the black team is the winner by taking the most flags. As the blue lights appear on the players, ready to go back home, Sophia calls Kaido, saying that it does not matter how many times they fall, but how many times they get up again is what matters. They start to disappear, and she tells him that they have to find the weakness of Satan, so Kaido should not give up, and he nods with saddened eyes. They all disappear as Kaido says that it is sad that he feels that he has nothing left to give. The scene shifts as Kaido sleeps in his bed, but he starts groaning and wincing, and sweat drips from his face. He starts having nightmares about Bossman, about how they met the first time. Bossman hugging him and giving him strength in the last game. He then starts struggling to breathe and starts to choke on air, and then suddenly he breathes and opens his eyes. Morning Star, who is using the computer, turns towards him and wonders if it is another nightmare, and then tells him to stay relaxed, as they are not in the game. He then tells him that Kaido can talk to him, but Kaido turns on his bed, and with an annoyed expression, he tells him that he is fine. Morning Star walks out of the way, slamming the door, and Kaido thinks that after Bossman has died, he has also started to lose the will to survive. The scene shifts to Kaido's classroom, and the professor asks everyone to open page 90. But Kaido is using his laptop, and a boy looks at him as he starts to get annoyed, and grits his teeth as he thinks that his will to destroy Satan is unattainable, and that is why he is getting irritated. A moment later, Kaido walks out of the classroom, and the boy comes behind him, asking Kaido in Japanese if he is alright, and he is not looking good, and maybe he can talk to his father. Kaido turns around in anger, telling the boy that they are paying him to translate, so he should only focus on his work instead of interfering in his business. The boy tries to say something, but Kaido walks away. The days pass, and Kaido attends events, smiling and acting like everything is normal, but it starts to become harder. He walks out of the building, and the reporters stand on both sides of the path. As he walks out, he sees the big screen on the building, on which the reporter is giving news of the death of an elementary school boy, and connecting it to previous murders. And Kaido gets concerned, his face sweaty, as he hears her saying that the student has died because of unnatural deaths, and was found in his brother's university gaming lab. He then lowers his head, and Tahatan's brother comes amongst the reporters as he shouts his name and tells him that he is Eren, and they have met in Nebraska. But Kaido does not listen to him and starts to sit in his car, and Eren tries to push security guards by telling Kaido that he wants to ask about the game and the latest murders. Kaido sits in his car and slams the door with anger, and the car starts to drive away, and Eren screams his name. The scene shifts to the evening, and Kaido comes to his home as the sun shines on the house. He twists the doorknob and opens the door, and the first thing he sees is the flyer of Satan on his bookshelf that he got for the first time. But suddenly he starts sobbing, and tears roll down his cheeks, and abruptly he starts screaming, pulling his hair out. Morning Star, who is working out in the gym, gets alerted as he hears the screaming and crashing of multiple things. He then walks into Kaido's room and sees it in a state of clutter, and he is throwing books on the floor. And he asks him what he is doing, and Kaido screams that it has happened because of Morning Star. Morning Star grabs Kaido's arm, who is just about to throw another book, and asks him to wait. But Kaido kicks him in the face, telling him to go away. A moment later, Kaido realizes what he has done, and he slowly apologizes, and Morning Star tells him to hit him more, as it is getting him out of the slump. Kaido gets sad as he tries to say that Morning Star was right, as he also thinks that it would be impossible to end Satan because he is too powerful. But Morning Star interrupts him, and screams in a loud voice, telling him to shut up, and says that it was Kaido who was forced to end the game by finding a way, and even though he hates it, he wanted to help Kaido in this. He then starts scribbling in a notebook, and says that it was so easy for him to eat Kaido, so he'd better stick to the promise he has made. He finishes the drawing of Satan, and shows it to Kaido, pointing towards it, and orders Kaido to look at the image's eyes and give him no mercy. Kaido then starts to think that Morning Star is right, because if he gives up, he will let down Tahatan and Bossman, and anyone who has died due to Satan. He grinds his teeth and thinks that he cannot back down, just like Sophia has asked him to. He then looks up at Morning Star and shouts that he is Kaido Himura, and Morning Star shows him the picture and shouts more, saying that he cannot hear Kaido. He shouts his own name once again and punches the sketchbook in Morning Star's hand, who screams, asking what Kaido's goal is. And Kaido punches once more, throwing the book upwards, and he screams, saying that he is going to destroy Satan. A moment later, Morning Star starts to laugh, as Kaido hunches forward in front of him. He then grabs Kaido's shoulder and laughs, saying that it was not bad and he just has to work more on his uppercuts. Kaido smiles a little and says that if Morning Star keeps going like that, he will make him the target in the 4th round. A while later, the night spreads, and Kaido sits on the beach sand, and Morning Star walks towards him, holding ice cream cones in his hands. He then hands over the 1 scoop of chocolate ice cream to Kaido, and holds the multiple flavored gummy worm cones in his own hand, and Kaido thanks him. He then sits beside Kaido, and Kaido thanks him for today, and starts eating his ice cream, and Morning Star side-eyes him. He then tells Kaido that even if Kaido thinks that he is an asshole, his truth is that he has lost a lot of friends in Satan, which has made him numb, and every second, he knows that he is going to lose someone that he loves. The moon shines bright above the sea, and Morning Star continues saying that until Kaido, he never knew why he had always wanted to beat Satan. He then says that it is true that when Kaido talks, everyone listens to him, and he needs to give a better reason next time so they will listen to him more. He further tells him that they have to win without taking any life, and that is how they will get everyone's attention, and Satan would not be able to handle it, and then they will beat him. He looks at Kaido and smiles, asking if he likes the plan, and Kaido looks at him for a moment. and abruptly, he hugs Morning Star, saying that he is the best. Morning Star gets shocked and looks at Kaido, extending his arms in the air, but not hugging him back. Then he pushes Kaido away, saying that he should show his excitement from a little farther away, as he is too close. And Kaido laughs sheepishly, teasing him that it is only a hug, which won't kill him. They start fighting playfully, as Morning Star says that he is going to get killed, and he will melt, and Kaido says that he is not an ice cream but a demon, but Morning Star tells him to get away from him. The scene shifts to the next day, and Kaido opens a bottle of water and starts chugging the water, and sweat also drips from his face. He wipes the water from his mouth, and his phone starts ringing. Morning Star is doing a workout behind him, and he takes out his phone and gets surprised looking at it. He picks up the call and starts blushing as he greets Sophia on the call, as he thinks that Sophia really has his number. He then asks her what is going on, and she gets nervous as she asks him how he is doing, and he starts scratching his head, saying that he is better and sleeping more after the workout that Morning Star gives him. The scene shifts to Sophia's room as she smiles, hearing Kaido telling her that they have a plan to destroy Satan. He asks her if she has found anything from the site, as he did not find any red flags. She tells him that she is having sleepless nights, but now she has a new theory, and Kaido gets surprised, asking if she is serious, and Sophia tells him that she thinks that Satan is a malicious website. She asks him if he can help her get any hardware because she does not want to store the data in the cloud. Kaido closes his eyes, and with pride, he tells her that he has a storage full of hardware in the office, and she should just text him, and he will do the job. Sophia thanks her and says that she will text him her address, and he can come by any time, and Kaido says that he will come later. Suddenly, he hears Morning Star shouting that he only gave a 5-minute break, not a lunch break, and Kaido gets scared of him, and says goodbye to Sophia before he gets killed by Morning Star. Morning Star comes beside him, and he asks angrily what Kaido was doing, as he hides his phone behind him. He asks what he is hiding, and if he is cheating on him. Kaido gets nervous as he does not understand what Morning Star means, and Morning Star shouts again, saying that if he messes up, he is going to add 20 miles to the afternoon run. Kaido then starts blushing as he tries to tell something, saying Sophia's name, and Morning Star points at him, saying that he knew this, and now he has to run 40 extra miles. Kaido gets scared hearing that and says that Sophia has found some information, and he is helping her get hardware from the office, and then tells Morning Star that he might need his help to deliver the hardware, and he will run whatever miles he asks him to do. Morning Star abruptly swings his head and says that he would not do it, and Kaido tells him that he can drive the getaway car, and Morning Star asks if Yahiku does not know about this, and Kaido says that he does not. He gets happy and slaps Kaido's back, saying that they will do it. The scene shifts to the building of Nyan and Kaido, and Morning Star comes inside, and Morning X Star points towards his dress shirt, asking if this getup was necessary. And Kaido says that if he were to take revenge for the running, he should be thankful that he is not in a suit. A man approaches them and says to Kaido that he was not expecting him today, and he says that he wanted his friend Morgan Star to see Nyan, as he is an exchange student from Germany and wants to intern at Nyan. Morning Star gets angry and starts mumbling, saying that he does not like the name Morning, and Kite laughs nervously and tells him to just act along. The man greets him, and Morning Star bows and greets him as well. He then meets 2 other employees, and they all greet each other by bowing. After a while, he meets another woman and bows. After they get out of there, Morning Star gets angry, saying that the bowing culture is torture, and how can a human do this? They stand in front of a door, as Kaido unlocks it, and tells Morning Star that he is being a baby, and Morning Star gets fumed hearing that. They enter through the door, and see a bunch of cars going in and out, and workers shifting boxes, and Morning Star gets amazed. Kaido goes through his phone and tells him that he can get the dolly, and Kaido will start tallying what they need, and Morning Star gets frustrated, saying that he does not understand. Abruptly, he screams as he sees an ice cream truck downstairs, and asks Kaido if they use it to kidnap children. And Kaido tells him that it is for an advertising campaign, then asks him to help, and Morning Star says that he is always messing with fun, just like a mom. A moment later, Morning Star sorts out boxes in the truck, and Kaido appears holding 3 boxes as his hands tremble, and he asks for help from Morning Star, and he thinks that he is weak. Kaido takes out the checklist and takes all the things that they have got. Morningstar sits in the driving seat, and Kaido sits in passenger one as he tells him that he has put Sophia's number, and he should drive within the speed limit, as they don't want to get a ticket. But Morningstar does not let him finish his sentence, and starts driving the truck at full speed as it screeches on the road, and Morningstar cheers, but Kaido gets shocked and asks him to slow down. Kaido looks at the GPS and shouts at Morningstar to take a left, but Morningstar teasing him, saying that he has missed a turn, and starts swinging his steering wheel, and the truck screeches on the side of the road as it takes a U-turn. Some time later, they pull in front of a building, and Morningstar slams on the brakes once again, making the truck stop abruptly. Kaido comes out of the truck and starts to vomit in a bag, but Morningstar beams as he shouts for special delivery and says that he has always wanted to say this. They both get all the boxes and walk inside the building, and Kaido tells him that he will drive on the way back, and Morningstar says that he was having so much fun. Kaido tells him that they would have been killed today, and Morningstar says that he has been protecting him for so long. Kaido blushes, looking at his phone as he fixes his hair, and Morningstar looks at him and shouts, saying that he has just realized, and asks him if he has a date with Sophia. Kaido gets flustered and shouts that he is only friends with Sophia, then corrects himself, saying that they are partners, and Morningstar tells him that the way he is all ready to meet her, he must like her. Kaido tries to say something, and then changes his mind and tells him to shut up and knocks on the door. Sophia opens the door and beams with happiness, and they greet each other, and Kaido tells her that they have got what she has wanted. Morningstar interprets them and walks between them holding the boxes, saying that they do not have a whole day, and Kaido apologizes, and Sophia tells them to feel at home. Then Kaido says thanks. They enter her room, and Morningstar is already sitting on a bench, and Kaido sees so many things with Nyan's symbol, and says that Sophia is a true fan. He then tells her that she can come to Nyan to look around, and Sophia cannot believe it. Kaido puts a box on the table and says that they are going to open a museum, and Sophia smiles, saying that it would be great, but Morningstar gets frustrated with them. Suddenly, Kaido sees a laptop saying that acknowledgement is required to proceed, and he gets shocked and asks if this is Metatron. And Sophia tells them that he is a laptop in the real world, and Morningstar comes near it and looks at it, and says that it is lame because he should have chosen to be a robot. And Metatron says that he is not going to do further communication. Kaido comes near Sophia and asks what she will do with all the techs, and what is her new theory, and she says that she is sure that Satan is a Trojan horse. She starts explaining that it is like those scams that look like they are not harmful, and give a free course or offer. But when a person takes the offer, their whole system gets compromised, just like WannaCry that happened in 2017. She further explains that Satan is tricking people into giving their souls to him, and not asking for money or private information like regular scammers. Kaido gets angry, and he tells about the girl that has given him the flyer and told him about tutoring. Sophia says that he has been scammed, and Kaido starts getting angry, asking in disbelief if that girl was Satan himself, and Sophia tells him that she got scammed by Satan, who came as a student and intern at Nyan. She explains that she has to find the connection between the game, and that is why she needs all those hardware techs, because she is sure that there is some hidden code in the game system. Kaido tries to say something, but gets interrupted by the knocks on the door, and Sophia walks towards it, saying that she will take a moment. Sophia opens the door, and a guy greets her, and she greets him as well, saying that even Kaido is here. Kaido gets surprised as he sees Mamba in the door frame, along with his small dog, just like Hound. And Mamba introduces himself with his real name, Denny's Jamal. Morningstar, sitting on the chair in front of Metatron, jokes that the date of Kaido and Sophia is cancelled, and Metatron laughs sheepishly. Kaido shakes his hand and introduces himself, and Mamba says that everyone in this world knows who he is. He then tells Kaido that what he had said in the game was brave, and it has also opened his eyes. He then says that he finds one thing about a devil in religious texts, movies, and any theory is the chaos and power of it. The sun sets behind the window, as Kaido sits on the chair, and Mamba, standing, says that collecting souls is not only evil, but it is a move to dominate. On the other hand, Metatron, Hound, and Morningstar look at each other with a frown and narrow eyes. Hound then barks at Morningstar, and he tells him that Satan will know. And he has also said the same thing to Metatron, that they should let Kaido and his friends figure everything out by themselves. Kaido turns around and asks him what he is saying, but he puts his hands behind his head, saying that he is just catching up with the demons. Mamba, Kaido, and Sophia sit on the chairs around the table, as Mamba says that he met Sophia in a cafe. And because she is also trying to find things about Satan just like him, they partnered together. He tells them that he is an intern at a large news firm, and he has already found out some articles in which some people have described something similar to Satan. He tells them that those events got dismissed by the law, and he believes that this has happened before, and Kaido folds his arms in front of him, saying that he did not even think about the past players. Mamba says that since the articles are old, he might not be able to find the players now, and Kaido says that if those players use Nyan devices, he would be able to track them, but he just needs to wipe his tracks due to legal matters. Sophia tells him that she will help him in this because he owes her a tour of Nyan. Kaido blushes and says that it will work, and Mamba says that it sounds like a deal. Mamba holds his fist out as he stands up. He chants to take Satan down and says that he will not let it take his soul or the soul of the one he is protecting. Sophia and Kaido also get up and bump their fists with him and say that he is right, and their demons look at them with pride. The scene shifts to another day, as the sun shines bright above the buildings. Alex is lying on his bed, looking at the ceiling, and the curtains are open at his window. He groans and sits up on the edge of his bed, and Kabuto is sitting on his bedside table as a toy tells him to take some rest, as the last round was hard for them, and Alex asks him if he is joking. He gets up, opens his fridge, takes out a bottle, and says that he has a game against UAV, which is very important, so he cannot just take a rest, and Kabuto tries to convince him. But he says that he should remember that there would be scouts, and he opens the bottle and takes a pill in his mouth. Kabuto tries again to tell him how his body cannot survive like this. But Alex gets angry and shouts that his body can survive, and Kabuto should not underestimate him. Then he puts on his headphones and puts Kabuto in his pocket. A moment later, he runs on the ground, as he thinks that he needs to work today because if he fails the math test, he will not be able to play in the game. He remembers Kaido after the death of Bossman, and thinks that he is an idiot because whatever he said about Bossman is messing with his mind now. Alex then starts running more aggressively, his face all sweaty, and he grits his teeth as his breath huffs. Kabuto shouts from his pocket, telling him to stop, but Alex does not listen to him as he keeps running, and says that he needs to run just a bit more. He runs through the street and runs past the big screen that is reporting the news of the death of Bossman, Matthew C. Sereps, who was found dead in his brother's gaming lab. As soon as Alex hears this, he freezes in shock, and his face gets pale, and his eyes get wide, as the reporter says that they are wondering why he has died after the mysterious deaths of college students. He abruptly grabs the garbage tin, and Kabuto shouts, telling him to wait. But Alex does not listen to him and throws the garbage tin directly on the screen, smashing it, and someone screams behind him. He starts to run once again, wondering if he is the one who has killed Bossman, as he still hears the reporter behind him. He gasps for air as he is still running, and thinks that his pain has never stopped him from doing anything. Instead, he uses it to fuel his desire to fight for a cure, and he has always prioritized himself over anyone. He grinds his teeth and wonders if he was wrong all this time. Suddenly, he bumps into a guy, and he stops and shouts at him that the guy is not looking where he is going. The guy is Kaido, and he looks at Alex, who gets shocked seeing him. Kaido greets him and thinks to himself that it is a good thing that he also goes to this university, and tells him that he is going to take a class. Alex gets nervous and says that he is also going to class, but Kabuto shouts from his pocket, telling Kaido that Alex needs to talk to him. Alex gets angry and turns away, and tries to shut up Kabuto as he is saying that Alex is being shy. But he says that he is not shy, but Kaido has already heard Kabuto's voice. Alex then scratches his head and tells Kaido that he wants to talk to him, and Kaido apologizes, saying that he does not understand English much. So Alex says that he will help in translating and tells him to sit on one of the benches. As they both sit on the bench, Alex lowers his head and tells him that he has already seen the news. Alex's body trembles, and he says that Kaido was right, and it happened exactly like he had said. And now he understands that Bossman was his friend, and Kaido looks at him with a frown. He hears Alex saying that if his own friend had died, he would have taken revenge and would not forgive himself. People keep passing by them, and Alex keeps speaking that and apologizes for being a big head, as he tends to be like that when it is about the game. But Kaido does not say anything to him. Then Alex starts to cry, saying that he acts like he is too good and high, but in the end, he just wants to be normal, and everyone in the game is playing for their own selfish desire. But his desire is personal. Kabuto gets sad sitting on his shoulder, and Alex opens the same pill bottle and says that he wants to do simple things like running without taking these pills. Kaido then looks at him and asks if he is fine, and says sorry as he did not know about this. And Alex says that he is fine and does not like when people feel pity for him. And then he takes one pill in his mouth. Kaido looks at him with sad eyes and thinks that the strongest player of Satan is dealing with this condition. He then tells Alex that he can fund his treatment and will help him find the cure, and Alex gets shocked, asking him to repeat, and Kabuto repeats it for him. Alex shouts and says that he does not understand why Kaido wants to help him, even after he had killed his friend. Kaido looks at the ground and, with determination, says he, along with Sophia and Mamba, is going to destroy Satan. Alex gets surprised as he hears Mamba's name and asks if he is actually helping them, and Kaido tells him that he met with him the other day and they have talked about this. He says that they are trying to find a vulnerability in the code of Satan, and they will use it to destroy the game. Alex's body starts to tremble as he clenches his fist and says that it would be fair if the end of the game would benefit both of them, and proceeds to say that there must be a way to take back the lives that they have lost. He tries to get up and tells Kaido that it is exactly like reverse engineering the code, and Kaido gets surprised, saying that he did not even think about that. Kaido tries to ask him how they can do it, and Alex gets up and starts to warm up, and says that even though he is an electrical engineer, he has taken some computer engineering courses, so he can help figure it out. He then turns his head towards Kaido and says that if he helps him to protect the person he cares about and find the cure, he will bring back Bossman, and Kaido smiles, saying that the deal is done. They both then tell each other their real name and shake their hands. They walk away, and Kaido puts his hand in his pocket and thinks that he would have never thought that he would find a common ground with Alex, as he keeps fighting with him in the game. Suddenly, he hears someone saying that she has found an idol, and he looks in front of him and gets shocked. He hears Morningstar asking girls if they have seen Kaido, but they chatter, wondering if he is an idol. Kaido goes to him and drags him holding his hand and gets angry, asking what he is doing here, and he replies, saying that it was something urgent, otherwise he would not be here. He then shows the laptop with the Satan timer of 15 minutes and 8 seconds, and tells him that the third round is about to start. Kaido gets shocked, saying that he has a class, and Morningstar says that now he has to skip it, and he replies saying that it will damage his grades, and not even Satan will fix the grades. A moment later, they both walk into the hallway, and Morningstar teases him, saying that choosing between his death and class is very hard. Kaido turns towards him and says that he needs to shut up now, as he has understood it, and tells him to wait for a minute. Then he enters the classroom, and his translator greets him. He grabs his hand and walks along his groupmates as he tells his professor to let them present first, and he will upgrade his tech because he has a flight to catch. The professor tries to say something, but Kaido appears beside him using his laptop, saying that they will start their presentation. Then he greets everyone, and his groupmates stand beside him, and other students chatter. A moment later, they finish their presentation. The professor appreciates them and says he has one question, but Kaido interrupts, telling him he'll leave the questions to his team and wishing them luck. He walks out of the class and sees the same girls surrounding Morningstar asking if he is single, and Morningstar replies that he is not single, but he is partnered with a noob. Kaido interrupts them and holds him while smiling at the girls, telling him that Morningstar is occupied, but Morningstar shouts at him, saying that he does not know if the nightclub is edible, and the girls get surprised. A moment later, Kaido finds an empty classroom and looks here and there before they both enter it, and he tells Morningstar that he is the one who has been dying to log in on time, but now he is being busy with girls. Morningstar replies that Kaido is saying things like he does not want to top in the game, and Kaido says that he will pretend that he did not hear it. He puts his laptop on the table and opens it, but soon he curses and starts to get nervous. He sees that the Wi-Fi is having difficulty connecting, and he says that the Wi-Fi is terrible on Monday morning at the university. The timer shows only 30 seconds, and he thinks that he should have expected this, and now he needs a hard line. Morningstar sits behind him on the desk. Then Kaido bends down to look beneath the desk and finds 2 wires. Morningstar shouts at him, saying that he is taking too long, and Kaido puts the wire in his laptop, saying that there is minor inconvenience, and Morningstar shouts again, saying that there is nothing about this game that is minor. Kaido shouts back at him, saying that his yelling would not make things go faster. He connects to the Wi-Fi and searches the website in a hurry. As he logs on to the site, the timer shows only 0.47 seconds, and Morningstar shouts telling him to click the button to enter the game. Kaido clicks on the button on time, and the purple light shines on their faces. And he sighs in relief, saying that they just got in time, and Morningstar turns his face as if he is upset with Kaido, and says that he will eat him if he does this again. They both enter the game through the red portal, and suddenly they hear a scream. It is Orion, who is screaming, holding his head, saying that after the last round, his brother, who is also in the game, is not waking up. His eyes get teary as he says that they have taken his brother to the hospital, and the doctor said that he has died due to the electric shock. Kaido gets shocked as he hears the word electric shock, and he remembers Chaos and thinks that he must be his brother. Morningstar turns around and says Kaido's name, and he tells him that he is not going to cause any scene, so he should not worry. Another player comes towards Onryo and tells him to calm down, and he shouts again, saying that he does not understand the game, as they entered the game together, and he was fine by that time. He remembers him and Chaos together, and says that Chaos only wanted to be an idol, but because he was not good at dancing, their studio would not let him make his debut. He says that, as he was not good at his dancing class, he thought that Satan could help him, and he tries to say something about the name. But another player interrupts him, saying sorry about his brother and reminding him what had happened to Satan when he had first talked against the game. Another player tells him that he can take the place of Chaos and be an idol, as they are twins and look the same. Orion gets angry and yells at him, saying that he is comparing his brother's death to only being an idol, and this game is not a joke, and the only person who has understood this is Kaido. Kaido comes near him and tells him that Chaos was on the team with his friend, Bossman, and Orion looks at him in disbelief. Suddenly, Satan welcomes everyone in the 4th round, and Kaido and Orion look at him in shock. Satan appears with Kane and says that the game is called Seek, and takes out a purple glowing medallion with a skull on it. He says that there are 28 of these that are hidden in the arena, and if any player needs help, they can get through the knowledge check, but with a cost. Every player looks at him with attention as he says that a player who finds the medallion will advance in the next round. He smiles and says that if a player cannot find the medallion will get eliminated. Hearing that, Mamba, Alex, Sophia, and Orion are shocked, and Kaido gets alerted and scared as he looks at the players and demons, as he wonders if all these people would die if they fail to get the medallion. Orion comes in front and shouts at Satan that his goal is to kill as many players as he can. Kaido stops him by putting a hand on his chest and tells him that even though he understands that he is angry, what he is doing will cause harm. But Onryo shouts at him, saying that he does not care, and Kaido tries to calm him, saying that it is about every player, and he tells him that if he himself had not opened his mouth in the last round, Bossman and Chaos would have been alive, and there is a chance that Satan will reduce the number of medallions. Onryo understands him and grits his teeth, and Satan claps his hands, saying that he was not expecting this from Kaido, and then thanks him. He then announces that the black team would get extra HP, SP, and AP as the reward, and the team of Shooter gets to level up by level 5. Satan then announces that the winner of this round will get the same reward in the next one, and asks the players if the game should start, and everyone cheers. He tells them to ready, set, and go, and then every player starts to run along with their demons. Ontario also runs, but at the same time, he calls Kaido a coward, and he gets offended, but Morningstar tells him to let him go. He puts a hand on Kaido's shoulder and tells him that he can talk to him later, but now they need to focus on the game, as the board is already showing that one medallion has already been taken. Sophia comes to him, and he greets him and Mamba says that he cannot find Alex. Sophia asks Kaido if he has any idea how they can bypass this round, and he puts a hand on his chin, as he says that he cannot understand how he is going to save the 8 players who would not get the medallion. He tells her that his idea of drawing the flag did not work in the last round, so it is useless to try it again. Morningstar folds his hands and says that if they sit around, they will be one of the 8 ones, as 6 medallions have already been taken, and Hound and Metatron agree in their own language. Mamba takes out his cigarette and says that he agrees with Morningstar, because right now they have to survive the game, and along with that, they can plan something. Sophia agrees and asks Metatron to find medallions, and he starts doing it. Suddenly, her screen shows an error, and Kaido asks what has happened. She explains that Satan must be interfering with her system, as she cannot search for her query. Mamba asks her if she can search for knowledge checks, as they can get some clues with it, without searching for medallions blindly. Sophia tells him that his idea is good, and she starts to change the code. She finds something and tells Metatron to create a map, and he starts to generate. And a green map appears in the air, and Kaido says that he can see a knowledge check near them, and Mamba points to one point, saying that they should go there first, as it is nearby. A while later, Mamba, Sophia, and Kaido, along with their demons, walk inside a tunnel as dust swirls in the wind. They all reach the knowledge check of the arcade machine, and Mamba asks if anyone wants to try it, and Kaido says that the ladies should go first, which impresses Sophia, and she thanks him. Sophia starts to play the knowledge test, and Morningstar side-eyes Kaido, and he says that there is nothing wrong with Sophia going first. The first question appears asking primary colors, and Sophia chose the option of red, blue, and yellow. Mamba tells Kaido that Sophia has told him that they have met Eren, brother of Tahatan, as he tries to find the website of Satan. And Kaido tells him that Eren could not find the website, which is weird because they can access it just fine. Mamba says that he has tried to let his grandma sign in to the website, but she got the error 404 ed, and Kaido gets concerned over it. So Mamba tells him that his grandma would not even remember the name of the site. Kaido says that the server could not find the web page, even if the game is running, which means that only players have access to the site. Mamba flicks his cigarette, and he remembers the flyer with the promo code. And he says that Sophia's theory is that they got a cyber scam, so there must be a time when people would sign up and play, and when the game starts, the sign up gets closed. Kaido's eyes widen, and he realizes and shouts that this is a private website, and tells Mamba that he is a genius. Suddenly, the arcade game machine dings and congratulates Sophia on completing the test, and she wipes the sweat. And Mamba tells her that she has done a good job, and Kaido smiles, saying that she did amazing. The arcade machine shows the point above the tunnel, and it says that the idol shown is still in the play, and wishes her luck. Then Hound jumps upwards at the arcade machine, and Sophia says that they have already got the lead. Mamba then orders Hound to track the medallion, and he starts sniffing the ground. A second later, he starts to bark, looking at Mamba, and he calls him a good boy. Then he jumps from the railing and tells everyone to follow Hound. And they all start to walk behind Hound, who is sniffing the green smell in the air. Sometimes, later, they get out of the tunnel, and the dust is still swirling around. All of a sudden, Morningstar gets alerted and shouts to everyone to get low as something is coming. And suddenly, a blue light runs in front of them, swinging their hair and clothes. As the dust settles in, Mamba sees Ailes in his demon uniform in front of him. And he gets a little concerned, and sees the shining medallion in Alex's neck, who is on the floor on his knee and hand. Alex hears Mamba and calls his name, but he cannot see him. Then he hears him saying that the enemies are coming, and he quickly makes a shield around himself, and a bunch of bullets hit his shield. Rydrith appears with Subo, Shooter, and Geisha and sends icy winds towards Alex. Shooter yells at him to give him the medallion, and then he will give him an easier death. Alex laughs and says that he would not have taken the medallion if Shooter had not taken his eyes away from it. And he gets the flashback of Shooter snatching the medallion, leaving him begging for it. He shows the medallion above his head and smiles evilly, saying that it is easy to snatch the candy from a baby. But abruptly, a blue light and wind appear and snatch the medallion from his hand. It is Alex who has snatched it, and he starts running, and Shooter yells, asking him to give it back to him. The scene shifts back, and Shooter says that Alex is a rat, and then orders his demon Geisha to use the World Destroyer energy, and Geisha, the purple demon, appears roaring, and his giant body radiates red energy. Alex smiles and says that it is time to begin the fight and positions himself to lunge forward. Shooter orders Geisha to bring Alex as a bug, and Geisha lunges towards him, ready to throw the energy at him. Geisha attacks Alex and makes a crashing sound, but Alex ducks, dodging the attack, and Geisha's AP decreases. Mamba gets scared as he says that he does not understand what Alex is doing, and Kaido, who is standing beside him, says that he will go to deal with the unfinished business that he and Alex have with Shooter, and he wants to prove that there is no bad blood between them. Mamba tries to stop him, but Kaido says that he knows that Mamba wants to protect Alex, so he will help Alex to protect the medallion, and in the meantime, he should go and look for another medallion. Sophia comes up to Mamba and tells him that Hound has found a new way, and tells him to trust Kaido, and Mamba, with concern on his face, says that he is counting on him. Kaido looks determined, and Morning Star twists his wrist, getting ready to attack. Kaido slowly breathes in and out the air, and he remembers Lathavian, the giant monster fish, and he starts to draw something in his sketchbook. Abruptly, a dragon similar to Lathavian appears from the book, with glowing light and fire radiating from it, and Kaido smiles with pride, saying that it lights up everything, but his SP only remains at 3 out of 7. Morning Star appears on the head of the fish, who is now a dragon, which is radiating fire from its nostrils, and Morning Star says that this is the best, and Kaido looks in front with determination and his book in his hands. Alex sees the dragon in the midst of dust, and he wonders what it is and if it belongs to Shooter, but Shooter also gets shocked seeing it, and calls Geisha. Morning Star orders the dragon, who is called Kagetsuchi, to use Scorch, and Kagetsuchi hisses and opens his mouth with pointed teeth. Alex gets shocked as he realizes that it is Kaido's dragon. Then, suddenly, Kagetsuchi lunges towards Geisha, and Alex orders Kabuto to move from there quickly. George screams and tells Geisha to counterattack, and Geisha holds the mouth of Kagetsuchi, who is about to eat him, and his SP decreases. Kaido thinks that he is stronger than he looks and shouts at Kagetsuchi to fight without giving him any room. Suddenly, the tail of Kagetsuchi hits Rydrith, and Subo screams from him as their HP decreases. All of a sudden, a large explosion happens, and Rydrith stands trembling as the dust swirls around him, and he coughs, and a giant hole in the wall behind him appears. Subo asks him if he is okay, and he tells him that he is, and he has sent Kagetsuchi in brumation, and Subo says that they will put him below 0. But abruptly, Alex appears from the sky, lunging towards both of them, smiling, saying that they cannot do that. Alex then punches the ground, and a large crash happens, cracking the whole ground, which is now radiating Alex's blue energy. Rydrith looks at him and says that he thinks that he is clever, but he would not survive an icicle in his chest. He opens his palms and sends a bunch of icicles towards Alex, resulting in a decrease in SP. But Alex dodges every icicle as he runs forward and jumps. While running, he manages to grab one icicle in his hand and then uses all his force to throw the icicle in front of him. Subo sees the icicle coming towards Rydrith, and he rushes towards him to save his life as Rydrith sends winds in the air. But suddenly the icicle thrusts into the chest of Rydrith, and he screams as blood oozes out of him, and Subo also bends forward, holding his neck, and Alex lands on his foot in front of them, and the blood is still coming out of Rydrith, and his HP is slowly decreasing. On the other hand, Kaido orders Kagetsuchi to use the coil, and he wraps its tail around Geisha as he screams for his life, decreasing his HP, and Shooter shouts at him, asking him not to get trapped by Kagetsuchi, and Geisha shouts back, saying that he is trying his best. The tail wraps him more tightly, and he screams and tells everyone to move away, and Morning Star jumps away from Kagetsuchi, saying to meet him on the other side. And Kaido extends his palm, and then quickly clenches it as he yells to erupt, and his SP decreases. Then, suddenly, a loud explosion happens, and Kagetsuchi is exploded along with Geisha. And Shooter hysterically yells his name with wide eyes, and then falls on his knees as he screams that it happens every time. The demons fall on the ground, and George rushes towards his demon, Adosea, and Uncle Drakey also runs behind him, shouting his demon Gajasura's name. Alex stands beside Kaido and thanks him while saying that he did not need his help. Kaido looks at him with a smile and says that he wanted to help, so in the meantime, Mamba can find the medallion. Alex smiles at him, saying that Kaido is good, and asks him if he does not want any medallion. The purple screen in the air shows that there are only 16 medallions remaining, and Morningstar folds his arms and says that Alex is right, and then tells him that they have a plan. Then all three of them start running in a direction, using all their force, and Morningstar says that they need to find their friends. The scene shifts, and Hound sniffs the green smell and follows it. Sophia and Metatron follow him and Mamba, as Hound smells it on the ground and Mamba tells him to focus, because the heat in the area can mess with the smell, and he barks in reply. A moment later, they see the medallion, but a giant centipede and a gorilla sit in front of it to protect the medallion. Sophia and Mamba's HP are full, and Mamba says that it would be difficult to handle the centipede in the sand, and Sophia says that she will disrupt its movement. She then takes out her computer and tells Mamba to handle the gorilla along with Hound, and Mamba replies that they love these kinds of challenges. Hound sniffs the green and smells, and lunges forward. His paw screeches on the ground, and he growls, showing his pointy teeth. Mamba orders him to flank right and to keep his focus, and Hound jumps forward, barking with his scary voice. Sophia starts to click on her keypad, and Metatron's eyes get wide. Her SP gets decreased as the centipede starts screaming, and its 3 eyes get bloody, leading to its HP decreasing. Sophia raises her eyebrows in pride and says that the centipede is now blind, and tells Mama to go for the medallion. And he runs towards it, and tells Hound to keep the gorilla busy, and Hounds bite the gorilla on his leg, and he screams. Suddenly, the centipede starts to buzz, its whole body moves, and its eyes become red, and Sophia alerts Mamba to get out of there. But Mamba abruptly takes the medallion, as the buzzing sound appears behind him. Hound throws the gorilla on the wall, and he crashes into it while Mamba rushes towards Sophia, who is trying her best to control the centipede. A moment later, Sophia, Metatron, Mamba, and Hound try to catch their breath, their hands on their knees, and Mamba tries to give her the medallion, and she thanks him by calling him by his real name. Then she asks if she can call him by his real name, and he says that she can because now they are friends. Sophia shows the medallion to Metatron and says that it will be easy for him to find more of these, for Mamba as well, and he says that it is a good idea, while Metatron starts analyzing. He then compiles the data and shows a green map with red points on it, and Sophia says that it has worked now. One point starts to beep, and Mamba says that this point does not look too far, but he suddenly stops mid-sentence. And he looks above and gets shocked, as he sees a player, Vasego, on a vulture, and a player, Airwalk, walking towards them while sitting on a giant scorpion. Vasego sarcastically says that Mama has found a prize for them, and Airwalk says that they should give the medallion to them or he is going to kill them. Mamba says that he will not give them the medallion, and Vasego smiles evilly, saying that Mamba's journey will end here. Then he orders a flash bomb, and the vulture's wings start to radiate fire. Airwalk comes sliding on a hoverboard and says that he is already warning him, and then orders a sting bolt, and the scorpion appears with a poisonous sting on its tail. The surroundings become green around Mamba and Sophia, and Mamba tells Hound to focus on the scorpion, and Sophia tells Metatron to redirect the fire. Metatron narrows his eyes to focus, as Sophia's SP only remains by 1. Suddenly, a cage appears on the scorpion, and he gets trapped inside it along with his poison, and Airwalk gets shocked in disbelief as he flies above the cage. Mamba, sitting behind a rock, tells Sophia that she has done great and orders Hound to kill the scorpion. Hound rushes towards the cage by leaping on the ground and rocks and shatters the cage. He once again jumps and cracks the shell of the scorpion, leading to a decrease in Airwalk's HP. Then Vasego appears in the sky with his vulture and lunges towards Mamba, saying that they are still in the sky ruling, and Mamba says that their wings are about to be chopped. Vasego proudly tries to say something, but suddenly he gets shocked, and his sentence gets halted in the middle, and he sees Hound leaping and dashing on the ground and rocks beneath him at full speed, and all of a sudden, Hound bites the wing of the vulture, and it screams in pain, and their HP and SP get decreased, and Mamba calls Hound to clamp. Then a loud explosion happens, making the ground erupt, and Sophia tells Metatron to restrict the movement of the vulture and to cage it. Then, a bunch of chains surround the explosion area, and Sophia loses all her SP. Airwalk stands in the air beside the unconscious scorpion and asks him to get up. But all of a sudden, Mamba jumps towards him and pushes him to the ground, and Mamba appears on top of him as they fall. He then snatches the medallion that is around Airwalk's neck, and says that he found it, so he will keep it, and Airwalk tries to shout to get back the medallion. Mamba gets up and tells him that if he wants to fight, he is ready for it, and Sophia tells him that there is another medallion to the west. She says that he should hurry if he wants it, and hearing that, Airwalk gets confused as to why she is telling him that. Later on, Sophia and Mamba walk on the deserted land, along with their demons and medallions around their neck. And Mamba smiles, saying that their mission is complete, and Sophia smiles back, agreeing with him. She then looks at him and says that they have to do something fast so everyone can get back in the world alive. They all look at the purple screen in the sky, which shows the remaining 10 medallions, and she says that they are quickly running out. The scene shifts as Morning Star, Kaido, and Alex walk with difficulty as the heavy winds blow the sand along with it, and they all try to close their eyes. Kaido looks above and sees that only 3 medallions are left, and they do not have much time. Morning Star gets angry, saying that if they do not find one, someone else will take it. Kaido looks at him angrily and says that he will not take the medallion from someone else, and Morning Star says that if he follows his morals, he would not get an advance. Kaido says that he will also take lives if he takes the medallion, and Morning Star says that if he wins, he can save many other lives. Alex, who is leaning against the giant rock, says that he agrees with Morning Star, and Kaido says that he must be joking, so Alex tries to say something. But his sentence gets interpreted by Mamba, who comes out of nowhere and hugs him with a smile, saying that he is okay, and Alex gets surprised. Alex smiles and tells him to get off of him, because he is fine, and he thinks to himself that he is glad that Mamba is fine as well. Sophia comes up to Kaido and asks him if he has got any medallions, as they have got 2 already, and he scratches his head and says that he has not found any. Morning Star gets angry and tells him that this is not the time for meet and greet, so he should go and find a medallion, and Metatron shows him the green map of medallions. Kaido looks at the map and says that there are only 2 left and points at a tower, saying that they should go to this one as it is nearby. The scene shifts, and some players try to climb on the tower, but the rock falls on the ground. A bunch of explosions and crashes happen on the tower, radiating red sparks and debris. Kaido, along with his friends, reaches the tower, and they all look at it, and Alex says that this tower looks like it is a death trap. And Mamba says that he is the one who happily jumps into scenes like this, so Alex replies, saying that he has already got his medallion. On the other hand, Kaido puts his hand on his chin, as he keeps thinking about what he should do, as he does not like the idea of climbing the tower, but something that would push them up. He then realizes what he needs and starts to draw a slingshot, and his SP remains only 3, and the slingshot appears in front of them as a giant one. Morning Star gets impressed, and Kaido tells Alex that he would need his help in this. Alex appears, screeching on the ground, saying that he is ready to help. Morning Star puts himself on the slingshot, holding it tight, and Kaido holds on to Morning Star, while Alex stretches the sling, telling them to hold tight. Morning Star asks Kaido if he trusts him for aiming at the tower, and Kaido says that he does not have any other choice. Alex starts the countdown, and Sophia gets worried and says that it is insane, and Mamba says that he is liking it, as he smiles. Alex counts to 1 and drops the sling, and Morning Star and Kaido fly upward, screaming and scared. They move upwards with quick speed, still screaming, leaving golden light behind. Then they land on the rooftop of the tower with a loud bang. Morning Star smiles, saying that it was fun, but Kaido tries to catch his breath, saying that he does not agree. Morning Star pulls him up as he points towards the medallion in front of them, saying that they must be the first ones to arrive here. Morning Star tells him that they should take it and find a way to go down, and Kaido agrees. Kaido moves towards it, just inches before it, as he hears a demon, Mammon, saying that this medallion is his. Both Kaido and Morning Star get shocked and look to their side, and Kaido curses. Morning Star abruptly holds Kaido, as a Mammon, who is a winged creature, appears in the sky and throws heavy winds towards Kaido and Morning Star, not letting them catch the medallion. Sharp gusts of wind hit them, and Morning Star says that they need something to block the wind, so Kaido takes out his book and quill and tries to draw something with difficulty. Kaido draws a defender, and Morning Star says that this is good, and he uses it to block the wind and tells Kaido they also need some firepower, and Kaido says that he has enough SP for that. And he makes a sword-like equipment, and it appears in Morning Star's hand, and Morning Star tells him that he should get on his back. And Kaido gets shocked, but Morning Star tells him to shut up and do what he says. Kaido hugs Morning Star from behind, and he swings the equipment at full speed so that the wind cannot hit them. A player Frit appears on the rooftop and tells Mammon to distract them so he can get the medallion. But Kaido gets alerted seeing him, and he comes down from Morning Star's back and tells him to cover him. Mammon gets alert, and his eyebrows furrow, and he grabs his golden sword. He lunges towards Kaido, ready to attack him with his sword. But Morning Star appears and clangs his sword with his own as he smiles, saying that they are the ones who are supposed to fight. Mammon says that our Lord has said that Morning Star will come to an end, so he will soon. Kaido bumps into Frit, who is just inches away from grabbing the medallion, and a loud clash happens in the sky, radiating red and gold energy. Frit calls him a coward, and Kaido says that he is the one who is cowardly because only his demon is fighting for him. Frit then takes out a knife and asks Kaido if he wants to fight with him. And abruptly, he slashes the tie of Kaido in half, telling him to fight with him, and Kaido gets shocked. But then Kaido smiles, saying that he does not have to fight dirty to win. As blue and yellow light keep clashing in the sky, Frit also attacks Koito with his knife, but every time Koito manages to dodge smoothly, while both of their apps decrease. Frit slashes the knife in front of Kaido's face, and he thinks that Frit is being too quick. Then he tries to remember what Riku has taught him, and he gets the flashback of them practicing a fight, and Kaido rushes towards Riku, holding a stick. But Riku quickly attacks him, making him throw the stick on the floor. Then, by holding Kaido's hand, he slams him on the floor, and Kaido thinks that at that time, Riku had said the same thing to him. The scene shifts back, and determination comes up in his mind, and he says that he should do the same thing that Riku has done with him. Then, as Frit comes towards him to attack, Kaido holds his hands, making his knife fall on the floor, and Frit gets shocked. Then abruptly, he slams Frit on the ground with a loud thud, causing his HP to decrease. Then quickly, Kaido rushes towards the medallion and snatches it from the pedestal, and Frit curses him. As Morning Star and Mammon fight, he tells him that one day, Mammon will realize that the true leader is only the one who fights in the same trenches as everyone. Then he lunges towards him, saying that this is his last chance to change his statement. But Mammon grips his sword tightly and laughs sarcastically, saying that Morning Star cannot make any difference because he is no one. And all of a sudden, Morning Star thrusts his sword into the shoulder of Mammon, and he screams in pain as a pool of blood comes out of him. They land on the ground, and Morning Star pushes Frit, whose HP is only 3, towards Mammon. Then he tells Kaido that he has done a great job, as only one medallion remains, with 8 minutes and 34 seconds remaining. Kaido holds the medallion in his hand and says that if he takes this, anyone who did not get the medallion is going to die. Morning Star tells him that with every win there is always some loss, but they cannot lose the round, or else they would die. Suddenly, the wall starts to crack in front of them as they look at it with confusion. Morning Star pushes Kaido to watch out for the cracks, and he slams into the wall and loses the medallion from his hand. And it falls from the tower, and Kaido and Morning Star look from above and search for it. Morning Star steps up on the wall, curses while grinding his teeth, and jumps behind the medallion, with one hand extending towards it, saying that he cannot let it end like this. He pushes himself more towards it, trying his best to get it, as the timer only has 7 minutes and 57 seconds remaining. But suddenly, a blue hand appears from beneath and grabs the medallion in the air. Morning Star flies down and sees Onryu holding the medallion with the giant hand as she stands on one of the blocks of the tower. Then, a clone of her holds him in the sky, as he shouts at Onryu to give the medallion back to him. The clone then puts him back on the rooftop, and Morning Star says that he does not want to float around. He wants the medallion back, and Kaido looks at her with confusion. Lorelei also lands on the rooftop with the medallion around her neck, along with Onryu, and smilingly tells them that she and Onryu are saving their lives. Onryu then hands over the medallion towards Kaido, and Morning Star turns around, folding his arms, saying that he did not need help. Lorelei says that she saw that Morning Star clearly needed her help, and Kaido thanks her, appreciating her help. Then suddenly black feathers appear in the sky along with a bird-like creature, and he thrusts a sword inside Onryu's chest as her blood oozes out from her, and Lorelei screams her name. Kaido looks at it with disbelief and shock as blood splatters on his face. The person who has killed Onryu is Kane, as he says that the first rule of the game is to only claim one medallion. Lorelei also starts to cough, and blood comes out of her chest as she falls on the ground, and Cyan says that if any player fails to do so, they will also exit the game. The timer ends, and Satan announces that round 4 has ended, and Kaido screams in frustration, cursing him. Morningstar also appears beside him, also yells, saying that he is way ahead of him, as a loud thud happens beneath them. Morningstar makes a punch with his hand, and with anger, he says that he is going to kill Kane. Kane looks at him with bloodshot eyes and attacks him, causing Morningstar to crash on the ground. Then he comes towards him and steps on his chest with full force, then again stomps on him, and Morningstar screams in pain. Kaido also feels the pain in his chest, but he screams for Morningstar. Kane tells him that it is his duty to keep their players in line, while Morningstar holds his foot tightly to push it from his chest, but he fails. Kane starts to disappear and says that he will not leave them next time. Then he disappears, and Morningstar lies on the ground along with Onryu and Lorelei. Kaido comes up to him, holding his medallion, and asks slowly if he is okay. And he helps Morningstar in getting up as he screams that he will kill Kane one day without thinking of the consequences. Kaido looks at the medallion with teary eyes, and Onryu holds the body of Lorelei, whose soul is leaving her body. Onryu says sorry to her, but in return, she thanks her for everything. Then suddenly Kaido falls on his knees in front of them, apologizing to Lorelei that he should have done something more, or stopped Kane. Lorelei smiles at him, holding his face, saying that her name is Taisha, and says that it is not his fault because even if she gets a second chance, she would have helped him with his medallion. She lowers her eyes and, with hesitation, says that she does not know if she will ever see her daughter again. Kaido holds her hand as he gets shocked, and Lorelei gets the flashback of her playing with her baby daughter, saying that she has tried everything to build a life, as she has done jobs while she studies. She says that it was not enough, as her husband had taken their daughter, saying that she is not a good mother, as she remembers herself screaming not to let her daughter go, as her mouth is full of blood. At that time, she had promised herself that she would prove him and the court wrong, and would be the best version of herself to get her daughter back. She says that nursing school was a bit hard for her, so she used Satan to achieve her dreams, but she did not realize that she would pay a huge price for it. The scene shifts back as her soul leaves her body, and her skin glows as she smiles with tears in her eyes, that she wants to be her daughter's mother once again. Kaido hugs her and says that she will always be her mother, and no one can take her away, and Lorelei thanks him, hugging him back. She tells him that he should not let anyone give up on their dreams, and her soul finally leaves her body and moves up in the sky. The scene shifts as blue energy appears above a coliseum, and all the players, along with their demons, appear, and a screen showing Satan also emerges, in which he congratulates everyone for surviving that round. Kaido stands with his head lowered, and Sophia comes up to him with concern, asking if he is okay. Kaido starts to cry, and his shoulders tremble, and he grinds his teeth, and Sophia puts her hand on his chest, asking him to talk to her. But Kaido abruptly shoves her hand away, and Alex appears beside them, asking what his problem is as they have survived in the end, without killing anyone. But Morningstar looks at them with concern and furrowed eyebrows. The scene shifts to Kaido's house at night, and he stands in front of his desk with his hands on it, saying that he wonders how many people have to die before this game gets finished. And Morningstar, who is sitting as a human on top of an ottoman, says that he does not know about this, and says that as they keep getting late on finding the way to stop the game, it will keep going, and they will keep losing people. Kaido keeps slamming his fists on the table as he screams in frustration, asking how he can stop this game. Then, he walks out of the room, slamming the door behind him, as Morningstar lowers his head. The moon shines bright in the sky, and Kaido walks out of his house and starts to run with furrowed eyebrows. All of a sudden, he trips over a rock and falls on his face with a loud thud, and he groans. He lifts himself up on his elbows and slams his fist on the ground. Then he sits up on his knees and calls Riku, saying that he does not know if he can hear him, but he cannot do this anymore. He looks up at the sky and screams at the top of his lungs, saying that he has killed many people just to achieve his desire. Morningstar looks at him with pitying eyes and suddenly hears a sound behind him. He turns his eyes and sees Metatron, and asks him what he is doing here, and he gets sad, saying that he knows that Kaido is sad because of Lorelei and Onryu, as Sophia has found through the database. They both look at Kaido, and Metatron tells Morningstar to tell the truth to Kaido, because if he does not, Kaido might become his enemy. Morningstar turns back to him and, with anger, says that it is impossible to tell the truth because Satan is always watching them. Metatron shines light through his eyes to his wrist, and a blue bracelet appears, and he tells him that this can give him 30 minutes to say anything. He says that he had to tell Sophia everything about this bracelet, and Satan did not find out, and Morningstar thanks him. But he hesitates as he says that this is the hardest thing that he will ever do. Metatron smiles at him, saying that he has always had faith in him, and Morningstar looks at him with sadness. Then he walks towards Kaido and sits beside him. He takes a deep sigh and tells Kaido to remember the last time they sat on this beach, when Kaido reminded him of the true fight against Satan, and says that there is a reason for his fight. He lowers his head and says that he used to be the king of hell, and Kaido gets shocked and confused, asking what he means exactly. He looks at his bracelet, and with nervousness, he says that he does not know how he can complete his talk in 30 minutes, but he is going to try his best. He begins his story, and a flashback appears as the world is red in color, and Morningstar is sitting on a throne with a bunch of skulls on it. He says that there was a time when the Surtaman was not the same as it is nowadays, but it was an industrious place, and he used to be the leader of the land. And he used to be an inflexible leader, who wanted more than the world he had, and wanted every soul, and the whole earth to worship him either out of fear or with love. He fights along with angels, as he wants to get whatever he wants, as he thinks that everything belongs to him by his right, and he walks holding an angel in his hand, as others lie dead on the ground. But soon he realizes that it is peace that will keep hell alive, and not greed. He stands on the ground, as angels and demons lie dead on the ground, with swords pierced in their bloodied bodies. The image of an angel protecting herself with a cross, and a demon alluring a human to kill someone. He makes a pact with the angels that his demons would convince the souls when called upon, and if those souls were convinced, heaven would have to allow them to control those souls in their ranks. And because of this, they had a balance, but still, his curiosity for the outer world is not ending. So he comes into the world and walks as a human, because he wants the same reach as his demons. And he appears inside a cafe, trying a coffee, as he says that it is not so bad, and a girl sitting beside him looks at him with confusion. The scene shifts as he pulls a rope, and a bucket of water falls on a man, and he laughs because it is fun for him to annoy people. And one time, he snatches a lollipop from a kid's hand and starts eating it himself, leaving the kid crying and complaining to his mother, because seeing a human squirm is fun for him and makes him laugh more than he has in centuries. Hearing his story, Kaido screams at him, saying that he is just another selfish demon playing a game just like Satan. So Morningstar shouts back at him, telling him to listen to him first, as he has limited time. He starts his story once again, as he runs behind a person, and a nun stands on the side, and because he is a selfish demon who enjoys playing games, and one day he annoys a wrong human. It is the nun, the same nun who is standing on the side, who raises her staff with a cross on it, as she screams at him, telling him that a demon's darkness has no power here, so he should go away from here. So she punishes him by splitting his soul in half, which he thought was impossible, as his human self looks at the demon self falling into a hell pit from above. The human Morningstar sits on the wall with his hand on his chest, as he tries to catch his breath, as half of his part that wanted to understand humanity was left on the earth, and the demon, the cruel one, gets caged in hell. Kaitro is shocked and asks if the other part is what he thinks it is. Morningstar lowers his head and says that his other part is Satan, and Kaido's eyes widen. After getting split by half of his soul, he wanders for years, lost and burning with fury, walking on the ground with torn clothes and fire engulfing his body. And one day, he finds a bright light and runs towards it, as it is the way to heaven. But when he reaches the heel, he finds that Satan has stolen his form, and now claims the hell as the leader, with the goal to reshape the world in his own image. And Satan stands up and growls, extending his arms and chest, as he wants to be stronger to reshape the world. So he starts to devour Morningstar's most powerful commanders and anyone who goes against his reign. And the commanders who surrender get shackled and wait for their fates. And during that time, the demons have lost their names and dignities to Satan along with Morning Star's throne. As the image of demons bowing, strangled in chains, appears, along with Satan sitting on a throne, with dark energy radiating from him as he smiles evilly. But even with all his power, Satan is not able to claim the sword that governs the fate of the souls, and without it, his goals cannot be completed. And when Morning Star appears to undo what he has done, but because Satan's power is more powerful than Morning Star's, he loses the fight. But he does not surrender to him willingly, and Satan asks him about the way to claim the Sword of Souls. Morning Star looks up at him and says that he will never tell him, and Satan looks at him with angry eyes. Then two demons appear and take Morning Star by holding his shoulders, and Satan yells, telling him to get away from his eyes, because he cannot kill him as they both need to be alive, otherwise the sword can lose its power. Satan puts Morning Star in a cage along with other demons, and he starts to forget who he is, so he puts his hands on his ears and yells, telling him that he is Morning Star, and he is the true Lord of Hell, and he should never forget it. And because of the resistance of Morning Star, Satan starts to get distracted by the human soul. But due to an ancient law, Satan cannot take a soul without giving them a choice, so Satan makes his twisted game for the choice. Because Satan knows that humans are volatile and many humans would gamble their souls in the game, and he also gives the demons their choice of fighting for freedom or rotting in the cages. Then he signs their fates to regain their names, and their dignity means more than their lives. And by consuming every soul, he gets one step closer to his goals, and when he finally gets the Sword of Souls, he takes his sword, which shows a fire engulfing it, and no soul can pass on, because they were all under his command, including the earth. The scene shifts back to the present, and Kaido gets shocked and fearful, as he tries to understand what happened to his mother and brother if the souls cannot be passed on, and Morning Star tells him that they are trapped in Satan's hold, as they cannot pass. Kaido clenches his fist and holds his own hand as he trembles, thinking that Satan has both his friends and family. Morning Star holds his shoulder and apologizes, saying that all of this is his fault, and says that he is fighting and surviving hard just to end Satan. He then looks at Kaido, who is already looking at him, and says that if they group together, they can make things right. He says that if he gets the Sword of Souls back, he can free all the souls, as he remembers the sword inside a snake's mouth. Kaido makes a fist, and with determination, he tells him that they have to find a vulnerability and reverse the code to free the souls. Morning Star closes his eyes and lowers his head, and Kaido asks him if he cannot understand that if Satan can control the humans, why has he made the game, and why risk giving the demons a way out? Morning Star looks in the abyss and says that Satan was influenced by a human, and suddenly, his bracelet starts to turn red. He looks at it as it starts to disappear, and he yells with his eyes getting wide, and says that their time is finished. Kaido holds his shoulder and, with determination, tells him to say the name if he knows it. Morning Star stutters as he tries to say something, but his symbol on his chest starts to burn, and he grabs his chest, which is glowing red, and he groans in pain, and Kaido tries to help him, and he says that he cannot tell the name and apologizes. The scene shifts as night appears on Kaido's house, and he lies in his bed, wide awake because he cannot sleep after what Morning Star has told him. He sits up on his bed, looks at Morning Star, who is sound asleep on the chair, and thinks that the most disturbing part is that all of this is because of a human who has given everyone the pain. He sits on the bed as moonlight shines through his window on him. Then he starts typing a text with full focus, as he thinks that he needs to talk about this right now. The scene shifts to Alex's bedroom as he gets up from his sleep, as his phone starts ringing, and he shouts that it is 5 in the morning. On the other hand, Mamba also wakes up when his phone rings, and he groans. Sophia, on the other hand, is already awake and types on her laptop, asking the location of the meetup, and Kaido replies, saying that they should meet at the diner off Sunset Boulevard. The scene shifts to the Burger Diner, early in the morning, as cars stop in front of it. Inside the diner, Kaido, along with his friends, sits at the table with their coffees in front of them. Alex folds his arms on his chest as he gets angry at Kaido, telling him that he has ruined his 8 hours of sleep, and if he messes up the game, Kaido will be responsible. Kaido, who is sitting with his head lowered, furrows his eyebrows as he tells them that Morning Star has told him the truth about the game and the demons. Alex gets angry about this and slams his fist on the table, leading his coffee to spill, as he says that this information could have waited until the next morning. Mamba looks at him with concern and says that he should let Kaido speak first. Sophia looks at Kaido as he tells them that their demons are not just part of their games, but they are also trapped like a prisoner in there. Alex tells him that this statement does not make sense, because if it were true, they would have been informed about this before. Sophia lowers her head, and with closed eyes, she tells him that their demons cannot tell them the truth. Both Mamba and Alex get shocked as they look at her, and ask in unison if she also knew this. Sophia adjusts her glasses on her nose and shows them a black chip on her wrist with 2 red lights, as she says that she does not know everything, but Metatron has been giving her pieces of information. Mamba folds his arms on his chest and raises his eyebrows as he tells Sophia to explain everything. She tells them that the settings of this game are more complex than she was expecting, as it has many layers of encrypted subroutines that she is unable to decrypt fully. She turns her laptop towards them and says that their demons are not only linked to them on the player side, but they are also hard-coded into the game's core processes, and Satan has full control over them. Alex asks her if the demons are part of the source code, and Sophia replies that they are implanted on the deepest level of the game's system. Mamba gets confused as he asks how it is possible that the demons are just data when they exist alongside them physically, and they fight and talk to them. Sophia points at something on her computer and says that the demons are not only data, but are like a distributed system, and they exist in 2 states at one time. She says that physically, the demons interact with them, but digitally, they are tied to the game's runtime. She points at one of the options on her laptop and says that their identities, memories, and permissions are all stored in this option. Kaido makes a fist with his hand, saying that Satan controls all of the options. Sophia says that the system runs on administrative level access, which is tied to Satan, and he has full control over all demon-based functions that include the modifications and permissions. And Kaido finishes her sentence by saying that he also has control over termination, and Sophia agrees, looking at him. Alex clenches his fists as he says that if Satan wants, he can just delete the data along with the demons. Sophia lowers her head and says that he would not delete them, but he is going to overwrite them. And Kaido says that this is what Morning Star has told him, that Satan is not deleting them, but he is consuming them, and when they die, their souls do not vanish, but instead become his own part, just like the players. Alex lowers his head and says that they have been playing as his puppet all this time, and every human and demon that dies becomes his strength. Mamba agrees and says that this is weird because he is eating the souls like they are some parasite. Suddenly, Sophia realizes something and says that they can track it. If she maps the transfer data of souls, she might be able to trace it back to where Satan is storing them. Kaido interprets her and says that the game was made by a human, and Sophia gets shocked. And Mamba yells in disbelief as he was thinking that the game is just AI running in the background and not a human. Sophia says that if it is made by a human, then he could be a part of the system itself, and if he is still the one who controls it, they have got some bigger problem. Mamba says that they can get ahead and find the person who is behind all of this. Then he hands over his phone to Sophia, telling her that he was able to find the names of the past players, of which 2 are from the same area as them, and 1 is downtown, and 1 other is in Watts. Kaido says that they should be divided to go, and asks Sophia to be with him, and tells Alex to go with Mamba. Kaido furrows his eyebrows and says that if they fail to find them, he and Sophia will go to Nyan to geolocate their phones, and they all agree in unison. The scene shifts as Alex and Mamba stand in front of a broken house at night, and they ask if anyone is at home. And Alex looks at the address, 56 Danberg Avenue, and asks if this is the right address. Mamba opens the door and enters it, saying that it is unlocked, and tells Alex to come and not to be scared, and he gets angry and says that he is not scared. Mamba opens the flashlight of his phone and moves forward as he looks at a wall, on which Satan is written in blood, and he says that this is a clue for them, and Alex yells, saying that they should leave because anyone who has written it here is probably a psychopath. He says that the guy they are looking for is not here, and suddenly his leg bumps into a chair, and he looks above and gets shocked as he sees a dead body hanging in the air. His eyes get wide with a frown, and he puts his hand on his mouth. He and Mamba shine their flashlights on him, and Mamba curses, while Alex states that he does not understand why the guy has killed himself, and asks Mamba if he has won the Satan, and he replies that he does not know about that. Then he bends down and looks through the bunch of newspapers, and says that the winning became overbearing for him. Then a bottle clamps with his feet, and he shines the light above him, and gulps his own saliva. As he looks at the wall, which is covered in frantic, bloody writing all over the walls, with the same Satan repeated again and again with blood, and he says that it looks like it was an obsession, and he was a psychopath. Then he says that he cannot understand that if he has got his wish, then why he go mad, and starts to live here. Mamba looks at a broken glass window and says that there must be something missing, as why would he hang himself here? Between all of this mess, Alex sees journals with something written on them with blood, and calls Mamba to come there. He comes up and they open the journals, and get shocked as Mamba says that these are details for past matches, and Alex says that the guy has been keeping the record of everything, the objectives and rounds. Mamba turns to another page and sees a riddle written on it that goes like brother against brother is because of him, and thus the cycle of murder will never cease. Alex raises his eyebrows and says that maybe it is a warning. The scene shifts as Sophia and Kaido appear in front of a giant, beautiful house, and a security fraud comes up to the gate and asks them if they have an appointment. Sophia points at Kaido and says that they do not have an appointment, but Kaido Himura of Nyan urgently wants to meet Mr. Salvador. Then a middle-aged man, who is Salvador, walks onto the balcony, and he puts his hand on the railing and one hand on his pocket, as he says that he does not have any business with Nyan, so they should go from there, as he is not interested. Kaido and Sophia look above and scream at him, asking if Satan means anything to him. Salvador furrows his eyebrows and, with a stern voice, tells them to leave. But Kaido yells once again, saying that Satan is still getting played, and they are trapped in his scheme, and many people have already lost their lives. He tells him that he needs his help, as he knows that he has won the game. Salvador tells him that the cycle will continue, and they should enjoy the game as much as they can, and walks away. Kaido tries to yell back, but the security guard shouts in his face, telling him to go away as a last warning. Sophia grabs Kaido's shoulder and says that they should go, because they might make things worse like this. Some time later, they both sit under a tree, as Sophia uses her laptop, and Kaido wonders why Salvador did not want to listen to them, and if he cares about the lives that are getting lost in each round, and says that they need to find a way to get through him, and Sophia replies that she already has a workaround. Kaido waits for Sophia as she types something on her laptop. Then she finally smiles, saying that if Salvador does not talk, she will make his file talk. Then she starts typing once again, and a bunch of files appear on her screen, and Kaido hovers above her and says that this is what they needed. But suddenly they get shocked, their mouth and eyes get wide, as they see a file named Kane. Kaido furrowed his eyebrows as he remembered Kane killing Onryo. Sophia clicks on the file, but it shows that their access is denied, and Sophia says that he has a failsafe on it. Kaido asks her if she can do something to enter the file, but she denies, saying that they blew their cover when they clicked on the file. The scene shifts as Salvador closes his laptop and trunks away from a room that is also covered in bloody writing all over it, and only Satan is written. The scene shifts back, and Kaido wonders if he is the main glue in all of this game, and Sophia asks if he is talking about Cain, who is the right hand of Satan. Kaido clenches his fist hard and says that he is talking about him, and he is the one who has killed Loralee as well. Kaido narrows his eyes and says that Loralee broke the rule by taking 2 medallions, and maybe Satan is so powerful because he has Cain as an enforcer. Sophia realizes something, and only says the word the architect. Kaido asks her what she means, and Sophia tells him that Cain is not only enforcing the game rules, but he is also the one who is keeping the entire system operational. And they imagine Cain using Kaido as his puppet with an evil smile, and suddenly a gush of wind hits Kaido as he is in deep thought. The scene shifts to Daniel's coffee shop, and a cake slice and a coffee sit on a table. In front of them sits Kaido, as he asks Mamba about what they have found with their player. Mamba folds his arms in his chest, and with a lowered head, he tells them that the player is dead. Sophia gets shocked and cannot believe it. Alex tells them that it is true because they have found them hanging from a ceiling, and his home was messed up, and Satan was written all over the wall, and says that it was horrible for them. Mamba slides the notebook that they have found at the player's house, and says that they have found this riddle, and think that this is a clue, and says that maybe Sophia can help them in this. Sophia reads the riddle, and says that she will do some research on this. She opens her laptop and starts typing, and Alex asks them if they have found anything good from Salvador. Kaido replies that even though Salvador has asked their security guard to escort them outside, and says that Salvador paused and thought about something when they mentioned Satan. Alex's eyes widen as the realization hits him, and he says that Salvador must know something about Satan. Kaido agrees and tells them that because Salvador did not tell them anything, they tried to hack into his computer. And suddenly, Sophia says the name of Cain, and Kaido says that yes, they found a file named Cain. But Sophia interrupts him, saying that she is not talking about that. Instead, she is saying that every result that is showing on the internet regarding the riddle is only the name Cain. Mamba gets alert and says that Cain is the first person to kill his brother in the Bible, and Kaido finishes his sentence by saying that Cain is the human who is working for Satan. Then he gets up from his seat and says that Morning Star wanted to say the name of that human, but he could not. He makes a fist with his hand, saying that it is Cain who is the boss of everything, and if they find him, they can end the game. The scene shifts, and in a dark, cluttered room, a mouse squeaks as he eats something off the floor, and a guy is sitting behind him on his desk, using his computer, and the light is shining on him. Then he finds in the codes that Sophia has searched for highlights regarding Cain. He looks at the bunch of screens in front of him and says that the real entertainment is starting. He starts typing on the keyboard, saying that he has underestimated how far they would go to find things about Satan. Then he goes through the profiles of Kaido, Sophia, Mamba, and Alex, saying that curiosity will kill a cat, then clicks on his screen to start the game, and a red light shines on his face, and it turns out that the guy is Cain in his human form as he smiles evilly. The scene shifts as Sophia's computer shows a denial of access, and she gets shocked. On the other hand, Cain laughs, bending his head backwards. Suddenly, Sophia curses as she sees Satan's timer on her computer showing 20 minutes to join the game. Alex looks at it and shouts if Sophia has done anything to start the game. Then suddenly, Morning Star appears in the cafe in front of them, and yells at Kaido that they have to get online right now, and Kaido asks where his laptop is, and he replies that his laptop is at home, and he did not have time to grab it as he was at Metatron's place. Mamba holds Alex's arm and drags him out of his chair, saying that he will drop him off on the way, and Alex says that they do not have enough time, and he tells him to shut up and go with him. Kaido and Morning Star start to run, and Sophia tries to say something, but he tells him that he will work on it. She looks at her laptop, on which it shows that she needs to ask the admin for access, and she curses and calls Metatron. He tells her that he cannot connect and is now rebooting, and she tells him to hurry. The scene shifts as Mamba starts his car, racing it, and Alex slams the car door shut, then drives the car at full speed, screeching it on the road. Kaido and Morning Star run towards the computer laboratory, and Kaido opens the computer, and they get shocked, as they only have 5 seconds left. Mamba and Alex also focus on the screen showing 4 seconds, and Sophia gets nervous as the timer counts down to 3 seconds, then slowly to 0, and a bright orange and red light swirls beside Cain, who is calmly sitting on his chair. Then he looks at the swirl and sees Kaido, Sophia, and Alex, along with their demons, and he smiles evilly, saying that they are pests, and their real game will start now. Cain appears as the crow in the game and whispers in Satan's ear that he wants to speak with him, and Satan tells him to go ahead. Cain then tells him that some of the players are interfering in their game process, and have also met the previous players, Salvador and Dorian. Sawiten asks who those players are, and Cain points down, saying that it is the group of Kaido. Satan looks at them, saying that he was expecting Kaido to do that, and Cain says that he is the influence, but it is Sophia who is finding data from their sites. Cain looks at him and smiles, his red eyes shining, as he says that they should remind them of their choices. Satan narrows his eyes, saying that they should squish them together under the weight of their own mistakes. Kaido's group looks above at Satan, who is now in his human form, as he tells Cain that they have to break their resolve first. He then gets up from his seat and smiles, welcoming all the players in round 5. All the players look at him as he tells them that the round is called Ruck March, and says that in one team, there would be 4 players, and they have to control their own crocodile demon, and guide it through a custom-made obstacle course. He further tells them that they have to solve a puzzle to advance to the next round, and while he is saying that, a black ribbon ties itself on the arms of Kaido and all his friends. Then he says that, as Alex has won the previous round, his HP, SP, and AP will increase, and Alex's level increases to 6, as he folds his arms behind his head. Satan then says that he has been told that the black team is meddling in his game process. Alex gets shocked and shouts, saying that they have just come here. Kane interrupts him by saying that Alex knows about this very well, and asks him if he was at 56 Danberg Avenue. Alex gets shocked once again and asks his friends how Kane knows about this, so Mamba tells Kane that they are not breaking any rules by doing research, and Kaido asks Kane if he is retaliating because they are going ahead of him. Kane grabs his sword and says that he agrees with Mamba that they are not breaking any rule, but any information that is obtained by an unlawful way will demand punishment. Then he smiles evilly and says that the punishment is paid by blood, and then takes out his sword. Morning Star shouts Kaido's anime and puts a hand on his shoulder. Kaido looks at him, and he remembers how Kane killed Onryu. He makes a fist with his hand and comes forward, telling Cyan to kill him instead, and Morning Star asks him what he is doing. Kaido turns around and says that he should have done this all along, and Sophia tells him to think about this. But Kaido insists that he only has this one option. Kane smiles and says that Kaido is being noble, and flies in the air, and the whole area turns into dust and debris as he holds his sword upward, saying that whoever he wants to punish is not Kaido. And Kaido winces and closes his eyes, holding his hands above his face. Suddenly, Sophia screams in horror as Kane abruptly slices her arm off, and blood splatters out from her arm. Kaido gets shocked as he sees Sophia falling on the ground with a loud thud, and Metatron saying her name with sadness and worry. As he realizes what has happened, a painful scream bursts from his throat as he calls her name. Kane turns around, side-eyeing Sophia with an evil smile as he says that he wants to see how Sophia can do coding with one hand. Kaido holds Sophia in his arms, as Alex, Mamba, and all their demons stand behind them in worry, as Kaido calls Kane a monster, saying that he will pay for it, while Metatron says that Sophia's vitals are getting low. Satan gets up and says that they have taken care of the admin work, and Kane finishes his sentence, saying that the game is starting. Kaido looks at him with anger as the blue light appears in him as he transfers to the game. The scene shifts as players, along with their demons, appear in a forested land, and they start talking as some of them are confused, saying that if this is a random spawn once again, and one player has bad feelings for this location, and some of them run to their friends for a catch-up. On the other hand, Onryo comes up towards Sophia and Kaido, who are sitting on the ground, and he apologizes to Kaido for not trusting him before, and tells Sophia that she is so strong, and then he tells them to stay strong, and only then can they beat the game. Alex gets shocked and worried, saying that Kane is a jerk, and how can he do this? Mamba is standing behind him, looking serious and suspicious, saying that because they are finding things about the game, Satan and Kane are bending rules to shut them up. Kaido starts to draw something on his book, telling Sophia to hold on as he is doing something for her. Sophia puts her hand on his book, telling him not to use his HP, as they need help in this round, and Kaido tries to say something. And Sophia smiles, saying that Kane does not know that this is not going to be the first time that she will use one hand to code, and she starts typing on her laptop. She says that while she was running to the United States, she had broken her arm and had a cast on it, and was using only one hand. Then she tells him that she has been doing art with P5JS, so it would be easy for her to draw an arm. A second later, Metatron shines a green light from his eyes towards her hand, creating an arm for her, and Kaido gets surprised seeing it. Mamba and Kaido help her get up, and their demons surround them. He tells her that she is amazing, and Sophia smiles, saying that she is amazing on her good day. Suddenly, a snap sound appears in the air, and a glowing golden light shines above all of them, and they get shocked, and someone says that they feel like something is staring at them. As the scene zooms out, a large golden eye appears behind them, shining its bright light on them, as they are oblivious that an alligator is behind them. But Kaido is only thinking about the time Kane sliced Sophia's arm, and he blames himself because he could not do anything. He gets sad, saying that the cruelty of Satan will never end. Then suddenly he snaps out of his thoughts, as Mamba calls his name. Sophia tells him that they have to move, as they have to complete their challenge. Holding her hand above his shoulder, Kaido apologizes to her for everything. Sophia smiles at him, saying that he should not worry, because whatever happens, they cannot let Satan break their friendship, and he tries to say something. But Alex interrupts his sentence, saying that they are getting late to get through this round, and tells him to draw a wheelbarrow, as they are going to haul it to the gate. Kaido gets confused about what Alex is saying, and Alex gets angry, saying why does Kaido not know about wheelbarrows? Then he tells him to snap out of it, but they do not pay attention to the giant alligator, gritting his teeth behind them. Morning Star also gets angry and tells Kaido that a wheelbarrow is a tub with wheels, and he makes a motion with his hand to make him understand, and Kaido smiles, saying that he understands what it means. Alex tells Sophia to alter the ground and make a way for them from here to the puzzle. Sophia starts typing, saying that it will take a moment, and Kaido starts to draw something standing by her side. Mamba, on the other hand, tells Hound to be ready, and he barks in reply, and Alex, standing beside them, tells him to start their mission. Suddenly, the alligator opens its giant mouth and lets out a loud growl, showing its pointy teeth. Mamba calls Hound for a wild call, and he jumps, turning the surrounding area green with sharp flashes. Then Alex punches the alligator beneath its mouth, sending it backward, saying that it should take this for size. Then he jumps on the alligator and swirls in the air, creating blue energy. On the other hand, Kaido's wheelbarrow appears in a giant size in front of him, and Morning Star goes up to its handle. The alligator narrows its eyes, and then suddenly snaps open its jaws and roars in front of Alex, who just jumps and slides in front of its giant mouth. Mamba orders Hound to attack the alligator, where he will get hurt the most, and his movement will halt, and Hound barks in response. Then he leaps on the walls and jumps straight on the alligator's mouth, shutting it closed. Alex grins in pride and attacks it once again beneath its mouth, and it flies above. Seeing the fight, Kaido tells Morning Star that it is time for their part, and Morning Star starts to push the cart, saying why does he have to do the heavy lifting. And he pushes the cart quickly, positioning it, and the alligator falls unconscious right into the cart with a loud thud. Mamba then orders Hound to help him with the rope to tie the alligator, and Hound, Alex, and Mamba start to tie the alligator with the rope around the cart, and Alex tells Mamba to hurry up, and he gets angry, saying that if Alex says one more word, he is going to tie him along with the alligator. Sophia makes a straight, glowing green pathway that stretches across the mountain canyon, and the alligator cart stands right in front of it. Kaido closes his eyes for a moment and orders to move forward as he runs ahead. Morning Star pushes the cart, and Sophia, Alex, and Mamba also run along it. The scene shifts as Kane smiles evilly and snaps his finger, saying that he wants to see how long Kaido and his group will stay in his game. And a red, bright snake appears from his fingers, showing its teeth. The snake abruptly attacks the alligator on its head, and Alex sees it and tries to understand what has happened. Due to the attack, the alligator roars as red energy appears on its back, and it breaks the cart and the rope into pieces. Due to the alligator breaking free, Morning Star holds Kaido in his arms as they both get slammed against the rock, and Kaido's quill gets smashed as well, and he screams for it. Mamba curses seeing the alligator, and tells Hound to use the Shadow Veil to smother the alligator, and Hound barks while lunging towards it. He attacks the alligator, but it suddenly slams its mouth shut. But Hound manages to quickly move away from its mouth, and Mamba's HP decreases by 20 from 30. Alex's eyes turn red as he yells that the alligator has to pay for what it has done. He makes fists of his hands and rushes towards it, and the alligator looks at him from the side, then abruptly opens its mouth and blasts fire towards him, and Mamba and Hound try to duck towards the ground. The alligator moves its tail on the ground, and Sophia and Metron try to jump from place to place on the ground to dodge its tail. Morning Star and Kaido look at the scene from a little far as the alligator is throwing fire and moving its tail quickly, and Morning Star asks Alex, Mamba, and Sophia if they are okay. Mamba replies that they are okay for now, and Sophia nervously says that she is okay, and Alex taunts them, saying that he would be better if Kaido and Morning Star would help him. Kaido gets worried, as he does not have his quill, he cannot draw anything, and he suddenly realizes something. Then he asks Sophia and Metatron to draw a stylus for him. Sophia says that she can do it because she has enough SP, and she makes one, and her SP gets finished. A black stylus appears in front of him, and he grabs it quickly. He smiles with determination, and his books start to shine as he starts to draw something in them. Then a bunch of fish appear in front of Morning Star, who gets shocked seeing them, and Kaido says that no one says no to free food, and they should feed this to the alligator. Morning Star says that this is the most stupid thing Kaido has ever created, but he still throws the fish towards the alligator, and gets the alligator's attention towards the fish. Then he catches a fish in his mouth and quickly realizes how delicious it is. Kaido asks Morning Star if he still thinks that it was a crazy idea, and the alligator starts to run behind Morning Star, who is holding all the fish. Morning Star runs faster, saying that even if the creation is good, he does not want to be the dinner for the alligator himself. Kaido tells him that it is time for him to use his leg day workout in the gym, and tells him to jump through the red spiky barrier in front of him. Morning Star grins at this and says that it is smart, and tells all of his friends to keep up with his speed. Then Kaido, along with his friends and their demon stars, runs at full speed, with pride on their faces, but Kane looks at them, smiling, and says that they cannot run so fast. Suddenly, the spike barrier starts to buzz, radiating green electricity, and Sophia says that the code is destabilizing, so they have to run faster, and they all pick up more speed. Morning Star throws the fish behind him, where the alligator is running towards him, as he jumps from the spikes, cursing. Alex slices the pointy barriers, and Hound bites them, and Mamba tells them to keep doing that as they are about to reach the end. As they all jump towards the other end of the mountain, the green pathway crashes and falls right into the pit. They all bend on their knees, trying to catch their breath, and Sophia wipes sweat from her forehead, saying that they were very close to falling into the pit, and Mamba agrees. The alligator lies behind them, looking at the fish that are in Morning Star's hands, who is calling it a good boy, as he stands in a red gridded area. Kaido starts to draw something to lock the alligator, and tells Morning Star to keep him busy by feeding him fish, and he taunts Kaido, saying that he thought he would never ask. Alex looks above and calls his friend to look ahead of them, and they see a red giant grid screen showing that their team is the last one to arrive, and Mamba says that it should not mean anything, as this round is only to get ahead. The screens show that they are now in the puzzle phase, in which each member has to answer a question individually from their worst subject to unlock the puzzle, and 4 red booths appear with giant locks above them and a game controller inside each of them. And Mamba slowly says in disbelief that they only have to solve this puzzle. They all appear in their booths, and Alex complains that he has not even started to study for his finals. Kaido takes the controller in his hands and, with determination and pride, tells them not to worry because they will handle it, hearing that his friends also get determined. The first question of Cybertech appears in front of Kaido, and he chooses answer C for it. And Mamba also writes the answer to his question from chemistry. A maths question appears in front of Alex, and he writes the answer to it. And Sophia gets the question from her art class, and she chooses answer B for it. They all submit their answers, and the big screen starts to process their answers, and they all look at it eagerly. The screen shows that they all have passed and can proceed, and all the locks turn green and unlock themselves. Morning Star paces behind the alligator and says that Kaido is going to shorten his lifespan with all the anticipation he builds, and in front of him, Mamba hugs Alex as they celebrate, and Sophia and Kaido smile, cheering for themselves. The scene shifts to Kane, who is gritting his teeth in anger, as he looks at Kaido and his friends cheering after passing the puzzle. Satan calmly says that they cannot deny that Kaido and his group make the game more entertaining. He then smiles, showing his fangs, saying that it is a pity that Kane's life hangs in the balance if Kaido succeeds, and they do not want that. Kane gets frustrated listening to that, and he grinds his teeth and makes a fist with his hand standing behind Satan. Kane grinds his teeth so forcefully that his body gets tight, and his surroundings turn red. Kaido and his friends are happy as red particles appear in the air, and suddenly, a red timer of 3 minutes appears. They look at it, and it shows that it is the last puzzle that they have to solve before they run out of their 3 minutes. Another screen shows up, and it shows a riddle, saying that it shines brightest in darkness, always present yet impossible to see. It asks for nothing, yet losing it costs everything. And Alex folds his hands, saying that it has to be a riddle once again. Sophia gets shocked and asks Metatron to analyze the letters and find all known philosophical and poetic answers. A bunch of green alphabets appear in front of her and Metatron, but he closes his eyes, saying that he cannot compute, and Sophia looks at him in disbelief and shock. On the other hand, Morningstar and Hound touch the red glass shield in front of them, trying to enter, but fail. Kabuto also emerges from Alex, and he also gets shocked and cannot understand what is going on. Sophia and Kaido get shocked and concerned as they see their demons trapped behind a hexagonal red shield, and Kaido gets confused trying to understand what is going on. He looks above, and in between all those green alphabets, Cain appears in the sky, and Alex grinds his teeth in anger, looking at him. Sophia holds his arm in shock, and Mamba holds Alex's arm. Morningstar folds his arms on his chest and, with furrowed eyebrows, says that he thinks that this round is only for the players. Alex yells that they did not even figure out the riddle from Dorian's house without using Sophia's computer, so how are they going to find the answer to this new one? But Alex makes a fist with his hand, and with fierce determination, says that they all have their individual strength, so they can fight by not giving up. Mamba puts a hand on his chin, and with closed eyes, he agrees with Kaido and says that they should start to plan logically. Sophia reads the riddle and says that maybe the answer is the truth, but Mamba says that it can be love or freedom as well. Kaido stands in front of him, and he focuses on the riddle, looking at his hand as he gets a flashback of the moments Tahatan was dying and was telling him that he would find his mother. He gets a flashback of Bossman smiling and telling him his real name. Then he gets a flashback of Laurelie's last moment, saying that she wants to be the mother of her daughter. Suddenly, Kaido realizes and says the word hope. Alex asks him what he is saying, so Kaido turns around and tells all three of them that it is hope that shines the brightest when things are darkest, and nobody can see it but can feel it. He looks at his hand, saying that hope is free, but when one loses it, there is nothing left. Mamba also gets hit with the realization and slowly says that Kaido is right. On the other hand, Cain looks at them, saying that Kaido is a code demon, but he wants to know if he would be able to finish the puzzle in time, as only 20 seconds are left. Kaido says that if they all work together to catch the green alphabet hanging in the air, they can make the word. Sophia tells them that she will catch O and tells Alex to catch E. Alex catches the E and says that this feels impossible, and Mamba holds the P, tells Alex to give him E. The demons encourage their players from the shield, as Morningstar tells Kaido to hurry up, and Metatron, with sad eyes, says that only 4 seconds are left to solve the puzzle. Kaido grits his teeth as he puts all the alphabet in their position, and Sophia hits the confirm button, grinding his teeth. The timer hits 1, and they get done with putting the word, and look above at the screen, which shows the word hope in green. The puzzle gets completed, and the black team gets successful. Then they all start to cheer happily, and Mamba holds Alex up in the air. The scene shifts at the game lobby, and blue light streaks appear from the sky, and Satan sits on his chair, gripping the armrest with one hand, causing it to break. He puts his head on his other hand, which is resting on the other armrest, as he tells Cain that Kaido's team got successful even after his interference. Cain looks ahead with a threatening stare and says that his team has exposed themselves because their greatest strength will take them down. Satan appears beside him, standing, hands in his pockets, says that Cain is playing a dangerous game, and Cain folds his arms, replies that it is all worth it. Satan looks at him with a wicked smile, then turns around smiling to congratulate the players on completing round 5. He says that the pink team is the winner, and will get the reward of increased HP, AP, and SP in the next round, and the pink team cheers happily. After a moment, Sophia walks away, but Kaido calls her from behind, and she turns her head around. And suddenly, Kaido holds her hands in his, weaving the fingers with hers. They both start blushing, and Kaido smilingly tells her that they have survived. Sophia also beams, gets happy, and agrees with him. Then Alex appears, pulling Mamba and Kaido close, wrapping his arms around them in a tight, laughing group hug. All three are smiling brightly, and behind them, Sophia smiles with pleasure, looking at them. Alex says that he will give 10 points to the black team for showing Cain who is the real boss, and Kaido agrees, and Mamba says that it's the way to kill the mood. Satan tells them goodbye and says that they will meet in the next round, but he thinks to himself that in the next round, everyone will see the demise of the black team, and the blue light appears behind him, as the players start to transfer back to the world. The scene shifts to Kaido's home, as he dresses up wearing his jacket, when he sees his phone buzzing with a text from Sophia asking him to meet her at Beverly Hills Hospital, as she needs him. The scene shifts to the hospital, and Kaido appears in Sophia's room, who is lying on her bed, turning away. He asks her if they have regenerated the arm in Satan. Then why is it not here? And Sophia replies that Cain is the architect of the game and he can change the code anytime. She says that Cain wants to keep them reminded of what will happen if they get too close to the truth. And Kaido tells her that he will arrange her surgery, but she denies his help, saying that she does not want his charity. But Kaido tells her that she has fought and survived more than anyone could, and he also blames himself and feels responsible for watching Cain do the horrible thing to her. Sophia, still turned away from him, says that it is not Kaido's fault, as she is the one who started meddling in Satan, not Kaido. Kaido gets sad, saying that he knows this, but he also cares about her more than he realizes and wants to fix all of this. Hearing that, Sophia turns her head towards him and nervously permits him to fix everything. Kaido smiles sheepishly, scratching her head, saying okay. The scene shifts. Kaido types something on his laptop, and a metal arm appears on the screen. Then he looks at the details of a doctor named Elijah of robotic surgery, and clicks to contact him, and looks at the screen with all his focus. The scene changes to the hospital lobby, and he walks, calling Elijah, telling him that because he has worked with Nyan on the Synth Sync project, he needs his help. Then he tells him that he needs to get in touch with his Neuromesh team without having a contract. On the other hand, Elijah says that he will do this for Himura, but it is going to cost a lot, and Kaido tells him that he will handle everything, but they need to keep this between them. The scene transitions to Sophia nervously lying on a medical chair while Elijah operates a large, advanced machine beside him, which is emitting red scanning lights on a metallic arm beside Sophia. Kaido and Metatron, as a laptop nervously looks at the machine, which is radiating green energy onto the robotic metallic hand, creating a buzzing sound. After a while, the surgery gets done, and Sophia touches her new robotic arm with surprise, and thanks Kaido for this, saying that this is amazing. Kaido appears beside her and pats her head with a smile, and she smiles back. Metatron smiles, looking at them, and Mamba and Alex also come in through the room door. And Alex folds his arms on his chest, saying that no one could have thought about Sophia and Kaido being together. Mamba goes towards Kaido and tells him that Sophia is lucky to have him, and Kaido smiles, saying thanks for the compliment and for coming to meet Sophia. He then says that he wants to go to an event now and will come back soon, and says bye to Sophia as he opens the door of the room, and Sophia tells him goodbye and wishes him luck. The scene changes to Nyan's headquarters, and inside, Yahiku is having a press conference in front of many people, who are listening to him with all attention. He then introduces Kaido as the face of the next generation, and he walks on the stage towards Yahiku, and everyone claps for him. Kaido appears on the podium and starts talking about the Interface 5.0 as a revolution. But he gets shocked as he sees Eren sitting between the people, focusing on him with a tablet and a pen in his hands. But he does not stop speaking, and says that Nyan's AI can scan photos, messages, and even the calendar to build posts and responses in real time. But his sentence gets halted in between. His eyes get wide as he sees a truck showing an ad for Satan, walking behind the glass wall of the conference room. This time, his mind gets distracted, and he cannot finish his sentence, and stutters as he gets worried about what he is seeing in front of him. People sitting in front of him start to mumble, showing concern at what is happening to Kaido. Yahiku yells from the side and asks him what he is doing. Kaido walks away from the podium, apologizing, saying that he cannot do this anymore, and Yahiku calls his name, and Eren tries to come behind him. He runs outside and meets Morning Star, and he tries to catch his breath. Morning Star asks him what is going on and what he saw, and Kaido nervously tells him that he has seen Satan. Eren appears behind Kaido and says that Satan is on his sense of morals, and it is expanding its platform. Hearing that, Morning Star yells at him, asking who he is. Kaido turns his head slightly to look at Eren, with helplessness in his face, as he says that Eren is Tahatan's brother, and Morning Star gets shocked. Eren looks at them with a fierce look, and Kaido turns towards him, making fists of his hands, saying that he is the one who has ended Tahatan's game, but he did not know at that time that he would be dead in real life as well. He then bows his head in front of Eren and apologizes for what he has done to Tahatan and others, but Eren does not believe him, and says that no one can die because of a game, and he is not the fool that Kaido is thinking he is. All of a sudden, a bright light swirls around Morning Star, and a gust of wind appears as he yells in his demonic voice that Kaido is telling the truth. He then changes into his demonic form and tells Eren that when Tahatin entered Satan, he sold his soul to the devil as a prize to get his desire of finding his mother. Eren gets shocked looking at him, but then he gets sad thinking about their mother. Kaido clenches his fists tightly, and with a lowered head, he tells him that Tahatin was very strong and he has saved him and Morning Star from his own demon. Then he tells him that they are trying to reverse engineer the code to bring him and everyone else. And he also tells him that Cain is creating problems for them to do so. Hearing Cain's name, Eren realizes something. He turns around and tells Kaido to follow him, as he wants to show him something. The scene shifts to the night at Tahatin and Eren's house, as Eren tells Kaido that Tahatin was journaling about Satan, and that is why Eren knew that Kaido was also involved in the game. But as he researched it, he found out that the issue is much bigger than Kaido. He says that the situation has been going on for decades, hidden in plain sight, but there is one single commonality that exists through all of it. Kaido's eyes get wide, and his mouth opens in shock as he sees a board regarding Satan and Cain, and he asks Alex if he is also hunting down Cain. He closely looks at the picture of Cain, and above it is written a name, Mark Levon, and he asks the reason for this name, and Morning Star stands behind the door, and he has all his attention inside the room. Eren tells him that he thinks that Cain's real name is Mark Levon, and Kaido takes the photo out of the board. Morning Star appears behind him, and they both look at the picture with intense focus, with their lips pierced and eyebrows furrowed. Eren sits on the couch beside them and says that it took a lot of time to track down Cain. The flashback appears as Eren writes something in his notepad, as a guy beside him talks with worried expressions, and Eren tells Kaido that he has paid the previous survivor of the game to tell the truth. And Kaido tells him that he and his friends have done the same, but they met with a dead end and could only find out that Cain is kind of involved in the game. Morning Star gets angry, saying that obviously he did not because he has used the powerful card to buy gummies. Eren says that he has found some useful information from the interviews and starts to dig into the weird and unexplained death of every victim, as he remembers interviewing a family of a victim. He folds his hands and says that he has found a common thread in all of this, and that was Cain. He says that he mostly found things from Salvador, as he remembers walking alongside him in a parking lot, writing something as Salvador speaks. Kaido gets shocked, as he says that he has already tried to talk to Salvador, but he did not talk to him. Eren says that at first, Salvador thought that he was there to interview him about his new line of electric cars. He says that he conducted the interview regarding Satan, as he starts asking him about the mysterious deaths that had occurred along with his tie to Cain, as he shows his research to him. The flashback of Salvador getting shocked as he sees the information regarding him and Satan in Eren's hands, as Eren tells him that if he tries to do something to him, he will release the backup of the proof to the media, and then Salvador begs him not to say anything about it. Kaido gets angry, saying that he knew that Salvador knew more than he was telling, and Eren agrees, saying that because Salvador is also involved in this bloody matter. Eren closes his eyes and says that Cain is not only the ally of Salvador, but he is his family, and because Salvador is the past winner, Cain has to make sure that his favor lasts forever. Hearing that, both Morning Star and Kaido get shocked. Their eyes get wide, as Kaido says that because Salvador and Cain are related, he did not want to talk to them or Sophia. Then he asks him how they are related, if they are father and son, or brothers, or if Cyan is his nephew. Eren lowers his head and says that the only thing Salvador told him was the real name of Cyan, and after this, he would not say anything. He lifts his head up, looks above, and says that he has done everything to find any more information on Mark Levon. But other than that, he is related to Salvador, he could not find anything. Then he says that one day he got a call, and Kaido gets nervous and asks the name of the caller. Eren looks at him and slowly says that it was Cain's sister. The scene shifts to when Eren went to meet Cain's sister, and she hands him an envelope. She is an old woman and tells him that Cain was born in 1964 and grew up in a foster system. Eren takes out the papers from the envelope and sees a picture of a little boy with the name Antonio Salvador on the top. And Cain's sister explains that her family adopted him when he was only 14 years old, and at that time his name was Antonio Salvador, but the family changed his name to Mark. His sister starts to tremble, and with a sad face, she says that she was excited to have a brother, but he was different. She tells Eren that when they were kids, she would see Cain carving symbols on the wooden floor, and says that he was gifted with the knowledge of computers and had rebuilt the PC of her parents. She gets a flashback of him using the computer and laughing as his sister stands behind him, and she tells Eren that Cain started to talk and laugh with the computer, and she saw a devil on the screen once. After that, she got worried, and as a child, she started trembling out of fear. She says that he was acting like he had been possessed by something dark and evil, as one day their father asks him about what he has learned through the story of Cain and Abel. And he, while eating a potato, says that Cain is right in killing Abel, and their mother gets angry at his answer. Cain says that in the story, it was Cain who was overlooked, and the world is better without Abel in it. His sister says that one day she found him, covered in blood, smiling and holding a knife in his hand, and a body lying beside him, and behind him, Satan was written on the wall in blood. And he was saying that Abel comes in all shapes and sizes, but he is going to kill all of them. As a kid, his sister let out a loud horrified scream with tears in her eyes, as she saw his father taking the knife out of Cain's hands, and she said that because they were not feeling safe with him, their father sent him away. She starts trembling, holding her hands on her chest, as she says that she was hoping that Sion would get the help that he needs, but deep down she knew that he was going to cause a disaster in the world. She remembers the evil eyes of Cain and says that his eyes still haunt her every day. The scene shifts back to the present, and Kaido listens to the story in all focus, and Eren takes out a picture of Salvador and Cain out of an envelope and says that Salvador protected him after that and raised him as a monster. Kaido looks at the picture, in which Salvador is older than Cain, and he asks why Cain has not aged, as he still looks the same, and Eren looks inside the envelope and says that maybe Cain has made a deal with the devil to be young forever. He gives Kaido a folded paper and says that Satan gives Cain a playground, where Cain can reshape the world as much as he likes, and Kaido narrows his eyes as he goes through the paper. It has an address of Nido apartment at the 13th Neshvile Street written on it, and Eren tells them that it is time to finish this play, and Kaido and Morningstar stand with each other. Kaido types a message to meet at the hospital room of Sophia, calling an urgent meeting and informing that Cain's real name is Mark Levin. The scene shifts to Sophia's room, as Mamba is sitting beside her, along with Hound, and Alex walks in front of her bed, holding Kabuto on his shoulder. Alex gets annoyed, scratching the back of his head, and tries to say something about being late, but his sentence gets interrupted as the knob of the door turns. Kaido and Eren enter through the door, and Kaido introduces him, saying that he is also investigating Cain and wants to end Satan, and he has some valuable information. Seeing Eren, Sophia gets shocked, as she screams that this is Tahatan's brother, and he looks at her with furrowed eyebrows, and Alex asks who Tahatan is. Metatron says that Tahatan's real name is Justin, and tells Alex to remember him, and says that Eren is a popular journalist, and then he tells him that it was a pleasure to meet him. Mamba also greets him and says that he is a big fan of his work, and then apologizes for Tahatan's death. Eren lowers his head, saying that after the death of Tahatan, he was able to find some clues in his journal that led to Kaido and other players of Satan. He tells them that he has also interviewed the past players, and he was able to get the last key to this puzzle, and asks them to end the game for once and for all. Kaido shows them the paper with the address and says that this is Cain's location. Alex flexes his arms and taps on his own shoulders, saying that they should not wait and should go to catch Cain, and Sophia agrees with him. Sophia tries to get up from her bed, and Kaido asks her if she is sure about this because she is not fully recovered yet, and Sophia says that she will not sit here and do nothing for this game to get finished. Mamba makes a fist with his hand, and with intense motivation, says that they should resolve this, and Eren tells him that he is going to drive, and Mamba gets confused. The scene shifts as they all stand in the parking lot in front of a car, as the night sky appears above them, and Morningstar gets angry and shouts that they are not going to fit in this car. After a moment, they all settle into the car, as Eren drives the car, and Sophia sits in the passenger seat using her laptop, and Morningstar is stuck in the back in between Kaido, Alex, and Mamba, who are shouting at each other. After a while, the cars run on the street, and they all reach in front of a weird building, and Morningstar pushes Alex out of the car as they both fall on the ground, and Alex screams, telling him to get off of him. Sophia looks at Kaido, who is making a face getting out of the car, and Mamba looks at the scene in confusion. They all enter the building, and Hound starts to sniff the ground, and Mamba asks him how his search is going, and he growls in reply, showing his teeth. Kaido, Eren, and Sophia stand in front of the reception, talking to the receptionist, and Morning Star looks at Mamba and Hound sitting on the ground, as Hound's barking by looking above, and Alex is looking here and there. After a while, they reach in front of a door radiating purple energy, and Hound is barking on it, and Mamba tells Kaido that the surroundings are clear, and they should stay close, and Kaido agrees. Kaido then knocks on the door, while Morning Star stands behind him. He knocks once again, but as no one answers, Alex abruptly kicks the door open. They all enter the room, but when Eren puts his foot on the floor, his foot gets an electric shock with a buzz, and he crashes hard into the wall behind him, as the purple energy pushes him outside the door, and he screams. He gets up on his knees, looks at the door closing, and tries to rush towards it, screaming, telling Kaido that it is a trap. But the door closes with a loud thud before he can reach it. Alex and Kaido try to open the door by banging their fists and bodies on the door, and Kaido calls Eren and says that he thinks they are locked inside this room. Hearing the loud bangs, the neighbor comes out and says that they are being very loud, and if this continues, he is going to call the police, and Eren curses. But Kaido and Alex keep banging on the door, and Sophia looks in front with wide eyes, and tells them to look in front as well. They all turn around and see a bunch of computer screens on the desk and wires scattered all around the room. They look at the monitor screens and see the pictures of players and demons from the last round. But suddenly they all disappear, and the screen turns purple, showing Satan written on it. Mamba looks at all of this and says that this is the place that runs the game, and Sophia agrees. But Alex gets angry, saying that it's cool that they have found the command center, but they also should be worried that they are locked inside this room. Sophia says that this is a fail-safe, which means that they are in the right place, and this is the only thing that is standing between them and ending the game, so she doesn't want to back out of it now. Alex scratches his head and says, if Sophia puts it like this, he understands why they should do this. She takes out a VR headset, and Kaido says that they only have a limited amount of time before Kane gets alerted about them meddling with his computers, and Sophia replies that he probably got alerted about this. She starts typing on the computer, and says that she only has 1 minute 43 seconds to get in and erases her traces before getting blocked by Kane. But the screen shows that she needs a password to enter the computer, and Kaido asks her if she can shut down the game after getting in. She holds a chip written Mark Levon as she goes through the files, and says that she can shut it down, but she would need at least 30 minutes to do so. Alex gets shocked hearing that it will take 30 minutes, and he asks her why they cannot destroy the server only. So she replies saying that Kane must have another system offline. So to make sure that Satan gets destroyed, she needs to take it down offline as well. Mamba looks at Alex and tells him to let Sophia work in peace, and tells him to look around for some information. And Alex gets annoyed and taunts him by calling him dad. Then Sophia exclaims with happiness, saying that she is finally. But all of a sudden, she gets shocked. Her eyes widen as they see Kane on the screen, clapping and congratulating them on finding his heart. Kaido looks at him in anger but pride, and Sophia gets frustrated as her headset shows that her access has been denied. Kane smiles and tells Sophia that even though he got her cornered, her pride still got in the way, and says that now they all will die together, and a timer of 20 minutes appears on the screen. And suddenly green smoke starts to appear from the air vents with a loud noise. Alex and Sophia get shocked seeing the smoke, and Alex shouts, asking what this smoke is. Abruptly, the window shuts down with an audible clang, and the smoke fills the room. Hound hides his nose with his paw, and Mamba covers his face with his arms while he coughs. He tells everyone not to breathe as this might be a dangerous gas. Morning Star, Kaido, and Alex also cover their mouths but are still coughing, and Mamba says that they only have a few minutes before the gas can do permanent damage. Morning Star starts to turn into his demon form slowly, as fire engulfs around him, and he says that they will not be able to go outside like this. He crosses his arms on his chest, his hair still pink, and his body starts to buzz with electricity. Kaido gets concerned for him, and he coughs, smilingly saying that Kane has to do more than this to stop him. On the other hand, Hound also starts to buzz, emitting green energy, and starts to transform into the demon, alongside Metatron and Kabuto buzzing and transforming. Kane's evil face appears on the computer screen, and he yells that it is worthless, and as time passes, they will get closer to their player's demise, and they cannot win. Sophia, covering her face, curses at Kane and tells Metatron to override the room and make a backdoor for her. A bright light shines in Metatron's eyes, and a bunch of large green code cascades like rain, while massive holographic screens curve around the room, and Sophia uses her keyboard. And the clicking sound starts to come from the air vents, closing them shut, and Kaido gets alert. The computer screen on which Kane is still showing also starts to buzz while glitching. Kaido's face starts to turn purple, as he can hardly breathe, and while coughing, he slowly calls Sophia, and she thinks that she does not have enough time. And suddenly Kaido falls on the floor with a loud thud. Suddenly, a metal box gets Sophia's attention, and she quickly grabs it. She yells and tells everyone to get down as she swings, holding the metal box in her hands. She throws the metal box out of the window, crashing it, and the smoke starts to go out of the broken window. Morning Star, who is now fully transformed into his demon form, jumps on the ground smiling, saying that breaking the window was a good thing, and tells everyone to throw the gas out of the window. Kabuto and Hound agree and lunge forward, making a loud explosion. Alex, Mamba, and Kaido cough and can hardly stand on their feet as their bodies tremble, and their heads are low. Sophia also falls on her knees, coughing, and Metatron tries to help her to stand. The timer shows that they only have 6 minutes left, and Morning Star says that he agrees with Alex, as they only have one way to save themselves, and he quickly runs forward. But all of a sudden, a fire engulfs the equipment in front of them, and Sophia extends her hands, saying that this cannot happen. The computers start to glitch once again, leaving them only 5 minutes, and the fire engulfs the other computers, and Kane grinds his teeth. Then Kabuto runs and breaks the door with a loud bang. Eren enters the room, covering his eyes, as fire surrounds the area, and he yells for Kaido. Kabuto holds Alex in his arms to take him out of the room, and Mamba and Hound follow them. Eren helps Sophia in standing up, and asks Kaido, who is in Morning Star's arm, if he is okay, and he says that he is kind of fine, and Morning Star yells, saying that this is not the time for chatting, as they have to get out now. After a moment, they all sit outside the apartment building, coughing and wheezing, sitting on the floor, as the smoke still surrounds the air. Kaido looks above at Morning Star and thanks him for helping them, and Morning Star says that he should not be all sweet to him. Sophia sits alongside Metatron and curses, saying that they were so close to getting the data, but now that everything is burnt, they do not know where the other sites are. Metatron closes his eyes and says that not everything is lost yet, and says that when he opened the back door, he was able to link to the offsite where the data is stored. He then shows a green map of a city, and Sophia exclaims, praising Metatron, saying that he is amazing. Alex gets happy and says that it is time to pay back, and Mamba agrees, and they give a high five to each other. Morning Star tells Kaido to be careful, and he asks what he means, and Morning Star says that this was a test. Kabuto stands behind everyone, and Sophia and Metatron sit on the floor. And he says that Kane has always been devious, and whatever they do, they have to be careful. And Metatron completes his sentence, saying that whatever they do will not only affect them, but it will affect everyone who is linked to Satan. On the other hand, Kane slams his fist on the table, as the timer is showing 3 minutes, and he curses, saying that they are little cockroaches. He then makes a fist in front of his face and says that he does not have any choice other than to end this game in his world. And he looks at the screens showing Kaido, Sophia, and Alex's details. The scene shifts, and Shooter is walking, and he hears the footsteps behind him, and hears a beep, and he looks behind him with suspicion. He turns around and sees a heavy metal door opening, radiating purple light and smoke from the creek. The door fully opens, and she sees Kane standing with his back to him, as he greets him by calling Mr. Reese. He slightly turns around his head and says that he is glad that Shooter can join him, and Shooter asks him how he knows his name. Kane stands up from his chair, saying that he knows everything about him. Shooter gets shocked as he sees himself, along with his friends, on one of the computer screens in front of him. Kane tells him that he knows about his father's debt, and Shooter remembers 2 men dragging his father away, and him trying to do something. But a man grabs his head and body, not letting him go. Then another man punches him in the face, and they all start laughing at him. Kane tells him that he also knows the pills that he sold to survive, and he remembers giving pills to a man and getting money from him. Sin shows him Polaroid photos of him and smiles, saying that he also knows that his desire was to enlist in the army. Shooter narrows his eyes and furrows his eyebrows, asking him how he knows all of this information about him. Kane looks at him as purple light reflects behind him, and he says that Shooter is not the one who pulls the string, but it is himself that does so. A pair of black wings appears behind him, and the purple light transforms into red, and translucent feathers fly in the air. Shooter realizes and yells, asking if he is Kane, servant of Satan. Kane closes his eyes, saying that he prefers to be called a game warden, and says that he wants to talk about something else here. He puts his pictures on the table and puts a hand on his waist, saying that Shooter is a powerful weapon that has been inactive for a long time, but does not need to work hard to destroy their main target. Shooter asks if he is talking about Kaido, then he says that he does not like him, but he is not the main target of him. He remembers Alex wearing Kabuto and says that there is another person first on his hit list. Kane puts his hands in his pockets and asks if he wants to kill Alex first, and Shooter nods, so Kane says that they should kill Alex first, then Kaido. Then they can kill Mamba and Sophia, and say that if he agrees, he will give him an override token and show it on the computer screen, and says that this is a token of affection, which will take him to the final round. Shooter turns around, scoffing, and says that he can get to the finals without his help, and Kane leans on the table and asks if his reaching the final round will also pay his debt. Hearing that, Shooter halts on his way, and Kane continues saying that his record will be removed and the lone shark will get eliminated, and swipes a thumb on his own neck to show him that he will die. Shooter turns around and clicks his tongue and says that Kane has planned all of this before. Then he agrees to help but demands that his team be with him. Kane shows him the computer screen in which George and Uncle Drakey are standing, and he says that he has already done that. The scene shifts back to Kaido and his friends, as they all stand in front of the green map listening to Sophia, who is explaining something to them. She points at one thing and says that they have to attack all 4 sites, and if they get disabled, they will be able to cripple Kane's network. She turns around and hands them a flash drive and says that they are going to use it. Mamba takes the flash drive from her and says that they are going old-fashioned. But Kaido, folding his arms, asks if it is a good idea to be split, as he thinks that this is risky, because when they were trapped in Kane's room, they barely managed to come out in time, even when they were together. Eren smiles and says that he has some backup, and shows them wireless earphones, saying that he was not sure if they would be useful, but he still brought them with him, and now they will be useful. He hands one over to Sophia, and Alex sees them and taunts, and says that he has seen them before, and Mamba takes one as well, and tells him to shut up and take one as well. Alex taunts Mamba again, calling him dad, and snatches the earpiece, and Mamba thanks Eren. Kaido puts the earpiece in his ear and says that they should pick a site to go to, and asks Sophia to send Eren their locations. Then he tells everyone to use the earpiece every time to stay connected, and Sophia starts working on her computer. Then Eren receives the location on his phone, and he and Kaido look at it. Arlong smiles, and with motivation says that they are ready to work, and they all start walking together with motivation on their faces, saying that they will light it up. The scene changes to an abandoned fair, and the moon shines in the starry sky, and Mamba's car stops in front of it. Alex and Kabuto step out of it, and he wishes them luck, and Alex gulps his saliva, and nervously thanks him. Alex and Kabuto go inside the fair, and Alex gets scared when he hears the loud wind and flashes his phone light to see around, as he is scared. Then they stand in front of the funhouse, whose gate is the open mouth of a clown, and Alex peeks from the corner, as he trembles with fear. They still enter the funhouse, and see broken glass windows and chairs scattered around. They walk by broken mirrors, and Alex uses his phone's flashlight. Then he shines the light on the mirror, and sees himself wearing a clown face mask, with blood on it, and black energy on its head. He gets shocked seeing it, and asks Kabuto if he is also seeing this in the mirror, and Kabuto says that he can see him as a clown as well. Kabuto's face also starts to turn into a clown, and he says that there is something wrong with this area, and suddenly, they hear someone laughing loudly. The surroundings turn into purple lights, and suddenly, the mirror cracks right at Kabuto's face, and the whole funhouse starts to rumble, and dust and debris fall from the walls, and Kabuto and Alex get shocked. The floor starts to crack beneath their feet, and suddenly they both fall as the floor crashes, and Alex screams. Alex and Mamba try to get up from the floor, and Alex grunts. As he gets up, he is shocked as he sees a red door in front of him, and he tells Kabuto about it. The door starts to buzz, and they both look at it with full focus, and suddenly the door clicks, and a light appears, and they see the same clown wearing clothes as Alex. They hear Caine telling them to play peekaboo. Alex makes a position, ready to fight him, and tells him to stop playing like a coward and face them. But suddenly, the clown vanishes as red streaks appear in the air, and suddenly, the red streaks appear on the mirrors in front of them. And all of them show the same clown image of Alex, circling around them, and Alex gets shocked. Kabuto looks around and shouts that the images are multiplying. Alex grabs the hockey stick and lunges forward, saying that he will destroy everything. He and Kabuto start crashing the mirrors, and Alex shouts, telling Caine to show himself. As they break the mirrors, Caine appears behind them, holding a knife shining in his hand. He smirks, showing his big teeth like a clown, and starts laughing as he lunges forward and quickly stabs Kabuto, and his blood splatters out of him. Alex coughs blood out of his mouth as he yells for Kabuto, grabs the hockey stick once again, and smashes the head of the clown, and pink blood oozes out of him. The clown falls on the floor, and Kabuto takes out the knife from his body. Then he kicks the clown's body on the ground, and blood splatters out of him. Then the clowns start to come out of the mirrors, and Alex gets ready to attack them, saying that, of course, there would be more than one. He starts smashing the clowns, and Kabuto slashes them, leaving blue light in the air, throwing them all over the room. Alex gets shocked as he feels pain in his ribs, and he spits blood out of his mouth, and hears Caine asking if he is exhausted. Caine says that they should have fixed this, but Alex grabs the hockey stick once again, trying to catch his breath. Then he runs towards Kabuto, who is stomping the clowns, asking him to go with him. He extends his hand towards him, and Kabuto does the same. And he wears Kabuto, radiating blue energy as they both fly forward at full speed. Kabuto furrowed his eyebrows, saying that Caine is underestimating him, and he lands on the ground, still radiating his blue energy. He then smashes his giant hand on the ground, and it makes a huge crack, and all the clowns fly away in the air, and he says that he is coming for Caine. The clowns start to disappear, and Alex comes out of Kabuto, panting, and Kabuto asks him if he is alright, and he says that he is. Then he lifts his face smiling, saying that he is more than fine. Then they both look down from a giant hole, and see purple energy, and say that they have to check it out, and they both jump into it, and land on their knees on the ground, and sees a computer in front of them and a bunch of electric boxes, and Alex rushes towards the computer and starts using it. Then he plugs the flash drive in, presses the earpiece in his ear, and smiles and informs his friends that he has put the flash drive in it. He says that he is uploading it, and a bar shows on the screen, and on the other hand, Sophia's laptop is telling Alex that she can see him uploading it, and it is already 8% done. And Eren and Kaido are also trying to see on the laptop, and Morningstar appears and pushes Kaido's head down, trying to see on the laptop as well. Then the uploading gets completed, reaching 100%, and Kabuto cracks his fingers, saying that today is their arm day, and Alex, panting, smiles and agrees. All of a sudden, the computer has a loud crash, and Kabuto and Alex turn away. The screen falls on the ground. Alex looks at it, and sees Caine appear in it, glitching and buzzing, saying that this little act would not do anything. Alex holds his ribs, as his shirt is stained red, and he says that Caine's act of tough guy is getting old. All of a sudden, he hears Sophia screaming his name, asking if he is okay, but her sentence gets cut in between, and Alex gets alerted to something behind him. Then he hears Shooter saying that he is the one who acts like a tough guy. He and Kabuto look above and are shocked to see him, and Kabuto tells him to leave as they have been compromised. Alex turns toward him and says that they have to tell Kaido, otherwise, their team will be in danger. Suddenly, he hears someone saying that Kaido's team can be screwed or ambushed, and they turn around and get shocked as they see George, who is removing the clown masks from his face, smiling, and says that both are possible, and suddenly, Kabuto and Alex get wrapped in a red energy, and they both scream. The scene changes, and cars run on the road, and Sophia screams for Alex, and Morningstar and Kaido sit in the back seat of the car, as Morningstar says that Alex can handle himself. Mamba, using his phone to his ear, says that Alex is not picking up his call either, and tells Eren to stop the car, as they have to go back. Eren, driving the car, shows Alex's location, saying that he has him on his phone, and tells him to focus on their task. And Mamba, Kaido, and Sophia hear him on the earpiece and agree with him. Sophia and Metatron reach an abandoned house, and Mamba and Hound reach a secondary school building. And Morning Star and Kaido reach in front of a bunch of buildings. The scene shifts as Eren's phone starts ringing, and he picks it up. And it is Orion, asking him if he has found anything, because he needs to see if his investment is not going to waste. And Eren replies that Kane has got one of the friends of Kaido, and says that his location faded at just near Sohai Stadium. He narrows his eyes and says that due to traffic, it will take him 40 minutes to go, and because the signal just went out, he should go as he is near. Orion tells him to send him the location. Then he turns around and taps on a man's back, saying that he will be late for fan sign, so he should hold the fans for him. The man gets shocked and angry, saying that there are thousands of fans, he cannot hold them as they are here for him. Orion turns and walks away, and the man yells his name, and he waves his hand, saying that he should think of something. Then someone appears on a bike, wearing black and red gear, holding a helmet and roses in front. Orion grabs the helmet, puts it on, and sits at the back of the bike, and it starts to run. The scene shifts, and Sophia opens the door, creating a creaking noise, and she asks Metatron for any information. They both enter the house, and Metatron says that this is Kane's house as a boy. Sophia sees a broken picture frame with blood on it and picks it up as she thinks that Kane is using the places that he is familiar with, painting his past. She looks at the picture of young Kane, his sister, and his adopted parents. Suddenly, the TV in front of her starts to buzz, and the image of Kane appears, saying that Sophia is right. Sophia looks at the TV as he says that it is hard to get past this one. Metatron narrows his eyes, looking in front, and Sophia's eyes get wide as she screams his name. Suddenly, they both fall as the ground crashes, and she screams as rocks fly in the air, and Metatron gets shocked. She tries to get up coughing, and a rock falls on Metatron, and Kane says that he knows that she was not expecting this. Sophia calls Metatron with a weak voice, and he tells her that he is still active and able to operate. Suddenly, they hear a growling voice coming, and they both look toward it with surprised faces, and Kane says that Metatron would not be able to operate for long. All of a sudden, a hand bursts out of the ground with sudden force, and then a bunch of bodies appear from the ground, trembling, walking towards Sophia and Metatron. And Kane says that his father's family was not very fond of their ideals, and says that he has made them free of Abel. And the dead people, looking like zombies, with their heads and hands hanging low, suddenly lunge towards Sophia and Metatron, opening their mouths and hands. Sophia cries and calls Metatron, but a zombie quickly grabs her neck, and she screams in pain and fear. Metatron starts engaging and adapts the defense code, and slams itself onto the zombie, saving Sophia. Her meta headset falls on the ground, and she quickly grabs it and asks Metatron to cover her, and she wears the headset. She opens her digital computer and starts typing, takes out a chip of virus, and smiles, saying that she got Kane. She then asks Metatron to help her as she needs a virtual copy, and Metatron makes a green shield between them and the zombies, and starts compiling the copy. All of a sudden, the shield cracks, and Metatron gets shocked, and Sophia gets nervous and asks him to hang on as she needs some more time. But the shields start to crack more, and he says that he is holding, but the defense is getting weak. All of a sudden, the zombies break the shield, shattering into pieces, and enter from the hole, and Sophia and Metatron get shocked. One zombie clings to Sophia's back, and one clings to Metatron, and Kane says that she was the weakest link in the group, and says bye to her. One zombie tries to bite her, and she screams, calling for Metatron, who quickly opens his eyes. His eyes show determination as he says that the system overrides engagement, and he starts to radiate blue energy, and all of a sudden, he throws electricity, creating a loud explosion, throwing all the zombies into the air as they all scream. Then they all fall on the ground with loud thuds, and their bodies still buzzing with electricity. A screen appears showing that the system is connected by 76%, and stars are beeping, and Metatron's eyes turn red, as he says that the threat level is unforgivable. The scene shifts to Kane as he stands in front of the big screen of a computer, showing disconnection and static screens, and he slams his hands on the table, screaming no.